The man had just been dumped by his girlfriend and then turned around only to be diagnosed with terminal lung cancer. He had no money, no family, only an older sister left. Everyone thought his life was completely over. But while he was waiting to die in an alley, he encountered a girl who claimed to be a demon. She had originally wanted to devour him, but then changed her mind. After a forceful kiss, his cancer vanished, and an inhuman power that should never have belonged to a human appeared inside him. He did not know that the appearance of that demon girl was no coincidence. As the monsters lurking in the city's shadows began to awaken, those beings beyond human comprehension all set their sights on him. The cafe was bathed in warm yellow light, and the music was soothing, but the frost on the woman's face across from me had not melted in the slightest. She slowly stirred her coffee, her tone as flat as if she were talking about the weather. She said, "We're not suitable for each other." I merely gave a quiet response. I understood what she meant. She had already found someone better. Actually, I had heard about this long ago. More than once, my friends had angrily told me they had seen her entering and leaving high-end clubs with a man who drove a luxury car, acting intimately with him. My friends urged me to break up with her quickly, not to be played for a fool while still being kept in the dark. I stood up, pulled a few bills from my wallet, pressed them under the cup, and turned to leave. She frowned and asked where I was going, as if she was very dissatisfied with my reaction. I did not answer. I walked straight out of the cafe, leaving that patch of hypocritical warm light completely behind me. The moment the glass door shut, I vaguely heard a sneer from behind me. What a loser. Yeah, a loser. I curled my lips slightly and turned into a dim, deserted alley. The alley was full of the sour, rotten smell of garbage bins. I pulled out my cigarette pack and shook one into my mouth. After just one drag, a violent fit of coughing seized me. Only after I coughed up blood with a rusty taste did it finally ease. Just last week, I was diagnosed with late-stage lung cancer. The doctor had spoken tactfully, but the meaning was clear. Even counting my remaining days by the month was being generous. I had told no one about this, so I could not even be bothered to argue with her anymore. What was the point of fighting for dignity when I was a man about to die? My parents had died long ago, and the only family I had left in this world was my older sister. She was not my biological sister. My parents had adopted her from an orphanage back then. The two of us had depended on each other since childhood. This was also the only thing I could not stop worrying about. If I died, what would happen to my sister? I irritably ran a hand through my hair. Just then, a commotion came from deeper in the alley. I walked over and saw a slender girl wearing a mask, surrounded by 3 or 4 thugs, with nowhere left to retreat. Those men were grinning foolishly as they reached out to grab her arm, even telling her to take off her mask. I shouted at them. They turned around impatiently and cursed at me for sticking my nose into other people's business. I did not waste words. I stepped forward, pulled the girl behind me, and quietly told her to run. The girl froze for a moment, glanced at me, then turned and ran toward the alley entrance. The yellow-haired leader flew into a rage and pointed at my nose as he cursed. "Who the hell are you? Tired of living?" I rolled my wrist and lunged forward. Before the yellow-haired thug could react, his vision blurred, his throat tightened, and I lifted him up and slammed him hard against the wall. The others rushed at me cursing, but after only a few exchanges, they were all lying on the ground groaning, unable to get back up. As a veteran, fighting was never something I had been afraid of. Back then, it was also because I saved her from thugs harassing her that we ended up together. Now, I should call her my ex-girlfriend. After beating them, the taut nerve in my body loosened, and the sharp pain in my lungs surged back like a tide. I staggered toward the exit, the world spinning with every step. In the end, I still could not make it out of the alley and slid down beside a garbage bin to sit on the ground. I gasped for breath, pulled out my last cigarette, lit it with trembling hands, and took a deep drag. The numbing effect of the nicotine made me feel a little better. Just as I was about to take a second drag, the cigarette was suddenly taken away. I lifted my head with difficulty and saw that masked girl squatting in front of me, holding my cigarette between her fingers. With a teasing tone, she said, "Mister, you're about to die, and you're still smoking?" I did not even have the strength to get angry. I waved my hand and told her to hurry up and leave me alone. But she went on as if I had said nothing. "Since you're going to die anyway, how about agreeing to one thing for me?" Then, she took off her mask. It was a face so beautiful it was suffocating. But when she smiled, she revealed 2 abnormally sharp canine teeth. Even stranger, her originally pitch-black pupils had turned into golden vertical slits, shining with an inhuman light in the darkness. I asked her, "What exactly are you?" She said with a grin, "Congratulations, congratulations, you've met the first demon of your life." Seeing me stare at her as if she were insane, she sighed and leaned closer with a wicked smile. She said, "Mister, I haven't eaten anything for a very, very long time. You interrupted my meal just now. So could you let me eat you instead?" So that was it. It looked as if I had saved an innocent girl, but in fact I had saved those hooligans. How ironic. I was actually so angry that I laughed. I said, "You're quite polite." But as soon as I spoke, it tugged at the wound in my lungs, and another wave of pain hit me. I looked at her and made my final request. "Light the cigarette for me. Let me smoke one last one." She froze for a moment, apparently not expecting that reaction from me. Tilting her head, she put the nearly extinguished cigarette back to my lips. She asked, "Aren't you afraid?" My voice was very soft, but it carried mockery. "I'm not even afraid of death anymore. So why would I be afraid of you?" Curiosity flickered in her golden slit pupils. She said, "If I told you I could let you live, would you?" I cut her off, braced myself against the wall to sit up straight, took the cigarette down, and crushed it out. I said, "Even if this body keeps living, it'll only cause trouble for my sister. If you like it, then eat it." In the demon's golden pupils, my calm yet despairing face was reflected with absolute clarity. She murmured to herself, "Interesting, you're really interesting. It seems like your heart is set on dying." Then her smile turned eerie. "That won't do. I'm a demon. Whatever you don't want, I insist on giving you exactly that." Before her words had even finished, she had already grabbed my face in both hands. Her cool, soft lips were forced hard against mine. My mind buzzed, and I instinctively struggled. But my hands were quickly pinned firmly against the wall, unable to move. Her strength was astonishing. At my ear, I heard the demon whisper in an excited tone, "Congratulations, you can live now." After that, my whole world fell into dead silence. Ever since I was little, I had been haunted by a nightmare. In the dream, there was nothing but the deafening clash of chains. A giant beast, its body pierced through by countless thick chains, curled up in the center of the darkness, enormous like a sleeping mountain range. Just when I thought it would remain asleep forever, it slowly raised its head. A crimson glow lit up in the darkness and locked onto me. Those eyes were filled with endless hunger and fury. I suddenly opened my eyes. What came into view was a familiar ceiling. I was lying on the sofa in my own home. The clock on the wall already pointed to 1 in the morning. The scenes from before I passed out came flooding back like a tide. Could it be that everything had only been a dream? Just as I was in a daze, the sound of rushing water came from the bathroom. Behind the frosted glass door, a graceful figure was faintly visible. She even pressed close to the glass and let out a seductive laugh. "Through the door," she called. "Mister, could I trouble you to help me find a piece of clothing?" It was not a dream. My heart suddenly sank. But I still walked into the room and found a clean white shirt. I had intended to leave the clothes at the door and walk away. But the moment I set them down, the bathroom door was suddenly yanked open, and a hand dragged me inside. Warm water poured down from above, instantly soaking my clothes. She pinned me against the cold tiled wall. She leaned close to me, sniffing lightly with the tip of her nose, from my neck down to my chest, muttering that she needed to check me over. My whole body stiffened, and I suddenly stepped back, putting some distance between us. She merely squatted on the floor, propping up her chin with one hand, looking at me with a mischievous smile, her two sharp fangs pressed against her lower lip. My voice was hoarse. "What exactly do you want?" She blinked, looking innocent. "Mister, I was merciful enough to let you live, and this is how coldly you treat me?" She said, "If I remember correctly, you originally wanted me to eat you. What made you change your mind?" I did not answer. She let out a soft laugh. "I don't like explaining, so I'll just take you to see for yourself." She turned off the shower, walked out, and casually put on that white shirt. The water in her hair and on her body quickly soaked through the fabric. Barefoot, she walked to the window and crooked her finger at me. She said, "My name is very, very long. You can just call me Luoyao." She gazed at the night view outside the window and softly said, "As for me, I used to be a very, very remarkable demon." Expressionless, I replied, "Oh, and then?" She said, "Long story short, I was deceived. The various parts of my body and my powers were taken away by those people, and they used my power to gain fame, status, and wealth. As for me, in order to survive, I had no choice but to fall into slumber. Now that I'm awake, it's time to collect those debts." I asked, "What does this have to do with letting me live?" She turned her head with a smile. "It does. Originally, I still had a little power left for revenge, but unfortunately, her hand suddenly slipped into my clothes, and her cool fingertips brushed over my chest. She said, 'Unfortunately, I used the last of that power to save your life. So tell me, shouldn't you do something for me? I asked, what exactly do you want me to do? She smiled. Humans, oh humans, always so impatient. Come here. She pulled my hands over, and under my stunned gaze, placed them behind her own waist. She whispered in my ear, hold on tight. Before I could react, she wrapped her arms around my neck and, with a triumphant girlish laugh, threw herself backward. I screamed, are you insane? A feeling of weightlessness suddenly seized me. The windowsill grew farther and farther away, and the city beneath me turned into a dazzling whirlpool of flowing lights. This was the 21st floor. She was pressed tightly against me, her eyes filled only with my reflection. She whispered in the wind, don't be afraid. Mister, I'm taking you to see the other side of this world. As the ground came closer and closer, I closed my eyes in despair. At that moment, a warm force wrapped around me. Then came a loud whoosh. A pair of enormous black bat wings burst open from behind her. At the very last moment before we hit the ground, they beat powerfully, whipping up a violent gust and carrying us soaring into the sky. The construction site at night was completely silent. Old Wong, the safety officer, was taking two newly arrived workers on an inspection round. One young worker suddenly raised his hand and pointed at the tower crane in the distance. Brother Wong, what's that up there? Using the moonlight, Old Wong looked up. At the top of the towering crane crouched a dark figure. It was too big to be a bird. It looked more like a person. Old Wong's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly told one person to switch on the searchlight and the other to call the police. But just as he turned and took 2 steps, there was a loud bang behind him, and something warm and sticky splashed all over his back. He turned around stiffly and saw a monster over 2 meters tall standing there, with no eyes and only a gaping, blood-filled mouth. Beneath its grotesquely disproportionate arms, the 2 workers had already been crushed into meat paste. The monster bared its mouth at him. Old Wong's legs gave out, and he collapsed straight to the ground. It stepped forward and crushed Old Wong's head with a single slap. Just as it was about to enjoy its midnight snack, a shrill scream came from overhead. A black shadow tore through the night sky and dove down at high speed, smashing a person straight down like a dropped bomb. Bang! I slammed solidly into that monster like a cannonball, sending it flying backward and crashing through a section of scaffolding. I climbed up from the ground, feeling as if every bone in my body was about to fall apart. The black wings descended with a rush, and the pressure of the wind they stirred up made it impossible for me to open my eyes. Luoyao slowly folded her wings and landed barefoot in front of me, covering her mouth as she snickered. She said, relax, the first time is always like this. My fists clenched on their own, rubbing my aching body. I suddenly remembered something. Just now, did I hit something? She said with a grin, so you finally remembered. I thought your brain had been knocked loose. At that moment, there was a movement in the rubble, and the monster slowly climbed back up, tilting its head. In the moonlight, I finally saw what it looked like and jumped in shock. What the hell is that thing, a bear? Luoyao patted my shoulder, sounding relaxed. Don't be nervous, it's only a low-ranking demon. I asked the demon. She said, your human official bureau calls them anomalies. I glanced over the corpses on the ground and frowned. It did all this? She said, yep, it was just about to eat. Congratulations, this is the second time you've interrupted a demon's meal. The monster seemed to confirm something and grinned at us. The next second, it charged in front of us almost instantly, its huge fist smashing toward me with a vicious wind. My pupils contracted. On instinct, I shoved Luoyao beside me away and crossed my arms in front of myself to block. Bang! My whole body was smashed into the ground, leaving a shallow crater. The monster slowly lifted its head and turned its gaze toward Luoyao. Luoyao blinked and tilted her head. No way, did it develop an appetite for me? The monster growled in its throat, drooling as it advanced toward her step by step. It did not attack immediately, as if it had sensed that she was the same kind as itself. With both hands on her hips, Luoyao sighed in mock distress. Demons these days have no manners at all. Do they all like overstepping their place so much? She shouted toward the pit. Hey, mister, how much longer are you planning to sleep? Your princess is about to be carried off by a monster. No sooner had she finished speaking than one of the monster's ankles was suddenly seized by a hand. Using the leverage, I climbed out of the pit, my face covered in blood, my clothes torn to shreds, but those eyes of mine were terrifyingly cold. With a vicious yank, I dragged that huge creature to the ground. Then I clenched my fist and punched it straight in the face. Boom. The monster's head was smashed into the ground by my punch, creating another deep crater. I was even more shocked than it was. Though I had only acted on instinct, I actually had this kind of strength? Only then did I remember that even after falling from that height just now, I had only felt some pain and had not been seriously injured. Looking at the monster on the ground convulsing from my single punch, then looking at my own fist, I simply gave up trying to think. I looked at Luo Yao and asked, "Can I kill it?" She said with a smile, "Yes, but try not to damage its core." I asked where the core was. She said, "Usually in the head." I said I'd do my best. Ever since I was little, I never liked using my brain. After my parents died, anyone who tried to bully me or my sister was dealt with by my fists. So compared to thinking, being shocked, or worrying, there was only one thing I knew right now. If I didn't beat it to death, then I would be the one who died. So I clenched my fists. The monster let out a roar, and from the base of its tailbone suddenly grew a barbed tail, which lashed at me like a steel whip. I raised my arm to block it, and a burst of intense pain struck me. Staggering, I rolled away. The monster got to its feet and roared at me provocatively, then charged again and repeated the same move, swinging its tail once more. This time, I grabbed its tail in both hands, exerted force suddenly, and viciously flung it to the ground. Before it could get back up, I yanked on its tail, planted one foot on its waist, and tore hard with both hands. With a wet rip, black blood splashed all over my face. I remained expressionless, and in the end, even bared my teeth in a grim smile. The demon seemed to feel fear and began struggling desperately. Luo Yao watched the scene with great interest and murmured to herself, "To fuse with my demon blood this well. Just who are you, mister?" The monster tried to escape, scrambling and crawling toward the distance. I caught up, stomped on its back, and smashed the back of its head with one punch. From that mangled mess of flesh and blood, I pulled out a purple crystal, held it up, and asked Luo Yao, "Is this the core you were talking about?" Luo Yao clapped hard. "So amazing, mister. Your very first time fighting a demon, and you're already this skilled." I scratched my head, a little embarrassed. I said, "It's nothing really. Since I was little, the people I ran into were always bigger than me and wanted to bully me, so it doesn't feel much different. As long as you're fiercer than they are, and more reckless with your life, they'll be afraid of you." Luo Yao moved closer and asked with a smiling squint, "And also what?" I clenched my fist. Those two words were on the tip of my tongue. "Feels good." Luo Yao raised one finger and gently pressed it against my lips. Her voice carried temptation, slaughter, power, brutality. She said, "This is the power I bestowed upon you. You may possess it, train it, and rely on it to stay alive. But do not enjoy it. Otherwise, you will completely lose yourself. I do not need a monster that knows only how to kill. What I want." She interlaced her fingers with mine and, with the motion, wrapped her hand around that crystal as well, "is a perfect knight who can reclaim my power for me." Before she even finished speaking, she suddenly stuffed that slime-covered crystal into my mouth. I protested incoherently, but she looked completely serious. "Be good, hurry, and eat it. I'm starving to death right now. If you eat, that means I eat." Half reluctantly, I crunched the crystal to pieces and swallowed it, then exploded. This thing was covered in slime. "If you want to eat it, then eat it yourself," she answered in all seriousness. "Exactly. That's because it's too disgusting. What on earth was I eating in the past?" She said, "I've discovered there are so many delicious things in the world now. From now on, I'll leave this dirty work to you, and I'll just be responsible for eating gourmet food." The corner of my mouth twitched. Just then, a sudden disturbance rose inside my body, and my right arm began to itch unbearably. I wanted to scratch it, but to my horror, I found that the entire arm was beginning to shed its skin, turning into a ferocious demon claw covered in black scales. I was terrified. What the hell is this? Did I get infected? Luo Yao hurried over and patted my head as if soothing a small animal. "Good boy, don't be afraid. This is just the sign that you've gained power." She said, "For us demons, becoming stronger depends entirely on devouring. Don't worry, after one sleep, it'll return to normal. In the future, it'll only turn like this when you need it." I only felt utterly exhausted in both body and mind. Was today my lucky day, or my day of disaster? She tugged on me and said, "The righteous knight has defeated the evil monster. So now let's go get a midnight snack." I could not help asking one extra question. "Am I paying?" She answered as if it were only natural. "Of course. How could a princess possibly carry money?" When dawn was near, a man in a sharp suit walked into this wrecked construction site. The lower half of his face was covered by a silver metal mask, making his expression impossible to read. He looked expressionlessly at the corpses and mangled flesh all over the ground, then pressed his earpiece and made his report. He said, "I've arrived at the site where a D-rank demon aura appeared. It should be the same as before. They crossed our barrier by some special method. There are civilian casualties at the scene. He crouched down to inspect the traces and continued, there are signs of battle here. Check whether an enforcer happened to be nearby and carried out this cleanup. Just then, with two loud thuds, two demons with the same eyeless appearance dropped from the sky and landed in front of him, splitting their mouths wide. The man let out a weary sigh. Correction to the report, the cleanup is not complete. I'll take care of it. He undid his suit buttons and drew a classically styled long-barreled revolver from the holster at his waist. Once you find out who did this, I hope the Bureau gives them disciplinary punishment. He said in a low voice, whichever bastard leaves a job unfinished had better not let me catch them, or they'll be sorry. Early the next morning, with two dark circles under my eyes, I headed straight for the largest hospital in the city. The absurd events of last night were still replaying in my head. Being force-kissed by a demon, jumping from the 21st floor, tearing apart a monster with my bare hands, swallowing a crystal. And on top of that, that girl had tried several times in the middle of the night to sneak into my bed. Why exactly was I being ambushed at night by a woman? I took a deep breath, pushed open the door to the physical examination department, and said, I want to do another checkup. 2 hours later, I was sitting in the chief physician's office. The doctor swallowed hard, and even his voice was trembling. He said, Mr. Bai, last month's CT showed a malignant tumor in your lungs, with irregular margins, a typical case of mid to late-stage lung cancer. He pointed at the film, his fingers shaking. But today's scan shows smooth lung lobes, without the slightest trace of anything. This is impossible. Inside, I felt no emotion at all, but on the surface I pretended to be confused. Really? Then was it a misdiagnosis? He said, we can't be sure yet. We need to check again. We can't miss a single corner of your body from top to bottom. So they planted me in a wheelchair and forced me through another 4 hours of examinations. Blood tests, CT scans, MRI, ultrasound. Even a rectal exam was not left out. By the time I returned to the office with my butt feeling chilly, the doctor was holding the new report with a look like he had witnessed a miracle. He said, Mr. Bai, all your indicators are completely normal. You do not have cancer. Congratulations, your life is bright and glorious. After returning home and shutting the door, the first thing I did was pull out a cigarette pack and shake one into my mouth. The smoke slowly entered my lungs. There was no coughing, no pain, only a comfort I had not felt in a long time. I blew out a smoke ring and muttered to myself, looks like this really is an honest demon. She didn't lie to me. The moment the words left my mouth, a face suddenly appeared hanging upside down in front of me. Luo Yao was hanging head down from the living room chandelier, her golden slit pupils gleaming with crafty light. Of course, demons never lie. I did not even raise my eyelids. Cigarette in mouth, I looked at her with dead fish eyes. Oh. She blinked and tilted her head. Why aren't you scared at all? I slowly flicked the ash from my cigarette. Sorry, I was born not being very afraid of things that suddenly shove their face close to mine. More importantly, what are you doing hanging from my chandelier? She said as if it were only natural. Sleeping. It's cool up on the chandelier, and I can use it like a swing too. I was so annoyed I laughed. After last night's midnight snack, this woman had latched onto me. But she had saved my life, so I did not want to argue too much. I stubbed out the cigarette and walked toward the bedroom, tossing out a warning. We agreed, don't even think about climbing into my bed again. Absolutely not. With one flip, she jumped down from the chandelier and landed lightly in front of me, wearing a wicked smile and still dressed in my white shirt. She asked, Mister, do you have a girlfriend? I froze for a moment, looked away, and said no. She stepped closer and blinked her big eyes. Then why won't you let me sleep with you? I'm this cute, and I even saved you. Yet you're this heartless? I rolled my eyes. First, you're a demon. Second, your sleeping posture is awful, and you drooled all over my pillow. She pouted and muttered that humans were really hard to serve, then leaped back up onto the chandelier again. Hanging upside down with her eyes closed, she did not forget to add, Good night, mister. Remember to buy me strawberry cake tomorrow. She was cute, yes, but the moment I thought about this girl's appetite and her unpredictable temperament, my head started to ache. Meanwhile, in a private room at an upscale restaurant, candlelight flickered. My ex-girlfriend Zhang Ling was sitting across from a man in a suit, smiling as brightly as a flower. Her whole face was glowing, without the slightest sign of heartbreak from the breakup. She took a sip of red wine, her tone full of excitement. Darling, I've completely cut things off with him. She said, you should have seen how pathetic he looked. When I said we were breaking up, he didn't even dare let out a peep. He obediently paid for the coffee and left. What a loser. The man across from her smiled and took her hand. Ling, you did the right thing. A man like that isn't worthy of you. Zhang Ling pouted coquettishly. Of course. Every single day I was with him made me sick. But the man suddenly put away his smile and became serious. He set down his wine glass, stayed silent for a moment, then lowered his voice and said, Ling, actually, you shouldn't have broken up with him yet. Zhang Ling's smile stiffened. Why not? Didn't you say that once I broke up with him, we could officially be together? Are you going back on your word? The man shook his head, pulled a sheet of paper from the inner pocket of his suit, and pushed it toward her. Look at this first. Zhang Ling lowered her head and saw it was a hospital diagnosis report. The name on it was by Ziheng, and the diagnosis read, late-stage lung cancer, estimated survival no more than 3 months. Her pupils suddenly contracted, but after only 2 or 3 seconds, her expression returned to calm. The corners of her lips even unconsciously lifted slightly. She raised her head. There was not the slightest trace of sympathy in her eyes. Instead, a gleam flashed through them. He has cancer? The man nodded. And I found out that a year ago, he bought a high-value personal accident and critical illness insurance policy. Zhang Ling's eyes lit up instantly, like a prospector who had discovered a gold mine. The man held her hand, his voice gentle and low. So you shouldn't have broken up with him yet. You should first get him to change the insurance beneficiary to you. Once he dies, that money will naturally become yours. After hearing this, not only was Zhang Ling not saddened in the slightest, she actually let out a delighted laugh. She gripped the man's hand in return. Darling, you're so smart. That loser would never imagine that the insurance he worked so hard to buy would end up becoming my wedding dress. The man sighed and stroked her cheek. So I'm wronging you a little. You'll have to stay by that loser's side a little longer. Once he confirms the beneficiary, and once he dies, we can truly be together. Zhang Ling raised her wine glass, her eyes full of greed. Fine, I'll do as you say. He doesn't have long to live anyway, so I'll just put up with him a few more days. The 2 wine glasses clinked together, the crisp sound echoing through the candlelight. And on my side, bang. I had just picked up a glass of water when my right hand suddenly turned into a ferocious black claw, instantly crushing the glass. I stared at my claw, my face darkening. Here we go again. In the past 2 days, this kind of crap had happened at least 6 times. My hand turned into a claw while I was using the toilet, punching a hole through the bowl. My claw shattered the shower head while I was bathing. The most ridiculous thing was that just now, while scrolling on my phone, I directly crushed the phone in my hand. I shouted at Luo Yao, who was hanging upside down from the chandelier. What exactly did you do to me? She swayed a little, did a flip, and landed lightly on the floor, walking barefoot up to me. Come on, let Big Sis take a look. She grabbed my claw and pinched and felt it all over. The fusion is going pretty well. I pointed at the phone on the ground that had shattered into pieces. You call this going well? I've already wrecked 1 phone, 2 cups, and 1 toilet. She blinked, looking innocent. That just means you're improving. Back at the construction site that day, you even blasted a hole in the ground. I took a deep breath. Can't you just directly teach me how to control it? She tilted her head, revealing a sly smile. Sure, but you have to agree to 1 condition. I asked what condition. She said, from now on, whenever I call you, you have to answer immediately, and you also have to obediently call me Big Sis. I ground my teeth. Are you serious? She leaned closer, her golden slit pupils gleaming wickedly. Otherwise I won't teach you, and you can keep blowing up toilets every day. Through gritted teeth, I said, Sis, please teach me. She corrected me. Big Sis. I accepted my fate. Big Sis. She patted my head. Good boy. She said, come on, close your eyes and feel that power inside your body. Imagine it as part of your body, not some foreign thing. Just like your arm or your leg. If you want it to move, it moves. I tried focusing my attention. The claw gradually shrank and turned back into a human hand. She said with a smile, that's right, just like that. Practice a few more times and you'll get used to it. Also, you're a man. Stop always thinking about avoiding that power. You need to master it, like riding a horse. I opened my eyes and looked at my hand. Now back to normal. It's that simple? She burst into laughter. Simple? Do you know how many humans I've seen who couldn't control demonic power and ended up becoming monsters that knew nothing but slaughter? She said, the fact that you could control it this quickly already counts as pretty good. I froze for a moment. So I have pretty good talent? She planted her hands on her hips and lifted her chin. Well, of course. Who do you think chose this night? But if you want to master it completely, you'll still need a lot more real combat. Just as I was about to say something, the doorbell rang. I got up to open the door, saying it was probably the delivery. When I opened the door, the person standing outside made me freeze. It was Zhongling, dressed head to toe in designer brands, carrying herself arrogantly, with carefully applied makeup and impatience in her eyes. The moment she opened her mouth, it was to interrogate me. Why did it take you so long to answer the door? I called you so many times, and you didn't pick up even once. My phone had already been destroyed that morning, so it was normal that I did not get the calls. But I could not be bothered to explain, and only asked blandly, "What is it?" My attitude clearly displeased her. Back then, when had I ever dared speak to her like this? But remembering her new boyfriend's instructions, she still suppressed her anger. She forced out a look of concern. "How have you been these past 2 days?" Leaning against the doorframe, expression cold, I said, "Pretty good. Eating well, sleeping well. If there's nothing else, I'm closing the door." She reached out to stop me. "Wait. Bai Ziheng, I heard you have cancer." I raised an eyebrow. "So?" She bit her lip. "I've thought it over, and I've decided to come back to your side." She said it as if she were doing something noble. After all, we were together for 3 years. I can't just watch you leave this world all alone. I almost laughed out loud. "No need. We've already broken up." She stepped forward and lowered her voice. "I know, but I know you bought insurance. I'm the beneficiary, right? So that was it." I narrowed my eyes. So this was what she had been waiting for. I asked, "What are you trying to say?" She smiled, gentle and fake. "I don't mean anything else. I just want to stay with you through your final days. You can focus on getting treatment, and I'll take care of you." I looked at her. What flashed in this woman's eyes was not concern, but greed. I sneered inwardly, though my face remained calm. "Thanks, you actually reminded me. In a bit, I'll go change the beneficiary." Zhang Ling's expression changed. "What do you mean?" I smiled. "It means, thank you for reminding me. Otherwise, I might have forgotten. The insurance beneficiary really should be changed to someone else." As I spoke, I moved to shut the door. She jammed a hand against it, her face turning extremely ugly. "What right do you have to change the beneficiary? You're nothing but a poor soldier. I stayed with you all these years, and now you just break up with me like that? Aren't you giving me any compensation at all?" I tilted my head, looking puzzled. "Huh? Was I the one who proposed the breakup?" She choked on that. She clearly remembered that it was she who had dumped me that day in the cafe. But then she changed her thinking, putting the facts aside. Could it be that he was not at fault at all? Wasn't it only because someone else was more outstanding than him? I was just pursuing someone better. Was that really wrong? Thinking of this, she suddenly shoved the door open and charged into the room. "Don't even think about driving me away today. I'm telling you, Bai Ziheng, that insurance payout has to go to me. If you die, then fine, die, but the money has to be left to me." The moment she finished speaking, a face suddenly appeared upside down in front of her. Luo Yao pulled a silly face. "Aloha." Zhang Ling screamed in fright and fell straight to the floor. "What the hell is that thing? What the hell is that thing?" Luo Yao swayed on the chandelier and tilted her head. "How rude. Why are you insulting people?" I let out a helpless sigh. "I told you not to stay up there. You're going to pull the chandelier down." She protested. "I only weigh 75 Jin." Luo Yao landed lightly on the floor and looked smilingly at Zhang Ling, who was sitting on the ground, deliberately drawing out her tone. She said, well, mister, you haven't been honest. Who was it that told me he didn't have a girlfriend?" "TSK, TSK, TSK." Zhang Ling finally recovered from the shock and stared blankly at the girl in front of her. Panic rose in her heart. Why was there another woman in my house? And this woman's skin was so pale it seemed to glow. Her features were exquisitely delicate, and she was even wearing my white shirt, exposing a pair of straight, slender legs. Compared to her, Zhang Ling felt like a country bumpkin. Pointing at Luo Yao, trembling with rage, she shouted, "Who are you? Why are you in my house?" She turned and roared at me. "Bai Ziheng, you found another woman behind my back?" I said flatly, "Setting aside whether this thing even counts as a woman, we've already broken up." Zhang Ling climbed to her feet and pointed at my nose as she cursed. "Even if we broke up, that's still not okay? Were you cheating before we even split? I knew someone like you was trash." Luo Yao cupped her face and feigned surprise. "Wow, uncle, was your taste really this bad before?" She walked up to Zhang Ling, looked her up and down, then shook her head. With those looks, that temperament, and that figure, this lady must be at least 35, right? Zhang Ling went mad with anger. "What are you supposed to be? I'm only 22. She turned and yelled at me. "Bai Ziheng, just you wait. If you dare betray me, I'll make you pay." With that, she slammed the door and stormed out. I waved at her, retreating back. "Remember to come get your clothes when you have time." The door slammed shut with a bang. I pulled out a chair, sat down, and lit a cigarette. Luo Yao walked over and directly straddled my lap, with a cigarette hanging from her mouth too. Before I could finish speaking, she had already leaned in. The tips of our cigarettes touched to share the flame. She took a drag and blew the smoke into my face. She narrowed her eyes, her voice seductive. Mister, I'm only warning you once. I don't care how you were before, but from now on, you belong to me. Remember that, okay? I looked at those golden slit pupils so close to mine, gleaming with a dangerous yet enchanting light. Are all demons as possessive as you? She tilted her head and gave me a wicked smile. What? You don't like it? I blew a mouthful of smoke back into her face. Fine. Anyway, this life was saved by you in the first place. She smiled in satisfaction. Good boy. At 2 in the morning, rain poured down in sheets. More than a dozen workers in raincoats finished unloading the last shipment while cursing under their breath. Old Lou, the shift leader, wiped the rain off his face and waved his hand to call it a day. Just then, a young worker suddenly stopped. He patted the container beside him. Brother Lou, listen, there's movement inside this one. Old Lou went over and pressed his ear against the metal wall. Thud, thud. The impact sounds came one after another with a steady rhythm. The young worker lowered his voice. Stowaways? Should we call the supervisor? Old Lou turned and ran toward the duty room. If someone suffocates in there, we'll all be in legal trouble. A few minutes later, the supervisor arrived with 2 forklift drivers. At his order, they pried open the lock on the container door. The instant the iron doors were pulled open, everyone froze. It was not stowaways. It was eggs. Densely packed eggs, each one about the size of a basketball. Their pale purple shells covered in dark red vein-like patterns, all faintly pulsing. The air was filled with a fishy sweetness that mixed with the rain and forced its way into their noses. The supervisor's face turned pale, and he took 2 steps back. What the hell are these things? With a wet rip, one of the eggs nearest the door split open. A black claw reached out, seized the shell, and tore it open violently. A monster crawled out. Its 2 arms hung at its sides in grotesque disproportion, and it had no eyes, only a huge blood-filled mouth. It raised its head and locked onto the nearest young worker. A scream tore through the rainy night, and blood mixed with rainwater splashed everywhere. One monster after another crawled out of the eggs. The workers scattered in panic, but those creatures were absurdly fast and caught up with the people running in the rear almost instantly. Old Lou was in the lead, just about to rush out of the container yard. Suddenly, a blade of light cut an arc through the curtain of rain, and the monster in front of him was sliced cleanly in half at the waist. Old Lou's legs gave out, and he fell to the ground. Looking up, he saw a young woman in a black combat uniform standing in the rain with a long blade in hand, rainwater running down the edge of the weapon. Behind her, a team dressed the same way filed in one after another. Blades flashed, flesh flew, and in less than 2 minutes, every monster had been cut down. A woman wearing glasses crouched in front of the workers and spoke gently. Don't be afraid. It's okay now. She removed her glove and made everyone look at her hand. She said, you didn't see anything tonight. Old Lou and the others instantly became dazed. Their heads tilted, and they passed out. After dealing with all of that, the girl who had struck first sheathed her blade. Rain dripped from the ends of her hair, revealing a cool and beautiful face. Several team members nearby huddled together and whispered, so that's Zheng Xiyuan's daughter, Zheng Yueyao? I heard she's just a pretty face who got into the demon-slaying team through her father's connections. Someone objected, but the way she moved looked pretty clean to me. Another curled his lip. These monsters don't even count as D rank. Anyone with training could cut them down. What skill can you tell from that? Zheng Yueyao heard every single word, but did not care. She had heard this kind of gossip far too many times and was already used to it. Pressing her earpiece, she spoke calmly. Operation complete, currently counting the battlefield. The moment she finished speaking, boom. A huge explosion shook everyone's eardrums painfully. Not far away, a container suddenly exploded from the inside. A gigantic egg was exposed in the torrential rain. It was over 3 meters tall, its shell covered in scarlet patterns. Zheng Yueyao's pupils contracted, and she shouted sharply, spread out. The shell exploded apart, and a monster burst out. Over 3 meters tall, its body covered in black bony armor, it looked like a deformed hyena. Its 4 legs were thick and powerful, and drool dripped from its mouth. Its scarlet eyes swept across the crowd, and it opened its mouth to release a deep roar that made everyone's scalp go numb. Someone cried out in terror, an A-rank hyena demon. The intel was wrong. The detection clearly showed only low-rank monsters before. So why is there an A rank here? Call for backup now. That hyena demon had already moved. Its speed was astonishing. With one claw, it struck the nearest team member. The man did not even have time to scream before he was sent flying like he had been hit by a truck, slamming into a container and denting the metal wall inward. Zheng Yueyao rushed forward with her blade and slashed toward the hyena demon's neck. The edge struck its bony armor and only sent out a spray of sparks, leaving behind a shallow white mark. The hyena demon turned its head, and its tail swept across like a steel whip. Zheng Yueyao raised her blade to block. With a clang, the blade was shaken apart, and her whole body was sent flying, crashing hard into a container. She coughed up a mouthful of blood and struggled to get back up. Around them, the smaller hyena demons began surging forward and pouncing on the other team members, while screams rose and fell one after another. She gritted her teeth and held the broken blade, bitterness filling her heart. Was she really going to die here? Just like others had said, was Zheng Yueyao really nothing but a pretty vase, fit only to wait for death when she met a stronger monster? Several more small hyena demons lunged toward her. She swung the broken blade and killed 2 of them, but her body had already reached its limit, and she slumped to the ground with her back against a container. Just when she was about to lose her hold, a figure descended from the sky and landed in front of her. She lifted her head. It was a man in a black hoodie, his face impossible to see clearly. Zheng Yueyao froze. She could sense that this was an ordinary human, without even the slightest fluctuation of supernatural power. How could he have appeared here? She grabbed my pant leg, her voice hoarse. Run. I'll hold it off for you. Go, hurry. The corner of my mouth twitched. Miss, could you let go first? You're practically pulling my pants off. Where exactly am I supposed to run? But I did not dare speak, afraid the ash on my cigarette would fall. This specially made cigarette was Liao's test for me. Keep it in my mouth. Do not let the ash drop, and defeat these demons at the same time, all to strengthen my control over power. Several small hyena demons had already charged in. I had been a soldier, and my fighting skills were already top tier. On top of that, after fusing with demon blood, my physical abilities had long surpassed those of ordinary humans. I still could not skillfully draw out that power, but with my foundation plus reinforcement, it was already enough. I twisted aside to dodge one hyena demon's pounce and raised my hand to punch it in the head. The thing was hit as if by an iron hammer and flew straight away, crashing into the companions behind it. Another lunged from the side. I ducked low, caught its hind leg with a backhand grab, and smashed it hard into the ground, cracking the surface in several places. In less than 10 seconds, all 4 small hyena demons were down. Zheng Yueyao stared in shock. Lying on the ground, she widened her eyes at my back and thought, who is he? Is he reinforcements sent by the Bureau? At that moment, the A-rank hyena demon moved, roaring as it charged toward me. I took a deep drag on my cigarette, crouched low, and slid beneath its body. At the instant I passed under its belly, I clenched my fist and drew upon that violent force inside me. Build power, then, boom, punch. My fist slammed into the soft underside of the hyena demon's abdomen with a heavy explosive thud. The entire body of that 3-meter monster arched upward from the force, and it spewed out a huge mouthful of black blood mixed with fragments of its organs, spraying the ground before crashing down hard and twitching twice. I climbed to my feet, quickly dug a crystal stone out of its mouth, then turned and ran. Zheng Yueyao was covered in wounds and unable to move at all, so she could only watch my hooded figure disappear into the rain. She murmured to herself, "Who exactly are you?" At the corner outside the outer port district, the rain had already lightened somewhat. Luoyao leaned against the wall under an umbrella, smiling as she watched me run over. She tilted her head, her tone teasing. The ash fell, mister. I stopped and opened my palm. In the center of it, the ash was clenched tightly by me, not a single bit spilled. I said, "You only said it couldn't fall on the ground." Luoyao froze for a moment, then laughed so hard she swayed like a flower in the wind, nearly unable to hold her umbrella steady. "You really are something?" After laughing her fill, she stepped forward, grabbed my collar, pulled me close, and leaned to my ear. Almost nibbling on my earlobe, she spoke in a dangerously alluring voice. She said, "Tell me, you didn't step in because that girl was pretty, did you?" Her sharp canine tooth lightly brushed against the curve of my ear. I felt half my body go numb and hurried to deny it. Of course not. She's not my type. Smiling, she let me go and patted my face. "Did you get the thing?" I reached into my pocket and pulled out that purple crystal stone still stained with black blood. Luoyao's eyes lit up. "Then now, it's time for a pleasant meal." A bad feeling rose in my heart. 10 minutes later, in a 24-hour dessert shop, the lights were warmly yellow. and the air was full of the sweet fragrance of cream and strawberries. In front of Luo Yao was a table full of desserts: strawberry cake, strawberry millefeuille, strawberry pudding, strawberry ice cream, and a giant cup of strawberry milkshake. She held the cup and took a big gulp, then sighed in satisfaction. Ah, being alive is wonderful. I sat across from her. In front of me there was only one plate, and lying quietly on it was that blood-stained crystal stone. Looking at it, I had absolutely no appetite. I made one last attempt at resistance. This thing really tastes awful. Why don't you eat it yourself? She wagged her index finger. No, I gave you the last of my power, so this kind of demon core has no nutritional value for me anymore. But you're different. You needed to strengthen yourself, I said, but eating this thing feels like chewing broken glass mixed with the taste of rust. She blinked. Then do you want me to use a little magic and make it taste better? My eyes lit up. You really can? She picked up the crystal and rolled it once across a slice of strawberry cake, coating its surface with cream and strawberry jam. Speechless, I said, this is the magic you were talking about? She looked innocent. Not satisfied? How greedy, mister. With a sigh, she stood up, walked around the table, and sat down beside me, lowering her voice. But the real magic is only just beginning. Before I could react, Luo Yao had already taken the cream-covered crystal between her teeth, grabbed my collar, and pulled me toward her. The moment her lips pressed against mine, my mind exploded with a buzz. Her cool, soft lips carried the sweet taste of strawberry and cream, and she used her tongue to push the crystal into my mouth. Instinctively, I wanted to spit it out, but her hand pressed against the back of my head and would not let me pull away. With a slight force, she used her teeth to crush the crystal in my mouth. A warm liquid mixed with sweetness and a trace of blood slid down my throat. I froze. After passing through her mouth, this thing had actually become a little sweet and fragrant. Only after I had swallowed it completely did she pull away. There were only a few centimeters between us, and both our cheeks were slightly red. She licked the cream from the corner of her mouth, her golden slit pupils carrying a sly smile. Well, was it tasty? My throat moved. Did it really have to be done that way? She tilted her head, her smile innocent and dangerous at once. Not really. Mostly, I just wanted to see you blush. The corner of my mouth twitched. Getting along with a demon was truly a headache. I was even starting to suspect this thing might actually be a succubus, with how much she liked teasing me. The surrounding customers were all dumbfounded. Several young girls covered their mouths and whispered to each other. In one couple, the boyfriend stared at Luo Yao with eyes gone blank and got fiercely pinched in the waist by his girlfriend. To outsiders, this couple looked incredibly bold, feeding each other mouth to mouth in broad daylight. Pretending not to notice all those stares, I quickly changed the subject. I asked, who were those people in black just now? She picked up her milkshake and took a sip. You mean the Special Administration Bureau? I frowned. The Special Administration Bureau, what does it manage? She said, everything supernatural. Demon invasions, paranormal incidents, abnormal energy fluctuations, anything touching matters ordinary people aren't supposed to know about falls under their jurisdiction. I asked again, how strong are they? She shrugged, not bad. They've got exceptionally gifted cultivators, families that inherited ancient legacies, and people with supernatural abilities. The leadership does have some real capability too. At the very least, I wouldn't go out of my way to provoke them. I was silent for a few seconds. So we might have dealings with them in the future? She blinked. We already have. Didn't you just run right under their noses? I said, I mean facing them head on. She lightly plucked the strawberry off her cake. Remember when I told you my power had been taken away? I nodded. I remember. Does that have something to do with the Special Administration Bureau? She popped the strawberry into her mouth and chewed. Among my powers, there was one authority called Dominion, and it's now in the Bureau's hands. My gaze sharpened. Dominion? She leaned back in her chair. It was originally one of my powers. Whoever possesses it can dominate demons and even control some high-rank ones. A large part of the reason the Bureau has been able to build such a complete system is because of that power. I asked, so we have to stand against them directly? She smiled and raised one finger. Hey, mister, why is your thinking always so extreme? Either friends or enemies. She said, even though my power is greatly reduced now, I'm still the source of that power after all. If they want to completely master Dominion, then they need information and methods from me. She picked another strawberry and held it to my mouth. So for the time being, we stay out of each other's way. They know I exist, but they don't plan to make a move, and I can't be bothered to provoke them either. I opened my mouth and bit into the strawberry. I asked again, what about later? She tilted her head. Later? That will depend on you. She popped the last strawberry into her mouth, Her cheeks puffed out like a squirrel stuffing itself with nuts. I originally still had one final authority called devouring, but in order to save your life, I gave it to you. She swallowed the strawberry, looked at me, and smiled meaningfully. So then, she reached out and patted my face. You'd better work hard for me, mister. If you become strong enough, then whether the whole world is friend or foe will be for you to decide. By the time Zheng Yueyao returned to the Special Administration Bureau, dawn was already breaking. Rain had soaked her through completely, her black combat uniform clinging to her body, strands of hair dripping with water. A temporary bandage was wrapped around her arm, blood seeping through it only to be thinned again by the rain. When she pushed open the glass door of the operations department, the people in the corridor saw the state she was in and tacitly avoided meeting her eyes. She went straight to the command center on the third floor. Several people sat inside the smoke-filled room, and Chun Guodong, the deputy director of the operations department, sat in the main seat with a cigarette in his mouth. The moment he saw her come in, Chun Guodong immediately stubbed out his cigarette and stood up. Yueyao, you're back? Sit down first and talk. Xiao Lu, pour her a cup of hot water. Zheng Yueyao remained where she was, her voice hoarse. No need, Uncle Chun. I'm here to report on the mission. Chun Guodong waved for her to sit down first so she would not catch a cold. But she raised her head, her tone so calm it held no ripple at all. Uncle Chun, I am reporting on the mission. She recited it word by word. Operation in the Port District. Intelligence indicated a gathering of low-rank monsters. Actual encounter was with an A-rank hyena demon. 11 team members killed, 4 seriously injured, 2 lightly injured. 2 civilians dead, 3 had their memories erased and were sent to a safe point. The A-rank hyena demon has been killed, and the scene has been fully cleaned up. When she finished speaking, the entire command center was silent for several seconds. Chun Guodong sighed and wanted to pat her shoulder, but when he saw the wound, he withdrew his hand. His tone was gentle. This time the intelligence team did make a mistake. It has nothing to do with you. You already did very well. Zheng Yueyao's voice was excessively calm. As the operations captain, I failed to conduct advance reconnaissance and confirmation. That is dereliction of duty. I am willing to accept punishment. Chun Guodong frowned. Punishment for what? You're a young woman leading a team and risking your life in the middle of the night. It's already good enough that you came back alive. If something had happened to you, how would I explain it to your father? Zheng Yueyao's fingers curled slightly. Uncle Chun, I know you're looking after me, but failure in an operation is still failure. Chun Guodong shook his head helplessly. Enough, enough. A demerit, 1 month's allowance deducted, and next time you are not allowed to lead a team alone. You must have an A-rank agent assigned with you. It sounded light, as if he were coaxing a child. Zheng Yueyao clenched her teeth and swallowed back the words that had reached her lips. After a pause, she said, there is one more thing. Someone saved me during the operation. A man, wearing a black hoodie. I could not see his face clearly. He killed that A-rank hyena demon, and I can't find any information on him. Chun Guodong narrowed his eyes. One person killed an A-rank hyena demon? What method of attack? Zheng Yueyao answered, barehanded. He used only 1 punch. Chun Guodong exchanged a glance with several of his deputies, then nodded. All right, I understand. Go get some rest first. I'll have the intelligence team keep an eye on this matter. Zheng Yueyao pressed her lips together and turned to leave. She walked out of the command center and headed toward the infirmary. As she passed the lounge area, several gazes fell on her. Isn't that Commander Zheng's daughter? I heard the 3rd squad suffered more than half casualties in this operation, and she's the only one who came back on her feet. Wouldn't it be better for someone like her to stay in the office? Why insist on going out and showing off? She got in through connections anyway. With people above protecting her, even if something happens, she only gets some painless little punishment. The voices were very low, yet they slipped through the gaps in the corridor and into her ears. Zheng Yueyao's steps paused for a moment. She did not turn around, nor did she defend herself. Because she had no way to refute them, everything they said was true. If that person had not appeared so suddenly, she would also have died there. With her strength, she had absolutely no power to fight back against an A-rank hyena demon. As the team leader, she did bear responsibility. She clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms. Too weak. I really can't do anything at all. Lowering her head, she quickened her pace and disappeared at the end of the corridor. Cut back to my side. My job was one the neighborhood office had helped arrange for me after I left the military. The maintenance team at the district waterworks, responsible for inspecting and repairing pipelines. The pay was not high. After social insurance and housing fund deductions, I took home 4,600 yuan a month. But it was stable, and the work was not tiring. I had been doing it for more than a year without making mistakes, and I got along pretty well with the older guys on the team. At 10 in the morning, I was crouched in the pump room replacing a valve gasket when my phone vibrated. It was the office director. His tone was a little off. "Xiao Bai, come to my office. Right now." I took off my gloves and walked into the office building. When I pushed open the door, the director was sitting behind his desk with an awkward expression, spinning a pen between his fingers and tilting his chin to signal for me to close the door. He cleared his throat, his gaze evasive. "Xiao Bai, you've worked at the plant for more than a year, and your attitude toward work has always been pretty good. I admit that. But," he paused, "the plant hasn't been doing well lately, and the higher-ups have asked us to streamline personnel. Your contract is about to expire, and the plant has decided not to renew it." I froze for a moment. Streamline personnel? But at the meeting the day before yesterday, Director Zhao said this year we were going to hire 2 more technical positions. The director's expression turned even uglier, and he lowered his voice. "Xiao Bai, I won't beat around the bush with you. Did you offend someone recently?" I said nothing. He waved his hand and sighed. "Someone made a call and said we can't keep you. I'm only the office director. There's nothing I can do. Please understand." I was silent for a few seconds. After all, I was only a contract worker with no formal establishment. If they did not renew my contract, there was nothing I could do about it. I said, "I understand," then turned and walked out of the office. There was no point arguing. It was just this part about offending someone I should not have offended. Recently, the only things I had killed were a few demons. Surely those demons had not crawled back up from hell to write complaint letters and get me fired. As I walked out of the factory gate, old Lu the security guard stuck his head out and lowered his voice. "Xiao Bai, what happened?" "I heard you're leaving." I gave a quiet mm. He sighed and handed me a cigarette. "Not one of those people is any good. They'll get what's coming to them. You're a strong young man. Wherever you go, you'll be able to make a living." I accepted the cigarette and lit it. Just as I took a drag, the corner of my eye caught sight of someone standing by the roadside. It was Zhang Ling. Wearing a designer dress and carrying a small handbag, she leaned against a utility pole and smiled at me. Well, if it isn't Technician Bai. What's wrong? Got fired." I ignored her and walked toward the bus stop. She followed after me, sounding smug. "Can't be helped. Who told you to offend someone you shouldn't have offended?" She said, "If you're willing to apologize to me properly, maybe I could even put in a good word for you." I did not stop walking. She stamped her foot angrily. "Bai Ziheng, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf?" She was just about to catch up and keep cursing. At that moment, a black Mercedes slowly pulled over by the roadside. The window rolled down, revealing a man's face. Early 30s, dressed in a suit, hair slicked back glossy, and wearing the kind of smile that made people uncomfortable. Zhang Ling immediately smiled ingratiatingly. "Brother Sun." The man pushed open the car door, got out, wrapped an arm around her waist, and called out toward my back. "Remember me, Bai Ziheng?" I stopped walking, turned around, and looked at his face. "Don't know you." The man's expression stiffened, and he stepped forward. "Look again." "High school. Number 1 City High. Corridor outside class 3. I stared at him for a few seconds, and an image flashed through my mind. A school bully in uniform, with dyed yellow hair and a cigarette in his mouth, swaggering around campus like he owned it. I said flatly, "I remember now. Sun Wei." He grinned and walked forward with his arm around Zhang Ling. "Your memory's still all right. Do you know how long I've been waiting for this day?" I said, not particularly interested. I really did not want to deal with this man. Back in high school, he relied on his family's money and influence to act like a king in school, and his favorite pastime was bullying poor students and watching them swallow their anger. In my second year, he cornered a skinny boy in the bike shed and forced him to kneel on the ground and call him dad. I happened to pass by, said nothing, walked over, and kicked Sun Wei in the waist, sending him flying and collapsing half the bike shed. The next day, Sun Wei brought more than a dozen street punks to block me at the school gate. I did not run. I casually grabbed a discarded iron pipe from the roadside and walked straight toward them. One man, one iron pipe, and in front of the flood of students leaving school, I beat them until their teeth littered the ground. Sun Wei ended up with 2 broken ribs, a fractured nose bridge, and 2 front teeth knocked out. But in the end, Sun Wei received no punishment at all, while I was expelled from school instead. My older adoptive sister Bai Qing ran to the school and bowed in apology to the teachers, the administrators, and even Sun Wei's parents one by one. She even knelt outside the principal's office. It was useless. Sun Wei's family would not let it go, and by the end of it all, even the company where Bai Qing was interning fired her under pressure. My homeroom teacher, old Zhao, could not stand to watch anymore. So he secretly helped contact people in the military and got me sent into the army. Sunway smiled and licked his lips. Your sister was pretty back then too. I still remember her carrying some rotten fruit and running to my house to beg me to forgive you. His smile slowly turned vicious. I still remember the way she cried on her knees. I slapped her a few times to teach her a lesson. TSK, the feeling of that. I really should have kept your sister at my house to do chores. Then wouldn't you have had to call me brother-in-law? My expression did not change at all, but my fists tightened. My voice remained calm. I see. So it was you who hit my sister and left those injuries on her face back then. He spread his hands and smiled broadly. Yeah, so what? Fight me. Weren't you pretty good at fighting? And now a single sentence from me was enough to cost you your job, wasn't it? He sneered. What's the use of being able to fight? Out here, power and influence are what matter, little loser. Beside him, Zhang Ling added fuel to the fire. By Ziheng. This is exactly how shameless you've always been. Even your own sister got dragged down because of you. She said, you'd better apologize to brother Sun right now, or don't even dream of finding another job in this life. I suddenly laughed and spoke lazily. I was wondering why, after latching onto a rich man, you were still thinking about my insurance payout. Turns out it was because of this bastard you got the idea. Sunway was just about to speak. Smack. A crisp slap rang out, and his whole body spun in place before he crashed to the ground. Half his face visibly swelled up at once. The corner of his mouth split open, and blood ran down his chin. He was completely stunned. Zhang Ling screamed and lunged at me, shoving me. Are you crazy? You dare hit someone? Help! Somebody! I raised my hand. She shrank back in fright. But when she saw that my slap did not come down, smugness returned to her heart. Go on, hit me. If you've got the guts, then. She could not finish, because she saw me smiling, the kind of split-lipped, demonic smile that made her whole body feel as if it had fallen into an ice cellar. Her human instinct told her that if that slap came down, she would definitely die. Smack. Zhang Ling took a solid slap, and her whole body lurched sideways. But it was not me who struck her. Before my hand could come down, a figure darted out from behind me. Luo Yao was wearing an off-shoulder sweater and a ponytail, looking at Zhang Ling with a wicked grin. She said, this is the first time I've heard such a request, begging someone to hit you. That's pretty cheap of you. Since you asked, I'll satisfy you. Sun Wei climbed up from the ground, one side of his face swollen like a pig's head, blood dripping onto his expensive suit. Ignoring the stunned Zhang Ling, he covered his face and stared at me in disbelief. You bastard, you dare hit me? I crushed out my cigarette. I hit you. So what? Sun Wei's voice changed pitch. With just one word from me, I can make it impossible for you to survive in this city. Smack. Another backhand slap. Sun Wei spun twice like a top and crashed into the flower bed, his face covered in mud. Zhang Ling screamed and rushed over to help him, only to be shoved away. Get lost. He roared. By Ziheng, I'm calling people right now. I'll make you kneel and beg me. My expression stayed indifferent. Call them. Sun Wei's finger froze. He looked up and met my terrifyingly calm eyes, and a chill shot up his spine. Back in high school, I had worn exactly that kind of look when I walked toward him alone with an iron pipe in hand. I said blandly, so are you going to fight or not? A barking dog really doesn't bite. At that moment, Luo Yao came out from behind me with her hands behind her back, smiling brightly. Sun Wei's eyes lit up. This woman was far too beautiful. Compared with her, Zhang Ling was heaven and earth apart. He subconsciously straightened his collar, wanting his miserable face to look a little less pathetic. Lowering his voice, sounding oily, he said, beautiful lady, this guy's just trash. A poor loser, freshly fired, no future with him. How about, you come with me instead? Zhang Ling stared in disbelief. Brother Sun. Sun Wei glared at her. Shut up. Luo Yao's smile grew even brighter, and she turned to ask me. Hey, mister, can I chop him up? I said, doing that in the street would be too disharmonious. She pouted, what a buzzkill. Then she lightly circled around to stand before Sun Wei and looked up at him with an innocent face. She said, Uncle, he does have a point. This guy is so poor he only buys me one slice of strawberry cake at a time. So stingy. Excitement reduced the swelling on Sun Wei's face by 3 parts all on its own. He hurriedly said, yes, yes, yes. Come with me, and I'll buy out every dessert shop in the whole city for you. Luo Yao tilted her head, smiling sweetly. Really? He thumped his chest. Of course. There's nothing in this city that I, Sun Wei, can't do. Luo Yao stretched out a hand and pointed at his face. Oh, then I want you. Sun Wei was overjoyed, smugly turning to look at me, preparing to enjoy the expression of a man being cuckolded. Instead, He found no anger on my face, only a trace of pity. I sighed and lit another cigarette. Young lady, this thing wasn't bright to begin with. Don't bully the fool. Luoyao's smile instantly turned eerie. Uncle, I want you to tear this face off and give it to me. Her eyes abruptly turned into golden vertical pupils. Sun Wei's whole body froze. He did not even see how that slender hand caught him by the throat. His whole body was lifted like it had been gripped by a hydraulic clamp, his legs kicking wildly in the air. Looking up at that face turning liver purple from suffocation, Luoyao said, You know, he really is poor, but I have money. He really isn't that useful right now, but I'm willing to support him. She tilted her head, her slit pupils reflecting Sun Wei's terrified expression. Uncle, I'm a very possessive person. I'm the only one allowed to bully him. If anyone else touches him, I'll be upset. As soon as the words fell, she casually flung him away. Sun Wei crashed into the windshield of his own sports car like a bag of trash, shattering the glass. The shrill alarm echoed down the whole street. Zhang Ling collapsed to the ground, her face deathly pale. Luo Yao crouched in front of her, her eyes curved like crescents, her smile gentle and sweet. Auntie Zhang, I won't kill you this time, because my little knight still doesn't seem to have broken free from the shackles of morality. She leaned to Zhang Ling's ear, her voice as light as a gust of wind. He doesn't understand that even if he butchered the two of you in the street right now, someone would help him clean it up. She said, So if you dare appear in front of him again, I'll tear off your face and paste it onto your sugar daddies. Do you understand? Zhang Ling trembled like a sieve and nodded over and over. Snot and tears smeared all over her face. Luo Yao turned back and rolled her eyes at me. Your ex is filthy. How did you ever take a liking to something like that? I flicked the ash from my cigarette. I was young and ignorant back then. Just then, Sun Wei crawled out from the wreckage of the windshield. Covered in blood, his suit in tatters, his eyes still burned with crazed fury. He roared, By Zihang, just you wait. I'm going to grab your sister. Your sister runs a breakfast shop in the east side of town, right? That little dump doesn't even have a surveillance camera in the alley. If a few guys dragged her away one night, do you think anyone would know? The fingers holding my cigarette paused for a moment. He grinned savagely, blood seeping from between his teeth. Not only will I have my brothers take turns with your sister, I'll film it and mail it to you as a keepsake. I'll make sure you get a good look at how your sister gets. Before he could finish, a hand seized his wrist. I had somehow already appeared in front of him. The cigarette in my hand had not gone out, but my other hand had already locked onto his wrist with a grip so powerful it was nearly crushing the bone. Sun Wei looked up and met my eyes, finally seeing emotion there. It was pure killing intent, like a god who had already decided to grind you to dust and was only taking one last look at the shape of your death. He stammered, trembling. Why you? What are you trying to do, ah? The sound of bone cracking rang through the street, followed by a dense series of smaller breaks, like stepping over shattered glass. His wrist was bent completely backward at the forearm, stark white bone spikes piercing through skin and the sleeve of his suit, while blood dripped down between my fingers. Sun Wei's scream no longer sounded human. He rolled on the ground clutching that utterly ruined arm. Passers-by stopped one after another, phones raised high. Some called the police, some called for an ambulance, but not one person dared to step forward. Because the man who had crushed someone else's arm was smiling, his face ferocious and twisted, like a starving beast that had finally tasted blood. Sun Wei's voice shook. Have you gone insane? My dad is. I crouched down and said, word by word, who your dad is doesn't matter. What matters is that I have a terminal illness. Late-stage lung cancer. I won't live more than a few months. Sun Wei's pupils shrank violently. I looked at him. So tell me, what exactly do you think I still care about now? The blood in Sun Wei's body turned completely cold. That's right. This lunatic was already a man sentenced to death by fate. Why had he gone out of his way to provoke someone who was no longer afraid of dying? More and more people gathered, and the noisy voices churned like boiling water. His hand is broken and the bone is sticking out. Did anyone call the police? Hurry and dial 110. That man's eyes are terrifying. A soft hand rested on my shoulder. Luo Yao rose on tiptoe and leaned to my ear, her voice so light that only the two of us could hear it. Mister, time to go. The savage smile on my face slowly faded. I lowered my head and looked at my hand. Sun Wei's blood still stained my palm, sticky and warm, carrying a fishy sweetness. What had that killing intent been just now? That impulse to stop caring about everything and simply crush the person in front of me for insulting my sister. That violence that wanted to drag the whole world down into ruin. In the very instant I crushed his wrist, a thought had even flashed through my mind. If I'm afraid of witnesses, Then kill everyone here and leave no one alive. I frowned. I was no saint, but for such an extreme thought to suddenly appear genuinely frightened even me. Luo Yao lightly touched my arm, her voice airy. Don't worry, this is only a little side effect of devouring. You'll get through it. I'm here, so it's fine. After a moment of silence, I turned and walked toward Sun Wei, who was wailing on the ground. He was trembling like a sieve. The moment he heard my footsteps, his whole body jolted, even his cries quieted, and he desperately tried to shrink backward. As he scrambled backward, he begged for mercy. What are you going to do? I'm sorry, I won't dare again. Spare me. He looked like an overturned turtle, struggling for half a day and managing to scoot back less than half a meter. I looked down at this coward curled into a ball. I had meant to throw out a few harsh words, but now I had completely lost the mood. I spat out 2 words, coward. Then I turned and walked toward the street corner. Luo Yao stuck out her tongue at Zhang Ling and made a face. See you around, Annie. Then she skipped after me. You won't blame me for stopping you just now, right? I said no. Actually, I'm surprised. You're a demon, yet you'd stop someone from killing. She smiled. It's a harmonious society now. Though even if you had killed them, it wouldn't have been a big deal. She put away the joke, and her tone turned a little more serious. But I suggest that until you can control this power, don't easily hand everything over to the urge to kill. I took out a cigarette and lit it. True. Trash like that really isn't worth it. We disappeared into the crowd side by side. And in the cafe at the street corner, not far away, Zheng Yueyao was standing by the floor-to-ceiling window in casual clothes, holding an Americano, taking in everything that had just happened. From the moment I sent Sun Wei spinning with a slap, to that crisp crack of breaking bone, she murmured in a low voice, crushing a grown man's arm barehanded. And that man looked like he worked out regularly too. An ordinary person can't possibly have that kind of strength. She set down her coffee cup, took out her phone, and dialed into the encrypted channel. Code 0723, Zheng Yueyao. A physical altercation occurred in the Linjiang Road commercial district. One male suspect crushed another man's arm barehanded. I suspect the involved male may be an anomaly, and I'm preparing to follow him. The central desk replied quickly, received. The police have also gotten multiple reports, and the matter has already been taken over by us. Be careful. She answered, understood. Just as she was about to step out and follow, her phone suddenly vibrated again. It was a callback from the central desk, 0723, stop following immediately. That person is not an anomaly. Alert lifted. Zheng Yueyao's steps halted. Her brows drew tight. Not an anomaly? How could that kind of strength be possible? The voice on the other end only repeated, this is confirmed information. Stop following immediately. Unwillingly, she bit her lip. This clearly looks like an anomaly assaulting someone in broad daylight. Ordinary police can't handle this. I'm on the scene right now, so I can. A voice came through the phone again. But this time it was not the operator. It was the deputy director of the operations department, her direct superior, Chen Guodong. The voice on the other end was still gentle, exactly the same as it had been in the command center at dawn. Yet now, it carried a gravity that felt slightly off. Xiaoyao, it's me. Don't concern yourself with this matter anymore. The knuckles holding Zheng Yueyao's phone whitened slightly. Uncle Chen, may I know the reason? There was a 2-second silence on the other end. It would be better if you didn't know. Chen Guodong's tone turned light again, as if coaxing a child. Aren't you off today? Relax a little. You're only 23. Don't push yourself too hard. Anomalies can never all be caught. She still wanted to argue, but Chen Guodong sighed and said only 2 words, be obedient. The line went dead, and the busy tone rang in her ear for a long time. Zheng Yueyao stood at the entrance of the cafe, looking at the street corner where we had disappeared, her knuckles pale from gripping too hard. A moment later, she threw the coffee cup into a trash bin and started walking. No matter what the reason was, she wanted to confirm it with her own eyes. Zheng Yueyao lowered her steps and followed far behind us. Through the bustling commercial street and past the bus stop, we never once looked back, maintaining an unhurried pace. That girl walked beside me with her hands behind her back, skipping along. From time to time, she leaned close to say something, half coquettish and half teasing. As for me, I seemed a little awkward. Whenever she leaned in, I would tilt my head slightly away, the tips of my ears faintly reddening. Zheng Yueyao frowned. These two are far too relaxed. In broad daylight, he crushed a grown man's arm to pieces, with dozens of onlookers and countless people taking photos and videos. Logically, they should either flee at once or at least conceal their tracks. But us, talking and laughing, as if we had just finished a stroll. Did we really think the Special Administration Bureau did not exist? The more she thought, the tighter her brows drew. They have absolutely no intention of hiding their movements. It's as if they simply don't care whether they'll be targeted. But thinking of what Uncle Chun had said, perhaps these two really were somewhat special. Her gaze fell once more on my back. Broad shoulders, steady steps. Even walking casually in the street, my back was not fully relaxed. That back. Zheng Yueyao's pupils contracted slightly. It was almost exactly the same as the person who descended from the sky in the rainy night at the port. The back that had stood before her and saved her that night was something she still had not forgotten. If it were for some other reason, she might not have kept following. But she wanted to know whether this man was the same one from the port that day. Biting her lip, she quickened her pace. At that moment, the two of us had suddenly turned into an alley. Zheng Yueyao's heart tightened, and she hurried after us. The alley was not deep. On both sides stood the walls of old residential buildings. Waste cartons were piled in the corners, along with a rust-covered shared bicycle. At the end stood a brick wall, clearly making it a dead end. And yet, there was no one there. The alley was empty, without even a shadow of a person. The two people who had just turned in had simply vanished into thin air. Zheng Yueyao froze for a moment, then quickly walked deeper in. No footsteps, no lingering aura, no trace of anything at all. Standing at the end of the alley, she slowly raised her head and clenched her fists, as expected. These two really are anomalies. The instant she turned around, a pair of golden slit pupils was right in front of her. Luo Yao was smiling at her. On that breathtakingly beautiful face, those eyes emitted a cold, golden glow in the dimness. Zheng Yueyao's pupils shrank abruptly. Instinctively, she took a step back, her right hand already pressing to her waist. But today she was wearing casual clothes and had not brought her blade. She immediately took up a fighting stance, preparing to attack. But Luo Yao was faster. The girl raised a hand, wrapped it around her waist, and pulled her straight into her arms. That hand looked slender, but its strength was astonishing, and Zheng Yueyao's whole body was pulled helplessly against her. Then the other hand caught her chin and forced her to raise her head, meeting those golden slit pupils. Luo Yao's voice was light and drifting, carrying an indescribable enchantment. "Don't be nervous, good girl," she said. "Listen to me. You saw nothing. You were only passing by, and you noticed nothing at all." Zheng Yueyao's body stiffened. She wanted to look away, but those golden eyes were like a bottomless well, firmly sucking in her gaze. The surroundings began to blur, and sounds turned distant and hollow. "No, I came here to follow them. I need to confirm his identity." These thoughts began to break apart, slipping away like sand through her fingers. Luo Yao's lips were almost pressed to her earlobe, her voice as soft as a lullaby. "Forget everything about us. Leave now, and enjoy your day off." In almost an instant, Zheng Yueyao opened her eyes again. There was no one in front of her. She scratched her head and looked around blankly, discovering that she was standing at the mouth of a strange alley. "What am I doing here?" She tried hard to remember, but her mind was completely blank. Wasn't I out shopping? How did I end up in a place like this? She shook her head and smiled at herself. Probably too many missions lately. Her mind must be a little dazed. She turned and walked out of the alley. Sunlight fell over her again. The street was crowded with pedestrians, and everything returned to normal. She could not shake the feeling that her heart was oddly empty, as if she had lost something important. But when she thought carefully, she could not remember what it was. Watching Zheng Yueyao's figure disappear, Luo Yao clapped her hands and skipped back to my side. I was leaning against the wall at the mouth of the alley with a cigarette in my mouth. We had almost simultaneously sensed the tail behind us just now. Without exchanging a word, one look had been enough for us to silently agree on luring her into this dead end. I asked, "Taken care of?" She answered, "Of course." She was only a little girl from the Special Administration Bureau, easy enough. I froze for a moment. "She's from the Special Administration Bureau?" "Of course." Luo Yao stretched lazily, then suddenly leaned close to me. Her golden slit pupils had not fully faded yet, and they carried a trace of slyness. "Hey, mister, you really are good at pretending to be dumb. Don't you remember her?" I flicked my cigarette ash, my expression unchanged. "Don't know her." "Really?" Luo Yao tilted her head, her smile meaningful. "Best if that's true. Those eyes of yours only need to keep looking at me." I asked, "What did you do to her just now? How did she walk away so obediently?" Luo Yao raised one finger. "Remember the authority I told you about before?" I said I remembered. "You said the Special Administration Bureau possesses a part of your authority." She nodded. "Right, the authority of dominion. And what I just showed was merely a tiny remnant of that residual power." She said, "It works fine on a little girl like that. But if a somewhat stronger Bureau agent had come, I'm afraid it wouldn't have been so easy for us to get away. I frowned. Didn't you say before that the Bureau wouldn't keep chasing after us? Why are you worried now about being entangled by these agents? Luo Yao sighed, put both hands behind her back, and slowly stepped forward. Mister, some deals are made only at the top. There's no way they can be passed down to every single person. She turned around and walked backward in front of me, the morning light tracing a golden edge through her hair. The higher-ups in the Special Administration Bureau know of my existence, and they tacitly allow me to operate in their territory. The premise is that I don't cause too much trouble, and in return they trade for certain information and methods from me. That's the understanding on the surface. But, she raised one finger. A deal of this level exists only in the minds of the few people at the very top. The agents below don't know. The middle-ranking commanders don't know, let alone those hot-blooded youngsters who just joined. She shrugged, her tone carrying a trace of helplessness and a bit of worldly clarity. To them, if they see an anomaly causing trouble in the street, of course their first reaction is to chase after it. That's their duty, and also their instinct. She spread her hands. I can hardly ask the Bureau to send out an internal notice saying the anomaly on Linjiang Road is our partner, so everyone should detour when they see her. I was silent for a few seconds, then nodded thoughtfully. So the higher-ups won't actively cause us trouble, but if lower-level agents run into us, they'll still handle it according to regulations. Smart. Luo Yao snapped her fingers. And you should know that the Bureau isn't completely united either. Wherever there are people advocating peace, there are also people advocating war. Some people would love nothing more than to catch me, a high-level anomaly, with some leverage they can use as a stepping stone for promotion. She stuck out her tongue. That's why I was in such a hurry to send that young lady away. If she had kept following and called for reinforcements, then we really wouldn't have had an easy time getting away today. The authority of my dominion is only this tiny scrap now. Controlling a little girl for a few seconds is fine, but if we had to face a whole demon-slaying squad head-on. She paused, then cheerfully patted my shoulder. Then we'd have to rely on you, Sir Knight. The scene shifts to nighttime. The street was desolate, with dim yellow streetlights spilling over the empty road. In the back alleys of the old district, there were almost no pedestrians at this hour. Only a few stray cats crouched by the garbage bins, their ears pricked warily. A raggedly dressed woman stumbled in panic into a dead-end alley. She turned around in despair, pressing her back against the cold wall, clutching the bundle in her arms tightly to her chest, and curling into herself. It was several pieces of bread, stolen from a convenience store, wrapped in a ragged cloth by her, as if they were the most precious treasure in the world. She looked up at the figures closing in on her step by step. Don't come closer. I only took a few pieces of bread. Tears filled her eyes, though she fought to keep them from falling. My child is starving to death. He's so little, and he hasn't eaten for 2 days. She hugged the bread tighter, her knuckles white, the backs of her hands covered in cracked skin from the cold and overlapping bruises both fresh and old. I didn't hurt anyone. I really haven't hurt anyone. I just wanted my child to live. As she spoke, her knees gave way and she dropped straight to the ground. Please, let me go. I'll give the bread back to you, all right? I won't keep a single piece. I'll return all of it. Trembling, she pulled out the cloth bundle and held it out with both hands, as if offering up every bargaining chip she had. Just let me go back and see him once. When he wakes up, he'll look for me. If he can't find me, he'll be afraid. There were 7 of them, dressed in modified Daoist-robed combat uniforms. A man with sharp brows and bright eyes stepped forward. In his early 30s, his face was lean, and his features carried an air of righteousness. The peachwood sword in his hand tilted slightly downward, the tip pointing at the ground rather than directly at her. His voice was calm, yet it carried unquestionable authority. I know. I am He Yuan, captain of the 3rd Execution Team under the Special Administration Bureau's Supernatural Phenomena Management Division. You carry the scent of a fugitive we are currently pursuing, and it is the scent of someone you came into contact with not long ago. Therefore, I need you to come back with me and assist in the investigation. His gaze swept over her. Don't worry. The scent on you is very faint, which means it is only external residual contamination. If you truly have not hurt anyone, we absolutely will not harm you. That is an iron law of the Special Administration Bureau. The woman's tears suddenly poured out. I can't go. She curled up into a ball, her voice shaking so hard it was hardly recognizable. He Yuan said, if you need shelter, we can help. We can protect your child as well. The Bureau has dedicated safe sites. No matter what kind of threat it is, we can. No, absolutely not. The woman suddenly raised her head, her eyes full of terror. It was not fear of him, but fear of someone else. If that person finds out I went with you, he'll kill my child. He really will. He Yuan's expression sharpened, and he stepped forward. The team members behind him also tightened their grips on their peachwood swords. The person you're talking about. Who exactly is he? The woman opened her mouth, but only broken sounds came from her throat. H.A. At that moment, a melodious flute sound drifted in from afar. It was not loud, yet it was extraordinarily clear, as though it had passed through walls and through the night wind. The melody was strange, more like some kind of spell being chanted. Immediately after that, a peculiar fragrance spread through the air. A young female team member sniffed the air and asked in confusion, "What's that smell?" He Yuan's expression changed drastically. "Not good. It's beast breath." He roared sharply, the veins on his forehead bulging. "Seize her now. Don't let her come into contact with this scent." But it was already too late. The woman had smelled the fragrance. Her expression changed drastically in a single second. The fear and panic she had shown vanished instantly, replaced by complete blankness. Her eyes became dull, and her pupils turned into the vertical slits of a beast. She began to howl, her body convulsing violently. Her spine exploded with crackling pops, and her entire body seemed to be folded in half by an invisible hand and then spread back open. Her nails grew madly, becoming gray-black claws. The muscles beneath her skin swelled as if inflated, tearing apart her tattered clothes completely. A few seconds later, what stood before them was no longer that frail woman. Instead, it was a gray-black giant wolf with blood-red eyes. It stood more than a man's height tall, its limbs thick as pillars, and the saliva dripping from its mouth struck the ground below. He Yuan sucked in a sharp breath and nearly roared the order. "The target has transformed. Quick, form up." But before he had even finished speaking, the flute suddenly rose into a high, piercing shriek. Thick clouds of fog surged through the surrounding air, so dense they looked like congealed blood. One could not see one's own hand in front of one's face, and the entire alley was swallowed whole. "Form up, quickly form up." He Yuan's voice rang through the fog, only to be drowned out by a scream. Ah, it was the voice of that young female team member. Senior brother, save me." The voice cut off abruptly. In the dense fog, chaos erupted. Someone tried to ignite a talisman for light, but the moment it flared up, the fog snuffed it out. Someone began chanting an incantation, yet their voice was swallowed by that eerie flute. He Yuan gripped his peachwood sword tightly. In his ears rose one scream after another. They were the young people he had personally trained, falling one by one in the fog. Grinding his teeth, he charged forward and slashed at that gray-black shadow in the mist, only to be struck away by a tremendous force. He slammed heavily into the wall, sweetness rising in his throat as blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. The evil wolf's blood-red beast eyes lit up in the fog as it advanced step by step. It opened its mouth, revealing fangs smeared with bits of flesh and blood, a low growl rumbling from its throat. He Yuan gripped his sword desperately and tried to stand, but the agony of broken ribs made every movement feel like death by 1,000 cuts. Leaning against the wall, he watched the evil wolf draw closer and closer. He spoke hoarsely, but his words were not for the wolf. They were for the one hiding in the fog and causing this disaster. "Who are you, and why are you doing this?" The evil wolf pounced. At the very instant that gaping maw was about to crush his skull, a peachwood sword fell from the sky. Bathed in moonlight, the sword shone with a faint bluish aura, like a meteor dropping through the night. It drove straight into the evil wolf's back, pierced flesh and bone, and nailed deep into the ground. With a boom, an invisible shockwave burst outward from the sword. The dense fog was dispersed in an instant, torn apart as if by a giant hand. Moonlight fell once more, revealing corpses and blood all over the ground. The evil wolf let out a shrill howl, its huge body struggling a few times. He Yuan slowly lifted his head. A slender figure descended from the sky, the tip of one foot landing lightly on the hilt of that peachwood sword. It was a delicate-looking young man, no more than 18 or 19. He wore a washed-faded blue Taoist robe, and on his back was a dark brown sword case. He stood on the sword hilt as lightly as a fallen leaf, his sleeves fluttering gently in the night wind. Turning his head toward the shadows outside the alley, a trace of coldness flashed through his clear eyes. He formed a sword seal with his fingers, pointed forward, and spoke only one word: "Rise." The peachwood swords scattered across the ground beside those fallen comrades began trembling one after another. Under the moonlight, they all rose at once, turning into streaks of light, shooting toward the shadows with sharp whistling sounds. Thud, 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 thud. The sounds of blades piercing concrete rang out in succession. But there was no one there. The shadows swayed a few times, then returned to stillness. The young man frowned and cursed under his breath. Coward. Fast runner, though. He leapt lightly down from the sword hilt. The instant he landed, the peachwood sword embedded in the evil wolf's back also rose into the air, drew an arc, and flew back into the sword case on his back. He looked around. Moonlight shone into the narrow alley, making the scarlet all over the ground painfully vivid. Those of his own people lay sprawled in every direction, their faces beyond recognition. By now, He Yuan too had already closed his eyes forever, and the woman who had transformed into the evil wolf had now returned to human form. She lay naked in a pool of blood, her small frame covered in horrifying wounds, no trace of life remaining. The young man sighed softly, his voice carrying an indescribable bitterness. Still too late. A peachwood sword dropped from the air and planted itself before him. It was the sword that had been fired into the bushes just now summoned back by his sword art. He bent down and drew out the sword. His gaze suddenly sharpened. A layer of crimson powder clung to the blade, gleaming darkly under the moonlight. He brought it close to his nose and inhaled lightly, his brows drawing tight. How rich would the beast breath have to be to condense into this much beast powder? At that moment, the phone in his sleeve rang. He gently placed that peachwood sword dusted with crimson powder back into its owner's arms, then pulled out his phone and answered. On the other end was a girl's voice, gentle and carrying a hint of anticipation. Xingguang, are you coming home for dinner tonight? The owner of that voice was Zheng Yueyao, and this young man was none other than Zheng Yueyao's biological younger brother, Zheng Xingguang. Holding the phone, Zheng Xingguang replied in a flat tone, Sis, I'm at a mission site. There was a clear pause on Zheng Yueyao's end, but worry instantly overpowered reason, and her voice turned urgent, words tumbling out one after another. A mission site? How are things over there? Are you hurt? Have you eaten dinner yet? Did you go to the hospital for that stomach pain last time? Did you take the stomach medicine I put in your bag, the hole in your clothes from your last mission? I patched it and put it in your closet. Did you see it? Oh right, it's getting colder lately. Remember to take out the thick blanket. Don't catch another cold. Last time you, sis. The young man sighed. The other end instantly fell silent. After 2 seconds, Zheng Yueyao's voice dropped, carrying a trace of caution. Sorry, I'm nagging again. Her tone became awkward, as if trying hard to restrain herself, but still unable to stop from saying a little more. It's just, I'm off today, and this afternoon I bought groceries. I got the pork ribs you like, and broccoli too. If you're not busy, do you want to come home for dinner? Zheng Xingguang did not answer immediately. He stood in a sea of blood, moonlight shining on his slender profile, on the corpses behind him, and on the shattered peachwood swords scattered everywhere. That so-called home was not a place he held any good memories of. A cold living room, a dining table that was always empty. That man was rarely home, and when he did return, he only examined him with a measuring gaze, as though inspecting whether a weapon was still sharp. There had never been warmth in that house, but his sister was still there, still trying to preserve the shape of a family that had long since existed in name only. She stubbornly believed that as long as the family could still sit down together for one meal, then everything could still be saved. In that cold house, she was the only person who still asked whether he had eaten. Xingguang, if you don't have time, then forget it. I just said it casually. I'll hang up first then. You must be careful. Remember to take your medicine. Remember to wear more clothes. Remember, I'll be home in 30 minutes, sis. The other end of the line was silent for a full 3 seconds. Then Zheng Yueyao's voice suddenly brightened, as if someone had poured a whole spoonful of sugar into it. Really? Okay, I'll start stewing the ribs right away. Be careful on your way. No need to rush. Just come back slowly. I'll wait for you. After hanging up, Zheng Xingguang slipped the phone back into his sleeve. He glanced over the mess on the ground. That frail woman was curled up on the cold floor, even in death still preserving the posture of protecting something in her arms. He crouched down and gently pried apart her stiffened fingers. A few pieces of bread rolled out, crushed flat and smeared with blood and dirt. Zheng Xingguang looked at those pieces of bread in silence. There was no expression in his clear eyes, only a deepening furrow in his brow. Who exactly was using beast breath to drive these anomalies mad? Those beings who only wanted to survive. Those anomalies who hid their identities carefully in human society and lived their days cautiously and honestly, were being treated like disposable bombs, tools for creating chaos. He stood up, gently placed the bread back beside the woman, and said softly, Dust returns to dust. Earth returns to earth. Let it all be laid down here. Then he turned away, and with a flicker of blue robes under the moonlight, disappeared at the end of the alley. Cut back to my side. Beast breath. I was in the kitchen stir-frying, still wearing an apron, spatula raised halfway in the air. I turned my head and looked through the glass partition toward Luo Yao in the living room. She was curled up on the sofa, lounging with complete shameless ease. A white off-shoulder sweater hung loosely on her, her two long legs crossed and propped up on the armrest. In her right hand, she held a little bottle of bright red nail polish, carefully painting her toenails. Without even looking up, she said, "MHM. There have been a lot of cases recently in this city of anomalies suddenly going berserk and killing people. Anomalies that were clearly all registered with the Special Administration Bureau, gentle as sheep, usually not even daring to speak loudly, suddenly lost their minds and started killing everyone they saw." She blew lightly on her freshly painted nails and switched to the other foot. Some people suspect the anomalies only pretended to be docile and fooled the inspections. Others say the underground black market is testing some new kind of drug. But I've smelled the residual aura at the scenes. She lifted her eyes, those golden slit pupils sweeping over me, and the corner of her mouth curved into a meaningful smile. That's a scent I know better than anything. So the thing causing all this is that beast breath? I carried 2 dishes out of the kitchen and set them on the table. More accurately, Luo Yao screwed the cap back onto the bottle and casually tossed it aside, then flipped herself upright and walked barefoot to the table. Is the authority of chaos, one of my original 3 great authorities, and also one of the authorities you need to reclaim as soon as possible. She pulled out a chair and sat down, propping her chin in both hands as she watched me set out the bowls and chopsticks, her eyes sparkling. Beast breath only counts as one of its byproducts. The power of chaos itself directly affects a person's subconscious, guiding instinct and amplifying emotion. Simply put, it can make any rational creature devolve into a beast that acts only on instinct. As she spoke, she suddenly laughed, sounding a little gleeful at others' misery. Right now, the Special Administration Bureau is being driven frantic by this beast breath too. They know someone is pulling strings behind the scenes, but every time, they fail to catch the culprit. Every time they arrive, either the anomaly has already been killed by their own people, or all that remains is a field of corpses and a total mess. They haven't even caught sight of the real murderer. Which means, I brought the last bowl of soup to the table, untied my apron, and sat down across from her. The Bureau is chasing beast breath all over the city, but everyone they catch is a victim. As for the real mastermind, they haven't even seen a single hair of him. Smart. Luo Yao picked up a bite of food with her chopsticks and stuffed it into her mouth, her cheeks puffing up like a hamster's. I picked up my rice bowl and was just about to eat when I suddenly felt something under the table brush against my knee. I froze. That thing slowly slid up along my calf, then stopped on my thigh. It was a pale little foot, its 5 toes slightly curled, the tips resting lightly there. I looked up at the opposite side. Luo Yao was holding up her chin with one hand, smiling at me with her head tilted. Her foot stretched a little farther and lightly pressed on my leg. "Mister, look at my new nail polish. Is it pretty?" The tips of my ears turned red at once. "We're eating. Stop wriggling around and pull your foot back." No way. Not only did she refuse to withdraw it, she got even worse, pressing again, her toes lightly scratching through my pants. I took a deep breath and decided to drag the topic back. "So, do you already have any leads on who holds this authority of chaos?" "Unfortunately not." She stretched both feet over now, pressing on the inside of my thighs in alternating little steps. "The Special Administration Bureau still hasn't seen the person's face. They let him get away every single time. Totally unreliable. I originally wanted to fish some information out of them, but then I found they knew even less than I do." She tilted her head, her toes tracing circles on my leg. "But if we can find a beastified anomaly, I can trace the beast breath backward and probably locate that person. After all, it's my authority. Its scent is one I'm more familiar with than." She never finished the sentence, because I suddenly shoveled down the rest of my rice in 2 bites, set the empty bowl on the table, and then grabbed both of her feet. Luo Yao's body visibly trembled, and her toes curled sharply. A rare flash of panic crossed those golden slit pupils. Hey, what are you doing all of a sudden?" Holding her ankles, I slowly pressed my thumbs against the soles of her feet and looked up at her with the calm expression of someone who had finally gotten his turn. "I was eating just now, so it wasn't convenient to touch your feet. Now I'm done." But I'm not done yet." She was about to pull her feet back when my thumb suddenly slid lightly across the sole. "Ha ha ha." Luo Yao jolted as if electrified, and her chopsticks flew out of her hands. She struggled desperately to yank her feet free, but my grip was astonishingly strong, clamped around her ankles without budging in the slightest. Ha ha ha, wait, don't tickle me, you bastard. Seeing her laughing so hard she was shaking and nearly tearing up, I could not help laughing too. What a surprise, really. My fingers slowly traced circles on her soles, and every time they touched a certain spot, her whole body would spring up before collapsing back in helpless laughter. So the demon lady is ticklish too, and this sensitive? Let go of me. How dare you do this to me? Don't touch there. Luoyao laughed until her body went limp, sliding down from the chair and collapsing into the gap between the chair and the table, hair disheveled, tears of laughter hanging at the corners of her eyes. Even so, her face still wore that same provocative, wicked smile wrapped in allure as she gasped for breath. Her golden slit pupils were half narrowed, my reflection swimming in her tearful eyes, her breathing soft and husky. Who would have thought? You're actually pretty good at playing this game. She licked her lips. Looking at her like that, I only felt my throat go a little dry, so I quickly let go and pretended to busy myself cleaning up the bowls and chopsticks. Just then, Luoyao's nose suddenly twitched. Her expression changed in an instant. The laziness and haze from before vanished completely, replaced by the sharp excitement of a hunter catching the scent of prey. What is it? I stopped what I was doing. She lifted her eyes. Tear marks from laughing still lingered on her face, but the familiar dangerous curve had already risen at the corner of her mouth. Speak of the devil, Sir Knight. Time to work. I froze for a moment. The kind of aura you mentioned, it's appeared now? Luoyao did not answer. Sitting on the sofa, she changed into stockings, put on short boots, stood up, and spread her arms toward me. Come on, carry me. Before I could react, she had already jumped onto my back. Then those 2 feet wrapped in black stockings slowly slid from my waist to the front, her toes lightly rubbing against my thighs. What are you doing now? My ears turned red again. Heading out. She lay on my back grinning, her tone as innocent as could be. Southeast direction, around 5 kilometers. The beast breath is very fresh. Cursing under my breath, I walked toward the door. Hey, not the front door. Then which way? The window. Flying again. A thread of despair crept into my voice. Her toes pressed lightly on my legs again. But this time I'm not the one flying. Didn't you swallow that hyena demon's core before? The power of that A-rank hyena demon has been maturing inside your body for several days now. It's time to test how well you've fused with it. My back instantly stiffened. You want me to jump on my own? From this height? That's right. Luoyao's voice was sweet enough to drip sugar. She lifted her head slightly, opened her mouth, and lightly bit my earlobe, her sharp little canine teeth rubbing against the soft flesh. Don't worry, mister. I'm here. I let out a breath of relief. At least she could fly. Before that thought had even finished passing through my mind, Luoyao spoke again, her voice full of delight. Even if you splatter into meat paste, as long as I'm not dead, I can still knead you back together. Arms go with arms, legs go with legs. Piece things together and you'll still be usable. The corner of my mouth twitched. Nuwa help me. I cursed inwardly. Then I took a deep breath and, carrying her on my back, walked toward the window. The lights of the city spread out beneath us, and the view from the 21st floor was completely open. Close your eyes. Luoyao's voice turned unusually serious, her lips brushing my ear. Feel the core inside your body. I slowly closed my eyes. At first, I could feel nothing. But Luoyao's arms tightened, and her chest pressed against my back. That softness made it impossible for my mind to settle. Come on now, mister, don't think about silly things at a time like this. Focus on your work. I groaned inwardly. How was she accusing me first? I forced my mind to calm down. Then I felt it. That core was like a mass of blazing energy, sleeping deep in my blood, faintly pulsing as it waited to be awakened. Found it. Good. Now Luoyao's voice slithered deep into my consciousness. Draw out the power of the first demon you devoured too. Put the 2 powers together, let them fuse, and then. Her lips brushed my earlobe as she delivered the last words. S it out. Uffed. I nearly spat blood. I had been just about to succeed, and then she ruined it at the very end. Ha ha ha, sorry. I won't talk anymore. You do it again yourself. Cursing furiously in my head, I fused the powers once more and then abruptly opened my eyes. My pupils instantly turned into golden vertical slits. A surge of heat exploded from my chest and rushed through my veins into every limb. My muscles began to swell, my bones crackling loudly, while something beneath my skin grew wildly, forcing my body taller and taller. When the transformation stopped, What stood by the window was no longer a man a little over 1 meter 80, but a werewolf over 2 meters tall. Gray fur reflected a cold silvery glow under the moonlight, and his knotted limbs held explosive power. His golden slit pupils burned in the darkness like two lamps from the underworld. Wow! Luoyao let out a delighted cheer from my back. She sprawled across the broad wolf back and buried her face in the coarse gray fur, rubbing hard against it. Fluffy, so soft, this is unbearably cute. I opened my mouth, wanting to curse at her, but what came out was only a low growl. Forget it. I could not be bothered anymore. I flexed my new limbs, feeling the power surging through this body, then carried Luoyao on my back and stepped onto the windowsill. Moonlight spilled over my gray fur and over the girl draped across my shoulders. I stopped thinking and kicked off hard with both legs, leaping from the 21st floor. The werewolf's jumping power far exceeded my imagination. My whole body shot out like a cannonball, drawing an arc between the buildings before landing steadily on the rooftop opposite, the concrete beneath my feet cracking in several places. I did not pause. I jumped again, this time farther, more naturally. The wind roared past my ears, and the city lights flowed beneath my feet like a river. I had to admit, this felt unbelievably good. Unable to control myself, I threw back my head, and a long wolf howl surged from deep in my throat, exploding into the night sky and echoing across the entire residential complex. Windows in the building opposite lit up in a flurry. Someone cursed about whose dog was howling in the middle of the night. Someone shouted that dog owners should stop disturbing the neighbors and the property management ought to handle it. And someone else cried out that they heard a wolf howl from the 23rd floor and asked who was raising a husky on the roof. I silently shut my mouth and jumped to the next building. On my back, Luoyao was shaking with laughter, even her toes curling up. Ha ha, mister, you got scolded. They said you're a dog. I let out a low growl, shut up. Meanwhile, at the dinner table, steam rose warmly. Zheng Yueyao had worked all afternoon and made a table full of dishes. Xiao Wang, try this rib. She picked up a glossy, braised rib and placed it into the bowl across from her, smiling brightly. I made it the way Mom used to. Taste it and see if it's the same. Zheng Xingguang had changed into a white hoodie, which made his complexion look even paler and cleaner. The usual chill around him had faded a little, replaced by the fresh clarity of a young man. But he did not move his chopsticks. He only lowered his eyes and glanced at the rib. Sis, I heard about that Port District mission last time. Zheng Yueyao's chopsticks paused in midair. Something did go wrong, but it's fine. Your sister knows how to handle it. She smiled, her tone unnaturally light. Zheng Xingguang did not respond. Looking at the table of food, a calmness far beyond his years appeared on his face. Sis, leave the Special Administration Bureau. Zheng Yueyao's smile stiffened. Xiao Wang, I told you before, you're not suited for this. His tone was calm, but it was precisely that calmness that made it harder for her to bear. I can talk to Uncle Chun and have you transferred to desk work. Archives, logistics, clerical work, any of that is fine. You learn fast, so it won't take long for you to get used to it. It's much better than risking your life in the field. Wouldn't a stable life be good? Zheng Yueyao looked at him, then suddenly let out a soft laugh. There was no anger or grievance in that laugh, only an indescribable exhaustion. Xiao Wang, there's something your sister has always wanted to ask you. Her voice was very light, almost like she was talking to herself. You also think your sister can't do anything right, don't you? Zheng Xingguang froze. His chopsticks slipped from his fingers, bounced twice on the table, and rolled to the floor. He did not pick them up. No, that's not what I meant. I want to prove myself, and every time I fail. Zheng Yueyao lowered her head and looked at her calloused hands, a smile tugging at her lips that was painful to see. I couldn't even protect them. It's always been like this since I was little. Dad treats me like a vase, and you treat me like decoration. I thought joining the bureau would let me prove something, but in the end, sis. Zheng Xingguang also put down his chopsticks and looked at his sister with icy eyes. The lives of the people who went on missions with you are not there for you to use to prove yourself. A gust of cold wind blew through, and Zheng Yueyao shivered. They followed you because they trusted you, but you failed to bring them back alive. Maybe the intelligence was insufficient. Maybe there were other reasons, but sis, you let them and their families down. She said nothing more, only sniffed lightly. Both of them fell silent. The warm yellow light shone over the table of hot dishes, yet the room suddenly felt cold. The beeping of a communicator cut through the silence. Zheng Xingguang glanced at the device on his wrist, stood up, and picked up his coat. There's an anomaly signal. It's related to beast breath. I'm going to. Zheng Yueyao stood up almost at the same time. Without even turning his head, Zheng Xingguang walked toward the door, his voice controlled and businesslike. Sis, don't go. Your squad is still being rebuilt, your roster hasn't been filled, and your personnel haven't arrived. Right now, you don't even have field duty clearance. He paused, his tone softening slightly though his meaning did not change. Besides, you're on administrative leave. Stay home and rest. Zheng Yueyao opened her mouth, but in the end she only managed. Then I'll wait for you to come back. I'll keep the food warm. No need. Zheng Xingguang pulled open the door. The night wind poured in, causing the surface of the soup on the table to ripple slightly. I'm not coming back tonight. Zheng Yueyao stared at the closed door for a long time. Then her gaze moved past the table and fell to the corner of the wall. That blade rested there quietly. It was the broken blade she had picked up from the port district. She had neither thrown it away nor replaced it. She had simply left it leaning there. The wind outside the window died down, and the entire room became so quiet that only the ticking of the wall clock remained. Ninghai City, the Cross River Bridge. The night was deep, the river wind fierce. This bridge, usually crowded with traffic, had now been fully sealed off, with barriers and checkpoints set at both approach ramps. To ordinary citizens, the bridge was merely closed temporarily for maintenance. As for what was being repaired, no one looked too deeply into it. The real reason was hidden in the middle of the bridge. A pale blue light curtain completely enveloped the central span of the bridge. That was a barrier set up by the Special Administration Bureau. From the bridge deck to the river below, from the towers to the night sky, it formed a giant transparent box, isolating every sound and aura inside from the outside world. On the bridge deck, the Bureau's execution force had completed its encirclement. Dozens of fully armed agents were spread in a fan formation, their weapons uniformly aimed in the same direction. At the very center of the bridge, 7 or 8 figures huddled together. Their clothes were ragged, and the exposed skin on their bodies was covered in old and new scars, along with frostbitten cracks. But the most eye-catching thing was their ears. Pointed, covered in a layer of gray-white fur. They were wolf ears. The youngest among them was only 7 or 8 years old, a little girl so thin she was almost skin and bones. She shrank in a woman's arms, while several adults surrounded her and 2 other half-grown children, using their own bodies to form one last protective wall. A middle-aged man stood at the front. At such a moment, balanced on the line between life and death, he somehow still forced out a smile and smiled toward the people aiming guns at him. Please don't shoot. I'm begging you, don't shoot. We haven't harmed anyone. Can I talk to whoever's in charge? We're only refugees. We just want to find somewhere to stay alive. Behind him, the smallest child called out softly with a crying voice, Dad, I'm hungry. The middle-aged man turned to look at her, gritted his teeth, then turned back and raised his hands even higher. Yet on the faces of the agents gripping their guns, there was not the slightest trace of sympathy. Because only a few hours earlier, an entire execution squad had been slaughtered by anomalies. The third execution team, led by He Yuan. All 7 members, not a single survivor. Among those dead agents were their classmates from the same training batches, their comrades, friends who had drunk together and eaten hot pot together. When the news was sent back to the Bureau, the entire field system had fallen silent. And at this moment, the anger in those agents' hearts had found its outlet. Nobody make any sudden moves. A man who looked like the team leader spoke coldly, his finger resting on the trigger without moving. Take one more step forward, and you'll be killed on the spot. At one end of the bridge, a sedan was parked beside the control point. The door opened, and a man in a black suit stepped out. The lower half of his face was covered by a silver metal mask, while the eyes above it were calm and indifferent. He leaned against the car door, watching everything happening on the bridge from a distance. Captain Fu. A subordinate ran up and stood at attention to report. Identity confirmed. None of them are registered anomalies. They're werewolves. Werewolves? Then that settles it, he said flatly. The anomalies who wiped out the third execution team just now were also werewolves. There's no need to talk. Open fire. The subordinate froze for a moment, his Adam's apple bobbing. But Captain Fu, wouldn't that violate protocol? They really haven't hurt anyone. The intelligence unit's assessment report says, special times, special treatment. Fu Yangmai stepped forward, walking toward the bridge deck at an unhurried pace. As he passed by the subordinate's shoulder, he tossed out a sentence without looking back. Even if we're going to talk, break their limbs first. There's no such thing as an anomaly that doesn't hurt people. The subordinate's eyelid twitched. Then he snapped to attention, turned, and relayed the order to the agents on the bridge. A uniform chorus of weapons being cocked rang across the bridge, every gun muzzle locking onto those cowering figures at the center at the same instant. The middle-aged man's hands began to tremble. I told you, we haven't hurt anyone. We escaped from somewhere. Please, there are children here. We just want to stay alive. Is that a crime too? Enough. Stop making noise. A detached voice came from behind the agents. The encirclement automatically split to either side, opening a path. Fu Yang stopped at the front and casually swept his gaze over those figures. I am Fu Yang, captain of the 5th Field Operations Squad of the Special Administration Bureau. On behalf of the Bureau, I accept your surrender. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up, his lips trembling as he was just about to speak. However, Fu Yang changed tone abruptly. The werewolf race is too dangerous. Once they beastify, even the old, the weak, women, and children can easily tear apart a well-trained agent. That is a risk I, Fu, cannot bear. He waved his hand, his tone as calm as if he were discussing what to eat tonight. All adult anomalies, disable their limbs first, then take them back. The children need not be touched, but they must wear restrainers at all times. The subordinates looked at each other. Some froze with their guns in hand. Some instinctively looked toward the faces of their companions. Fu Yang did not turn back, yet he knew exactly what they were hesitating about, so he added one more line. That is an order. The middle-aged man stared at this masked man in disbelief. Behind him, the women let out muffled sobs, while the smallest child still did not understand what was happening. She only clutched her mother's clothes tightly and looked blankly around at the strangers pointing guns at her with those slit pupils. You can't do this. The middle-aged man spread his arms, instinctively shielding his family. We're living people too. We haven't hurt anyone. We just want to live. Yes, I know. You want to live, and I'm merely carrying out orders. Fu Yang turned around and waved his hand behind his back. Besides, I can do whatever I want. The black muzzles of the guns rose. At that very moment, a streak of blue light tore through the night sky and descended. It was a peachwood sword, plunging straight into the bridge deck, landing in the strip of space less than 5 meters wide between the execution force and the werewolves. A white figure followed close behind. Zhang Xingguang rode the wind atop another sword, his robes snapping loudly. Midair, he flipped once and landed lightly on the bridge deck. The sword stuck in the ground automatically rose, spun once, and settled securely back into the sword case on his back. Captain Fu, what exactly are you doing? Fu Yang turned around, recognized the newcomer, and narrowed his eyes slightly. Xiaoguang, this has nothing to do with you. Go back. Were you just about to order the execution of these anomalies? But they are not currently a threat. I am the field commander here. Xiaoguang, you are not in the command chain. By the rules, you should be standing outside the blockade line. Zhang Xingguang remained where he was. A faint hum came from the sword case on his back, as though the swords were responding to their master's emotions. When senior brother He Yuan was killed, I was at the scene too. But the matter still hasn't been investigated clearly, so we cannot. Cannot what? Fu Yang cut him off, his voice turning colder. Your senior brothers and sisters were just butchered like livestock, and you don't feel aggrieved for them? The river wind swept by, sending the sleeves of the young Taoist's robe whipping loudly. The fingers hanging at his side curled slightly, but the expression on his face did not change. I am angry too, but I do not wear this uniform for a moment of revenge. I did not come here to kill a few anomalies just to vent my anger. I am an agent of the Special Administration Bureau. My duty is to catch the mastermind behind this, not to shoot refugee anomalies carrying children before the truth is clear. He stepped forward, placing himself between Fu Yang and those anomalies. Captain Fu, please order your men to lower their guns. The air went quiet for a few seconds. The wind and the river suddenly seemed very loud. Fu Yang looked at him, and in those cold eyes, a faint ripple finally appeared. Like an older man looking at a young person not yet worn down by reality, finding him laughable and pitiful at the same time. He let out a long sigh. Zhang Xingguang, do you know what the biggest difference between you and your father is? Your father knows that some things cannot be endured on hot blood alone. He paused, shifting his gaze away from Zhang Xingguang's face toward the dimly lit riverbank in the distance. You and your sister. Before he could finish, a clear flute note suddenly drifted up from the river. Immediately after, a thick, fishy sweet fragrance rushed in on the river wind. At the same time, dense fog began to rise from the river surface. It's beast breath. Fu Yang's pupils shrank violently, and he nearly roared the words. Restrain those anomalies. Don't let them come into contact with the fog. Hurry. But it was already too late. The thick fog surged up from the river like a living thing, swallowing the center of the bridge in the blink of an eye. The werewolves at the heart of the bridge began letting out pained, low howls. The middle-aged man clutched his head tightly with both hands, gritting his teeth as he fought the force eating away at his sanity. Behind him, the women let out spasmodic moans, pressing the children fiercely into their arms. Using the last scraps of lucidity, they said to the smallest child, "Cover your ears. Be good. Cover your ears. Don't listen." Zheng Xingguang lifted his head slightly. At the top of the highest bridge tower, a figure sat leisurely there, playing a flute. His eyes turned cold. With fingers shaped in a sword seal, the peachwood swords in his case rose with the wind. "Found you, coward." Sword light flared beneath Zheng Xingguang's feet, and his whole body turned into a streak of blue light, tearing through the night sky and shooting toward the top of the bridge tower. River wind filled his Taoist robe with loud snaps, his right hand maintaining the sword art seal, while the remaining two peachwood swords followed close beside him. On the bridge deck, Fu Yang drew a classically styled long-barreled revolver from his waist. He raised it and fired it once. Runes wreathed the muzzle flame, and the bullet struck the chest of a frenzied werewolf with perfect accuracy. The werewolf merely staggered back a few steps. It lowered its head to look at the bullet hole in its chest, and the flesh around the wound twitched a few times before beginning to heal at a visible rate. "Damn it!" Fu Yang cursed, and the expression beneath his mask darkened completely. Those refugees who had been skin and bone and huddled together moments ago had now had their minds completely drowned by the beast breath. Their bodies swelled larger, their limbs thick as pillars, gray-black for covering them all over. They had originally only been a group of C-rank anomalies, yet now every one of them had broken through to A rank. But those children had not changed at all. Fu Yang's eyes rapidly swept over the bridge center. The children were still huddled where they were, showing not the slightest sign of frenzy. Fu Yang had no time to think further, for frenzied werewolves lunged at him simultaneously. Without even turning his head, he roared, "Everyone fall back, seal off the bridge deck, and do not let anyone come through." Then he stepped forward to meet those four A-rank werewolves head-on. At the top of the bridge tower, a woman in a plain white robe sat on the highest point of the cable stay. Her long hair streamed backward in the river wind, and her face was as cold and pristine as uncarved white jade. An old flute lay across her lips. As her fingertips rose and fell, crimson aura spread from around her, flowing continuously toward the bridge deck. A streak of blue light split through layer after layer of fog, carrying a shrill tearing sound as it stabbed straight for her face. The woman tilted her head, and the peachwood sword brushed past her ear, cutting off a lock of hair before nailing itself into the steel cable behind her, the blade humming. The flute stopped. Zheng Xingguang landed on the steel framework at the top of the bridge tower and fixed his gaze on the woman in white a few meters away. His fingers moved slightly, and the peachwood sword hovered in midair with its tip aimed at her throat. "Who are you? Why are you manipulating beast breath to harm innocents?" The woman slowly turned toward his voice. Only then did Zheng Xingguang clearly see her eyes. Her pupils were unfocused, the pale gray eyeballs unmoving. She was blind. She did not answer. Zheng Xingguang also wasted no more words. "If you won't answer, then let our hands decide the truth." With a leading sword gesture, 3 peachwood swords shot out in a triangular formation. The woman floated backward lightly, tapping the steel cable with her toes and gliding several meters sideways like a ghost. The 3 swords struck the spot where she had just been standing and cut the steel cable clean through at its base. Zheng Xingguang gave her no chance to breathe. His figure followed immediately after. The two of them clashed atop the bridge tower. The woman's movement style was bizarre, impossible for him to read, but she no longer had any chance to play that flute again. On the bridge deck, Fu Yang was close to reaching his limit. His suit had already been shredded to rags. 3 claw marks deep enough to expose bone bled from his left arm, and his right leg had taken a hit too, leaving him limping as he moved. But he did not retreat. Fu Yang, you really are getting worse with age. I shouldn't have wasted all that talk with the brat just now. If I'd killed those wolves earlier, there'd be no trouble at all." He spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva, flicked open the emptied cylinder, pulled out a handful of special bullets from his waist, and smoothly loaded them in. The crimson beast eyes of the 4 werewolves remained fixed on this blood-soaked human, as if judging how much resistance the prey had left. One werewolf lunged first, claws going straight for his throat. Fu Yang raised his gun and fired, but at the same time another attacked from the side. At that split second, a blade of light slashed through the dense fog, carrying a harsh tearing sound as it came down diagonally from the side. The werewolf that had been trying to ambush him was forcibly driven back several steps by that strike. Zheng Yueyao landed at Fu Yang's side, both hands gripping a black and gold longsword, black wolf blood still staining its blade. She was not wearing a combat uniform, only those same casual clothes, with her hair tied back in a simple ponytail. Captain Fu, 3rd Demon-Slaying Squad, Zheng Yueyao, reporting for duty. Xiaoyao. Fu Yang froze for a moment, then pulled a helpless smile that was half laughter and half disbelief. Those siblings truly were one more disobedient than the other. Zheng Yueyao gave no explanation. She only adjusted her grip on the blade slightly, its tip aimed toward the werewolves that were regrouping. Sorry to make you see this side of me, Xiaoyao. I really do need your help right now. Fu Yang pushed the last bullet into the cylinder and stood back to back with her. Coordinate with me. We take them down one by one. Yes, sir. Atop the tower, the struggle between Zheng Xingguang and the woman in white was still ongoing. His sword edge forced her back half a step. She frowned slightly and reached for the flute at her waist. Zheng Xingguang's sword came down from above, grazing the back of her hand before pinning itself into the gap between the steel cables, knocking the flute away and sending it tumbling into the surging river. Without that flute, what else can you do? A faint change finally appeared on the woman's face. Her brows drew together slightly, as if reassessing the weight of this young man. There is no longer any need for the flute, she said softly. The ritual is already complete. At the same time, on top of a high-rise building opposite the bridge, Luo Yao sat on the edge of the rooftop, her long legs dangling in the air and swaying gently. Beside her stood a burly werewolf, looking down at the fierce battle unfolding on the bridge. These youngsters from the Special Administration Bureau are working pretty hard, Luo Yao said with a smile. Unfortunately, they're using the wrong method. The werewolf beside her was me. In a low voice, I asked, what do you mean? Aren't they about to win? Luo Yao looked at the blood-soaked figures fighting desperately on the bridge, the distant flashes of blades and swords reflected in her golden-slit pupils. The power of chaos is not that simple. Beast breath uses outside force to forcibly trigger disorder, but true chaos comes from the inside out. You mean? My voice shifted slightly. Luo Yao stretched lazily and stood up. Although these children are trying very hard, unfortunately, she shrugged and patted the dust off her skirt. They're all going to die here. The moment her words fell, the last werewolf on the bridge crashed to the ground. Smoke curled from Fu Yang's revolver. The cylinder was empty. Yueyao pulled her blade from the back of the werewolf's neck and had to brace herself on the hilt just to remain standing. They've all been dealt with, Captain Fu, she reported hoarsely. More or less. Fu Yang gritted his teeth and tore off a strip of his sleeve to bind his wound. High above on the bridge, Zheng Xingguang's 3 peachwood swords had sealed off every possible retreat for the woman in white. Everything seemed to be moving in a better direction, until those children regained consciousness and looked up at their surroundings. The youngest girl staggered over to one of the werewolves lying in a pool of blood and pushed at his shoulder with her little hands. Dad, get up. Get up. When she couldn't move him, she ran to another werewolf and tried to cover that horrifying wound with her hands. Blood seeped through the gaps between her fingers. Mom, does it hurt? I'll cover it for you. If I cover it, it won't hurt anymore. Another boy stood among the corpses, trembling all over, tears streaming down his face, and then threw back his head and let out a wolf howl. That wail was like a knife. The children threw themselves at those who would never answer again, tugging at sleeves, shaking shoulders, calling for daddy, calling for mommy. Their cries echoed one after another across the empty bridge deck. Zheng Yueyao gripped her sword hilt tightly. Captain Fu, they? Take them back first. Fu Yang holstered his gun, not daring to look at the children's faces. At that moment, the situation suddenly changed. The lingering fog on the bridge deck began to change color. Starting from where the children knelt, the gray-white was swallowed by crimson, like a drop of blood falling into clear water, spreading rapidly. Crimson arcs crackled through the mist, turning the steel cables blood-red. Fu Yang whipped his head around. Those children lying over their parents' bodies and crying were now leaking crimson mist from their eyes, mouths, and ears. The louder they cried, the thicker the mist became. Damn it, they're about to beastify. Purge them, leave none alive. Before Fu Yang had even finished shouting, Zheng Yueyao had already charged forward with her blade. The blade flashed down. With a clang, Zheng Yueyao and her sword were both blasted away by an invisible force. Her back slammed heavily into the guardrail, sweetness rising in her throat as she spat out a mouthful of blood. From above, Zheng Xingguang caught sight of this, his pupils shrinking sharply as he turned and leaped downward. But the moment his toes left the steel frame, a bare foot slammed hard into his chest, kicking him flying into a cable anchor. Blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Borrowing the recoil, the woman in white landed lightly back on the cable, her voice calm. The ritual has already begun. Neither you nor I can stop it. On the bridge deck, that mass of crimson mist rapidly contracted, sucked completely dry by the two cubs, as if they were sponges soaking up water. When the mist dispersed, two enormous figures stood up. The two werewolves were crimson all over, even larger than the four adult werewolves from before. They slowly turned their heads, their scarlet eyes filled with chaos and hatred. A chill ran up Fu Yang's spine. He spun around and roared, "Attack!" Everyone pressed forward. They must not be allowed to cross even one step past the bridge deck. Gunfire erupted. Rune bullets poured down like a rainstorm. More than a dozen close combat agents drew their blades and flanked from the sides. But before the first few could even get close, a crimson claw swept sideways, leaving only 4 bloody afterimages in the air, and 3 heads flew up at once. The rune bullets could not even pierce the werewolf's fur, leaving only shallow white marks. Cold sweat mixed with blood streamed into Fu Yang's eyes. The aura of those two things was still visibly rising, and they would soon break past A rank. Send a message. Request S rank agent reinforcements. Before he had even finished speaking, a mangled corpse came flying through the air from a slap of a werewolf's paw and slammed into him. It was the young subordinate who had been delivering reports at his side moments before. Half his face was gone, with only one eye left staring wide open. Fu Yang had no time to wipe the blood from his face. He looked up, and one crimson werewolf was already standing in front of him. Instinctively, he raised his gun and pulled the trigger. Click! The gun barrel was caught in the werewolf's jaws. Its upper and lower fangs snapped shut, and the old partner that had followed him for years was crushed directly into a heap of scrap metal. He staggered back 3 steps, his back striking the guardrail. It's over. A dozen meters away, Zheng Yueyao and several team members were desperately holding back the other werewolf. Her standard-issue long blade was already nicked and curled, and the wound beneath her ribs had torn open wider. Every swing of the blade drew more blood. From overhead came Zheng Xingguang's heart-rending scream. Sis. He was tightly entangled by the woman in white. 2 of his 3 swords were already gone, and though he tried to dive down, he was forcibly held in midair. On the building opposite the bridge, atop the high-rise, Luo Yao shrugged and smiled as though it had nothing to do with her. Forget it. Let the Bureau's S-rank people deal with those 2 things when they arrive. Let's go home and get a late-night snack. She turned to leave, but I stood rooted to the rooftop as if my feet had been nailed there, not moving in the slightest. Those pupils gleaming with dim gold in the shadows stared unblinkingly at the bridge deck. Sigh, mister, don't tell me you want to go down there. Luo Yao tilted her head, a trace of helplessness flashing through her golden-slit pupils. Those 2 things are already brushing the threshold of S rank. With the little strength you have right now, going down there would just be delivering yourself as another course. I know. Even from this distance, just standing here, I could feel the pressure radiating from those 2 crimson werewolves. The fingers hanging at my side trembled slightly. This body remade by demon blood was warning me. The enemy's rank was far above mine. In silence, I turned around, intending to leave with Luo Yao. Luo Yao nodded in satisfaction and was just about to grab my wrist. At that moment, the river wind carried over a cry. Sister, that voice carried tears and the kind of despair that comes from using all your strength and still not making it in time, as if it had been torn raw from the throat. My footsteps stopped. I turned my head slightly. I saw that girl whose body had been pierced by a werewolf's claw, her whole body hanging from the claw, her blade fallen from her hand to the ground. But her hand was still moving, blood-covered fingers clutching at the fur on the werewolf's claw, as if she still wanted to keep fighting. And above her, that boy was charging downward with no regard for his life. The woman in white seized the chance to strike, and a streak of crimson energy hit him in the back. He took it head-on, blood spraying from his mouth in a curved line through the air. Sis, I stood on the rooftop without moving at all. Long ago, it seemed I had shouted like that too. The memory overlapped with the scene before my eyes. That girl with her body pierced through. That boy charging downward without regard for his life. In the next second, I drove my legs down. A shallow crater formed in the concrete beneath my feet, spiderweb cracks spreading outward. My whole body shot out like a cannonball from the rooftop dozens of floors high, leaping straight toward the bridge. Hey, mister. Luo Yao's outstretched hand grabbed only empty air, and she nearly got dragged off the roof edge. Where are you going? I haven't even gotten in the car yet. Stamping her foot, biting her lip, she looked at that black figure tearing across the night sky, both annoyed and amused. You'll regret this. I'm not reviving you again. I absolutely won't. Ah, how annoying. Just you wait. On the bridge deck, the crimson werewolf lowered its head and looked at the woman pierced through by its claws. The claw tips had gone in beneath Zheng Yueyao's ribs and come out through her back. Blood ran down along the fur and pooled on the bridge deck. Her lips moved as if trying to say something, but only bloody foam spilled from the corners of her mouth. The werewolf was looking at her. In those crimson eyes, something suddenly cracked apart. It was not only rage and killing intent. It was clearly something even more shattered. A low whimper came from its throat. Then, two streams of blood-red liquid welled out from those eyes, ran down its rough wolf face, and dripped onto Zheng Yueyao. Zheng Yueyao felt it. It was looking at her exactly the same way that little girl had looked while lying over her mother's corpse. Her heart twisted in pain as if cut by a blade. How had things ended up like this? The sounds by her ears began to grow distant. Her younger brother's cries, the screams of her comrades, Fu Yang's hoarse roar, they all mixed together and poured into her mind. I was clearly already trying my hardest. I've fought like this since childhood, desperately training with the blade, desperately growing stronger, desperately trying to prove myself. And in the end, I can't even hold a knife steady. Zheng Yueyao suddenly laughed. I still can't do anything. The werewolf pulled its claw out of her body. She fell downward like a puppet with its strings cut. The wind roared in her ears, and there was nothing she could grab. Just then, a wolf howl suddenly tore through the night sky. The sound carried a rage ground out from deep in the chest, completely different from the sharp howls of the frenzied werewolves before. Immediately after, a tremendous force descended from the sky, like a meteor crashing onto the bridge deck. The entire bridge shook violently with it. The shockwave, carrying shattered asphalt, spread in all directions, flinging Zheng Yueyao away, only for her to be caught steadily in midair by a huge claw. I transformed into a gigantic gray wolf and landed on the bridge deck. I slowly set Zheng Yueyao down and lowered my head to look at the wound piercing beneath her ribs. It's not fatal. Don't move recklessly. After saying this in a hoarse voice, I stood up. Opposite me, the crimson werewolf that had been knocked flying was climbing up from the shattered steel cables, shaking its head, its scarlet eyes locking onto me, this uninvited guest. The other one also abandoned the remaining agents and slowly turned around. The two hulking beasts stood one to the left and one to the right, hemming me in between them. Atop the tower, the woman in white tilted her head slightly, those pale blind eyes facing the bridge deck as a crease appeared between her brows. She had evidently not expected another werewolf to appear. The two werewolves began to attack. I managed to evade them with speed for less than 10 seconds, but under their pincer assault, I quickly fell into a disadvantage. The difference in strength was too great. One lunged at me head-on, while the other was already waiting where I would dodge. A claw slashed up diagonally from below, tearing open my chest and sending me flying into the base of the bridge tower. I had barely climbed back up when one werewolf bit into my shoulder, its fangs piercing through my shoulder blade. I threw back my head and let out a cry of pain. Then the other's claws pierced through my heart from behind. Immediately after that, a second bite closed on my neck. My artery was torn open and blood gushed out. I dropped to my knees crashing into the shattered asphalt. Those golden slit pupils stared blankly ahead, the light inside them dimming bit by bit. Everyone on the bridge was watching this. A rescuer had finally come, only for it to end just like this. Fu Yang's lips were trembling. Within the chaos, I had that dream again. The deafening crash of chains colliding. A monster whose body was pierced through by countless massive chains lay curled in the center of an abyss, its scarlet eyes lighting up in the darkness and locking onto me. This time, I heard the monster's voice. I never gave you permission to die so pathetically. My eyes, which were about to close, snapped open. That crimson werewolf was just about to bite off my head in one mouthful. The gray-black mane on my body began turning white from the roots, silver white flowing like a tide from the top of my head across my spine, across my limbs, until my entire body was completely transformed into silver white. Those golden eyes of mine, which were on the verge of going dark, suddenly contracted. When they opened again, they had already turned crimson. My muscle lines became even leaner and fiercer, the muscle groups across my shoulders and back seeming to have been reforged, every part sharply defined. I stood up and grabbed one crimson werewolf by the throat. With a backhand swing, I smashed that massive body into the other werewolf lunging toward me. The two collided together, rolling and crashing through the base of the bridge tower, chunks of debris and steel cables clattering down everywhere. Before they could climb back up, I was already on them. One claw pinned down one head, nailing both crimson werewolves to the bridge deck at the same time. The asphalt could not bear that force and caved into a shallow pit. I lowered my head, and my fangs tore open the chest cavity of the first werewolf. Biting into its ribs, I ripped outward, tearing away the whole plate of bone and exposing the still beating heart underneath. Another bite, and I ripped out the heart together with the blood vessels, black blood spraying all over my face. The other one let out a miserable howl, its limbs kicking desperately. I swung a slap into its head, pinned down its unconscious body, and tore open its chest in the same way. The entire feeding process was eerily quiet. Other than the sounds of bones cracking and flesh tearing, there was nothing. No one on the bridge dared to move. When I finally stopped, the chest cavities of the two werewolves were already a complete mess. But amid that heap of mangled flesh and blood, two anomaly cubs were curled up, covered in sticky fluid, yet completely unharmed. Their eyes were closed, their breathing steady, as if they were asleep. I straightened up, my back to everyone. Fuyong dragged his nearly ruined leg one step forward, his voice weakened by blood loss. "What exactly are you?" I did not answer. In the next second, I leaped up and vanished beyond the end of everyone's sight. Only wild wind remained on the bridge deck, sweeping shattered asphalt and blood water along with it. The blind girl had also disappeared amid the chaos. Zheng Xingguang jumped down from above and rushed to his sister's side. "Sis, you'll be okay. Look at me, look at me." He gently patted Zheng Yuiao's cheek. The girl gave a slight nod. "Xiao Guang, I want to go home." On the other side of the bridge, when I reached the mouth of an alley, I could not hold on any longer and dropped straight to my knees. The fur faded from my body, and I returned to human form. I coughed up a mouthful of blood, my vision turning black. In my daze, I felt someone gently hold me, and Lu Yao's voice sounded by my ear. "After all these years, how is it that you still haven't grown even a little? Do you really want to die that badly?" Tears fell onto my cheek. My vision was so blurred I could see nothing, yet I still instinctively reached out, wanting to wipe away her tears. But that hand would not rise no matter what, and then she caught it halfway. "Don't worry. With me here, you'll be fine. Just as you once refused to abandon me, I won't let anything happen to you either." What exactly was she talking about? Hadn't I only just met her? What a strange woman. That summer, the cicadas screamed especially fiercely. The air was thick with a hot, damp, fishy smell, mixed with the muddy odor of river water and the sour stench drifting over from a distant garbage heap. I was squatting by the riverbank, holding a tattered old comic book in my hands. My sister had dug it out of a pile of junk beneath the bridge. The pages were curled at the edges, but I was still completely absorbed in it. "Sis, this comic is good." Good, good." My sister did not even turn her head, bending over to pick plastic bottles off the riverbank. The sun was scorching. She squinted against it, her forehead covered in sweat. The fertilizer sack in her hand dragged along the ground, already half filled with bottles and crushed cans. She was wearing a faded school uniform, the cuffs worn through and clumsily mended with a few crooked stitches of thread in different colors. I turned another page and had just reached an exciting part when a rustling sound came from the bridge opening nearby. I looked up. My sister was still standing on tiptoe at the riverbank, reaching for a bottle lodged between stones, humming tunelessly under her breath. My sister was good in every way except one. Her singing was truly awful, and hardly a single note was ever in tune. I turned to look toward the bridge opening. It was pitch black inside, and I could not see anything clearly. "Sis, I think there's something in there." "Huh? What?" My sister squinted, the sunlight so harsh she could barely open her eyes. "Wait a second, okay? Your sister will be done picking up things soon, and tonight I'll buy you a little bread roll." I heard that sound again. I closed the comic and walked a few steps toward the bridge opening. It was cool inside the bridge opening, like a completely different world from the burning heat outside. After my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I saw a woman curled up in the corner. Her hair hung loose and wild, her body wrapped in piles of rags, and the arm exposed outside was so thin I could see the shape of the bones. A few empty cans and moldy bread crusts were scattered by her feet. Just as I was about to approach, she lifted her head, revealing beneath her bangs a pair of eyes that did not belong to a human. Slit pupils, glowing faintly with dark golden light. "Get lost." Her voice was dry and hoarse, carrying a low growl from deep in her throat. I stopped in my tracks. "Do you need any help?" The woman stiffened all over. Her shoulders started trembling, and she buried her face in her knees, not daring to look at me. Get lost. If you don't, I'll eat you. Then I heard her stomach growl. I slowly backed away a few steps, turned around, and ran back to the riverbank. My sister had already finished collecting from that stretch of shore and was carrying the sack back, calling from afar for me to hurry up and follow. That night, the little shack was so hot that I could not sleep, and my sister fanned me with a palm leaf fan. In the middle of the night, I opened my eyes and looked at the table by the light of the street lamp outside the window. There were only 2 little bread rolls in that bag. I left one for my sister and slipped out the door with the other one. Moonlight shone over the river, scattering light like broken silver. I placed the little bread roll at the mouth of the bridge opening and opened the wrapper. I'm leaving it here, okay? It's really tasty. A low growl came from inside the bridge opening, like a beast's warning. I turned and ran. The next day I went again. This time I did not bring bread, but a piece of candy given to me by the old lady at the grocery next door. I gave one to my sister and placed mine at the mouth of the bridge opening. I said I'm leaving it here, then turned and ran. On the 3rd day, I brought half a steamed bun, and on the 4th day, I brought a banana. The banana had been brought back by my sister from the supermarket. It had gone a little black, but my sister said it was still edible. One day, there was a torrential rainstorm, and the river rose very quickly. When I went to that stone bridge again, my foot slipped, and I fell straight into the river. The current was fast and muddy. After struggling a few times, I was swept away, gulping down several mouthfuls of water as my consciousness began to blur. Just then, I felt a claw seize the back of my collar. When I woke up, I was lying in the grass on the riverbank, soaked through and shivering from the cold. Coughing, I sat up and looked back at the bridge opening beneath that stone bridge. That night, I went again. I brought the dinner my sister had left for me, a bowl of porridge and half a salted duck egg, to the mouth of the bridge opening. You were the one who saved me, weren't you? There was a long silence inside the bridge opening before a hoarse voice came out. What a strange little thing you are. Aren't you afraid of me at all? You never hurt me, and you even saved me. I'm not afraid of you. I hugged my knees at the entrance, then after thinking for a moment added, compared to you, the people at school who bully me are much scarier. Last time they threw my school bag into the toilet. A snort came from the darkness, sounding like a cold laugh, or perhaps clenched teeth. Humans are always like this. Even their young never learn mercy. Why do you live in the bridge opening? Do you think I want to? The voice suddenly rose sharply, as though I had jabbed the sorest spot. Then it dropped again. Otherwise, where else could I go? I said nothing. After a while I asked, where are your parents? Things like that. I can hardly remember them anymore. You have no friends, and neither do I. You have no parents, and neither do I. I tilted my head, but I do have a sister, and my sister is especially good to me. That has nothing to do with me. Get lost, and don't come here again. I went away, but the next day I came back again. This time I pulled out that old comic book with no cover from my school bag. I brought you my favorite comic. Actually, this is the only one I have. On the cover, the girl showed 2 little tiger teeth in a smile that was both mischievous and pretty, while a knight holding a sword stood behind her. The cover had been soaked by water and then dried in the sun, leaving it all wrinkled. Deep inside the bridge opening, that curled-up dark figure slowly moved. She crawled out. This was the first time I saw her clearly. She had a woman's body, gaunt as a skeleton, and the rags wrapped around her gave off a moldy smell. But that face was not a human face. Twisted bone structure, a mouth that jutted slightly forward, sharp teeth showing between her lips, and rough gray withered skin like tree bark. With a dried-up hand, she picked up the comic. Her nails were long and yellow, yet she turned the pages very carefully, afraid of tearing the fragile paper. So this is the sort of thing human young read. It's really interesting. It's about a human knight and a demon girl going on adventures together. I can't understand it. Hatchling, explain it to me. What is a knight, and what is a demon? You're already this old, and you don't even know that? She lifted her head and glared at me. In the darkness, her slit pupils narrowed into a line. Another child would probably have burst into tears on the spot. I merely curled my lips and sat down. You really have a bad temper. Grr. She stuffed the comic back into my hands, but shifted half an inch closer to the entrance, where the moonlight happened to fall across the pages. I opened to the first page and began telling her the story. From that day on, I often came to the bridge opening to read comics with this monster. The monster would also bring back things sometimes. Half a volume of a boys' manga, a magazine soaked by rain, even an adult comic once. The moment we opened it, both of us cried out in shock, and the monster immediately threw the book into the river. The bridge opening was cold and damp, full of mildew mixed with the smell of old paper pulp, and sometimes we would stay there for an entire afternoon. Whenever we read comics, she always leaned in very close, her hair hanging down to cover half her face. Why would this man give part of his life to that woman? He's practically dying himself. Because he's her knight. That's his love. Idiot. If your life is gone, what love is there left to talk about? That's exactly why it's true love. You just don't understand. She let out a low growl, clearly dissatisfied. Was this human hatchling maturing too early? When I turned to the next page, she patted the back of my hand, her nails nearly scratching the skin. Turn slower. I'm not finished yet. Didn't you say you didn't know how to read? I like listening to you explain it. If you don't, I'll eat you. Later I discovered that this monster was incredibly childish, even more emotional than the kids at school. When the protagonist got beaten down, she would howl. When the villain got his way, she would grind her teeth. When something touching happened, she would turn her head away and say nothing, while the tips of her ears turned slightly red. When I got to a funny scene, she let out a cackling laugh beside me, making goosebumps rise all over my body. Covering my ears, I scooted backward. You really shouldn't laugh. It's too scary. I'll eat you. You only ever say that one line. Can't you change your script? One day, when I came, I had not brought the comic. I sat hugging my knees at the entrance, with a faded old school bag by my feet. Today is the last time I'm coming to see you. Her claw stopped moving. My sister is sending me to study in another city. Some kind people are willing to support us. The school there does not charge tuition, and they even provide meals. We're leaving tomorrow. In her hoarse throat, she forced out a sentence, so low it was like a stone sinking into a well. You're leaving me? Is it because I smell bad and I'm frightening? I froze for a moment, then hurriedly waved my hands. No, that's not it. It's because my sister wants me to have a good life. She has lived her whole life for me, picking up bottles every day, washing dishes for others, not even buying medicine when her hands cracked open. So I can't let her down. Sister. She repeated the word once, as if tasting something that had nothing to do with her. After a while, she suddenly asked, Do you like your sister? Of course I do. My sister is the person who treats me best in this world. Then do you want to be with her? Like that knight and Miss Demon. I tilted my head. That's my family. We'll always take care of each other, but it won't be like the relationship in the comic. Why are you asking that? The monster did not answer. She only buried her head more deeply into her knees, a low rumbling, purr coming from her throat. After thinking for a while, she still said nothing. How nice. In the end, those were the only words she uttered, like a sigh. The sunset on the horizon burned orange-red, and the river gleamed with scattered gold. Looking at the sun that was about to sink below the horizon, I suddenly spoke softly. I really hope that someday I can meet a girl like the one in the comic, a little bit mischievous, but good only to me. That way, I could become her knight too. I turned my head to look at the monster, a smile on my face, as if I had said something utterly ordinary. The monster said nothing. Those dark, golden-slit pupils stared at me without moving. After a long while, she finally turned her face away. You're still so young, and you're already thinking about things like that. I'm already 10. 10 is still just a cub. I stood up and placed that old coverless comic at her feet. The girl on the cover, showing her little tiger teeth, had already grown so blurred she was almost impossible to make out. This is for you. The next time we meet, we'll read it together again, and I'll bring you a new one. I picked up my old school bag, turned, and ran out of the bridge opening. Goodbye. The monster did not respond. I shouted once more. My sister said that if you want to see someone again, then you have to say goodbye. The monster's figure slowly faded into the darkness. But I clearly heard two words carried over by the river wind. Goodbye. The bridge opening was still the same bridge opening. Although she could not read, she already knew this comic by heart. That knight on the cover looked a little like a certain boy who used to squat at the entrance of the bridge opening, basking in the sun and reading comics. Then she remembered again that she did not even know what that boy's name was. She curled up in that dark and damp corner. The girl on the cover was looking at her, and she was also looking at the girl on the cover. She reached out, her fingertips brushing across that girl's smiling face. She hoped the boy would become that knight, brave, upright, and kind. But she never dared to cast herself as Miss Demon, because she was too ugly, and that knight was far too dazzling. But if I could become like her, then you. When I opened my eyes, what I saw was the familiar ceiling and the face of the girl who had been sitting by my bedside all along, tightly holding my hand. You're awake? Her pupils were a little red, shimmering with tears, yet that mischievous smile still hung on her face. My night had fallen low, and the rain fell in fine threads. There had originally been a few scattered pedestrians on the street, but at some unknown moment all of them had disappeared. The yellow halos of the streetlights spread through the rain mist, making the wet road gleam with a cold sheen. A woman in a cloak was walking through the rain, tapping a white cane rhythmically against the ground. Her hood was pulled low, revealing only a pale, gaunt stretch of chin. She was murmuring in a low voice. Yes, the ritual has already been carried out. The test data is currently being transmitted back, and the amplification from beastification has reached the expected threshold. The test subject was a cub, so the upper limit of endurance was clearly insufficient. But even as a half-finished product, it is already stronger than ordinary Special Administration Bureau agents. Understood. We will immediately push forward to the second phase. Tap. The white cane stopped. The cloaked woman slowly raised her head, those gray-white blind eyes aimed straight at the empty street ahead, a barely perceptible crease appearing between her brows. She turned around. A few steps behind her stood a girl holding a black umbrella. Beneath the umbrella, only a pointed chin and smiling red lips could be seen. Lifting her skirt with one hand, she gave a perfect aristocratic curtsy. Good evening. Luo Yao's voice carried a sly smile, especially crisp in the curtain of rain. The blind girl did not hesitate for even a moment. With a reverse twist, she drew a slender blade from inside the white cane. The blade snapped out like a snake's tongue. Her body blurred into an afterimage as the tip drove straight for Luo Yao's throat. This was the primary target. The name marked in red, bolded, and circled with 3 warning symbols in the file. The leader had said that if this thing was encountered, there was no need to report, no need to hesitate. Kill her, or be killed by her. The blade stopped less than an inch from Luo Yao's throat. Not because she wanted to stop, but because the tip of the umbrella had caught the blade. Luo Yao held the umbrella in one hand, the tip precisely lodged in the fuller of the blade, effortlessly deflecting that full force thrust aside. The umbrella tilted slightly, revealing the eyes beneath it. Golden slit pupils radiated a cold, ghostly light through the shadowed rain. She raised her other hand and lightly flicked the blade with one finger. With a sharp, ringing sound, the blade trembled violently, numbing the blind girl's tiger's mouth so badly she almost lost her grip on the hilt. You piece of trash. The smile on Li Yao's face did not disappear, but it now carried an icy chill. Who gave you permission to bare your fangs at me? A pressure descended from the sky. It was the fear carved into the deepest instincts of all living things, like a lamb facing a wolf, like a mortal facing a god. The blind girl's body reacted before her will did, and her legs began to tremble. Kneel. Thud. Her knees smashed into the ground, splashing rainwater everywhere. She struggled to lift her head, those eyes that could see nothing aimed in Luo Yao's direction, her lips trembling. Luo Yao looked down at her, and the smile vanished completely. Your head is raised too high. With a heavy thud, the blind girl's forehead was forced down by an invisible power and slammed against the ground. A circle of cracks spread across the road surface, and blood seeped from the corner of her forehead, washed pale by the rain. After all, you're nothing more than mass-produced trash. I won't get anything worthwhile out of you. She paused, tilting her head slightly. But what you did today almost hurt someone of mine. Even I can hardly bear to let him get hurt. How dare you? I don't know what you mean. She forced the words out with difficulty. My master, and I do not wish to make an enemy of you. Really? Your first thought on seeing me was to kill me. Is that what you call not making an enemy of me? The blind girl heard a sound. Bones shifting out of place, muscles tearing and reforming, followed by the low growl of a beast. Now, you may raise your head. The blind girl lifted her head. Even though she had been blind from the day she was created, at this moment she saw more clearly than ever before. It was the last image of her life. Her lips moved, as if in prayer. What filth! What ugliness! In the next second, the monster bit away half of her body. The rain fell harder and harder. A thick smell of rust spread through the street. The monster crouched in the rain, its claws tearing apart the remains and stuffing the flesh into its mouth in a messy frenzy. The black umbrella had fallen to one side, and a small puddle had gathered on the ground, reflecting half of a twisted silhouette. The monster's chewing suddenly stopped. The face in the puddle was staring directly at it. Savage bones, a protruding mouth, blood-smeared fangs, and those golden beast eyes. The rain shattered the reflection and gathered it back together again, impossible to shake off. It stared at its reflection in the water, a low whimper coming from its throat. Then it raised a claw and covered its head. Don't look at me. Its back arched, its shoulders trembling violently. Don't look at me. Don't look at me. The cry leaked through the gaps between its fingers, echoing down the empty street. Its body slowly shrank in the rain, those savage bones gradually returning to a human shape. In the end, Kneeling amid that wreckage was a girl with disheveled hair. Her dress was soaked through with rain and blood, and her shoulders were still trembling faintly. A hand reached over from the side, picked up the overturned parasol from the ground, and held it above the girl's head. The pattering rain was shut out beyond the umbrella, and the droplets on her shoulders no longer fell. I crouched down in front of her. My other arm was hanging in front of my chest in a sling, and beneath the hood of my sweatshirt half my face could be seen, still covered with a few pieces of gauze. Luoyao raised her head. The moment she saw me, the emptiness and numbness in her eyes had not yet faded, but panic surged up before anything else. She abruptly raised both hands to cover her face. "Don't look at me. I'm too ugly. I'm ugly right now. Don't look." I did not look away. Crouching in the rain beneath the umbrella, I looked at this demon girl who was usually arrogant and overbearing, who would casually climb into my bed, who was unbelievably picky about food, yet who would laugh so hard from having her soles tickled that she would slide off her chair. I sighed, running out in the middle of the night and getting soaked like a drowned rat. "Of course you look ugly." Luoyao's fingers twitched slightly, and one eye peeked through the gap between them. Tears still pooled in the corner. But her mouth had already instinctively put on that stubborn, mischievous smile. "Your injuries still haven't healed, and you're already running around outside. Are you tired of living?" I frowned at her. "Although I can't guarantee how much I can help you, you don't need to keep pretending in front of me that you always have everything under control. You saved my life. I said I would help you, and I will." The hand covering Luoyao's face slowly slid down. The streetlight filtered through the umbrella and cast a warm yellow glow across her face. Tilting her head back, she looked at me where I crouched before her. "My injuries still have not healed. I was hurt this badly, all just to save two anomaly cubs I had never met. Just like long ago, when I could have ignored the monster in the bridge opening, but I still ran there every day, carrying half a steamed bun or a battered comic. You really are." She looked at me, her voice so soft it was as if she was afraid of breaking something. "You really haven't changed at all." I froze for a moment. "What?" "My little knight." Her eyes were red, but she smiled. That smile was no longer the forced stubbornness from before, but a kind of deep, gentle warmth that had finally settled after passing through long years. "You've grown up." Special Administration Bureau, Command Center. Chun Guodong sat behind his desk, holding the operation report that had just been submitted, his brows knotted tightly together. Zhang Xingguang's left arm was wrapped in bandages and hung in a sling across his chest, and there were still several stitched-up abrasions on his face. Fu Yang was leaning against the wall, his right leg in a splint. Judging from the traces at the scene and the follow-up tracking, the appearance of that group of werewolves on the bridge was not accidental. Zhang Xingguang's voice was calm. Multiple signs of hurting were found along the route. Their path of movement had been deliberately guided, and in the end they were forced onto the bridge, where they happened to crash straight into our encirclement. Chen Guodong's fingers stopped on the page. In other words, those anomalies did not escape by their own power. They were released by someone and deliberately driven onto the bridge. The whole point was for us to surround them and then detonate everything in public. Leaning against the wall with his eyes closed, Fu Yang added, "That flute-playing woman stayed on top of the tower and watched the entire time. What she was waiting for was for us to drive those werewolves into a dead end. Once they were afraid, the beast breath could take advantage and slip in. We were fucking used as the blade." There was silence for several seconds. Chun Guodong turned to the final page of the report and looked at the casualty figures on it, then let out a long sigh. 7 dead in the 3rd execution team, 8 dead in the 5th squad, and 6 critically injured. The lightly wounded from the outer cordon unit have not even been counted yet. He closed the report and rubbed the space between his brows. Headquarters has sent back a reply. They're dispatching an expert team, and Commander Zhang will lead it personally. Zhang Xingguang's back stiffened, almost imperceptibly. The matter of beast breath has already been reported. Chun Guodong continued. This time it is not just a problem for our Ninghai city. The expert team has higher authority than we do, and once they arrive, they will take over the investigation completely. Be prepared. What about those 2 cubs? Zhang Xingguang asked. The research institute has already taken them over. They will be observed under the premise of ensuring safety, and no one will do anything reckless. Chun Guodong paused for a moment. But once the expert team arrives, how they will deal with those 2 cubs will no longer be up to me. Go get some rest. Fu Yang responded and turned to leave, but Zhang Xingguang did not move. Chun Guodong picked up his teacup and took a sip. What is it, Xiaoguang? Do you still have something to say? It's about my sister, Uncle Chun. Chun Guodong set down the teacup and leaned back in his chair. He knew this boy would not just leave. I know what you mean. You want your sister moved away from the front line, but we also have to respect her own wishes. She is not the kind of person who will obediently stay in a safe place just because you tell her to. You know that better than anyone. But she is lying in the hospital right now. Zheng Xinguang's voice was pressed very low. Last time at the harbor she survived by sheer luck, and this time on the bridge, it was luck again. But how many times can that kind of luck happen? Next time, will there still be someone falling from the sky to take the blow for her? Chen Guodong fell silent. He looked at this boy who was always as calm as a block of ice, and saw that the fingers beneath his bandages were trembling slightly. Xiaoguang. He placed the cup on the desk, his voice growing deeper. Everyone who joins the Special Administration Bureau does so with their life on the line. Not a single field agent stays in some safe place waiting for others to protect them. Your sister doesn't. You don't. Fuyang doesn't. Your father wasn't like that when he was young either. Zheng Xinguang opened his mouth, but not a single word came out. Chen Guodong looked at him, and his tone softened a little. Commander Zheng is coming down this time with the expert team. If, when the time comes, he also thinks your sister is not suitable to stay on the front line, then I will immediately arrange for her transfer to an administrative post. Would that satisfy you? Zheng Xinguang was silent for a few seconds, then lowered his eyes. Thank you, Uncle Chen. He turned and pushed the door open to leave. Chen Guodong leaned back in his chair and stared at the closed door for quite a while, then shook his head. This child cares so much about his sister, so why can't he just go home and spend more time with her? The white fluorescent tubes in the convenience store hummed softly, and the air conditioning was blasting. When a few schoolgirls pushed the door open, they were still giggling. One of them lowered her voice and pointed excitedly toward the checkout counter. Look, look, that new clerk has such a handsome profile. Since when did this store hire a cute guy? The one standing behind the register was me. My hair was a little long, with loose bangs covering half an eyebrow, and my jawline was sharp. But there was no expression on my face, and my gaze was blank. Welcome. My voice was low and hoarse, as if I had just woken up. The girls looked up and met my face head on, and their chattering stopped instantly. There were several bandages stuck across my face, and the most unsettling thing was my eyes. Even though I only swept them with a calm glance, it felt as if a beast were watching from the shadows. They did not even browse the refrigerators. They grabbed a bottle of mineral water at random, scanned it, paid, and hurried out with their heads down. Before the automatic door had even finished closing, I heard someone outside say, "Oh my God." When he looked at me just now, I got goosebumps all over. That guy totally looks like a domestic abuser. With the hand that was still hanging in a sling, I clumsily straightened the Odin skewers, looking utterly baffled. What the hell? They were clearly so happy coming in, but they left looking like they had seen a ghost. After being fired from the factory, I had to find a job. My sister runs a breakfast stall every day. There was no way I could trouble her. That would only add to her burden. Funny enough, the one who introduced me to this convenience store was none other than Luoyao. That day I was sprawled on the sofa scrolling through a job app when Luoyao leaned over from behind, snatched my phone away, and tossed it onto the coffee table. If you really need money, I can support you, but there's one condition. First of all, I refuse. I haven't even said the condition yet. No matter what it is, if it involves licking your feet or calling you mommy, forget it. TCH, what exactly is your problem with licking a beautiful girl's feet? A true poor man does not eat charity. Are you treating someone's feet as food? Suddenly that sounds kind of disgusting, little mister. When she saw I was no longer speaking, Luoyao immediately hugged my arm. I found a job for you. Go to work tomorrow. Then she made a phone call and gave orders to the person on the other end in an overbearing tone. It sounded so natural that the store manager on the other end did not dare make a single peep. The next day when I reported for work, the store manager was unbelievably polite. Only later did I learn that this store had been Luoyao's property all along. She had bought it years ago. A demon running a convenience store? I racked my brains and still could not figure out what sort of bizarre hobby that was supposed to be. The store was open 24 hours a day, but the rules Luoyao gave me were a completely different matter. After 1 in the morning, lock the front door, but do not turn off the lights. She had been sitting on the sofa painting her nails at the time, speaking as casually as if she were talking about the weather. No matter who comes knocking, do not open the door, got it? I asked why. A wise mountain man has his own uses. What if someone comes in through the back door? Throw them right back out. She screwed the cap back onto the nail polish and admired her fingers under the light without even looking up. No exceptions? The more I thought about it, the more wrong the whole explanation sounded. Shut the door at midnight, but leave the lights on. Never open the front door no matter what. And if anyone comes in through the back, throw them out. The more I listened, the more it sounded exactly like one of those internet rule horror stories. Back in the army, I had a comrade who loved that kind of thing. Night shift security guard regulations, midnight convenience store instructions, every rule hiding something fatal behind it. And now here I was, having become the person inside the rules myself. What exactly Luo Yao used the store for at night, I could not be bothered to ask. Even if I did ask, she would never give me a serious answer. Tonight it was my turn on the night shift, which made it the perfect chance to see what these rules were actually for. As soon as 1 o'clock passed, I decisively locked the front door. Then I dragged a folding chair out from the storeroom to the back door, sat down in front of it, and lit a cigarette. I had only smoked half of it when movement came from inside the store. The rustle of plastic bags, the clinking of bottles and cans being moved around. With the cigarette still in my mouth, I stood up. Fine. Rule number 1. Anyone coming in through the back door gets thrown out. When I walked into the store, I saw a figure standing on tiptoe reaching for the top shelf of potato chips. The basket at her feet was already stuffed full of snacks, and on top of it sat a row of yogurt and a box of strawberry cake. The person turned around holding the chips, froze for a second when she saw me, then cheerfully waved. "Oh my, little mister, working the night shift is hard. Don't mind me, just go back to your smock." Before she could finish, I had already grabbed the back of her collar. "Huh, hey, what are you doing?" With one hand, I lifted her away from the shelves, carried her all the way to the back door, and threw her outside. The motion was smooth and effortless. Luo Yao landed on her, but on the steps, still clutching the chips in her arms. She looked down at the dust on her skirt, then looked up at me with the cigarette in my mouth, her face full of disbelief. I dragged the folding chair over to the back door, sat down on it like a warlord, and stretched one leg across the threshold to block the whole doorway. I took a drag of my cigarette. "Sorry, but the boss told me that after 1 o'clock, anything that comes in through the back door gets thrown out. I am the boss." "Oh." I remained unmoved. The boss did not say she herself was excluded. Luo Yao climbed up from the steps and gave me a thumbs up. "Nice one. So you're really using a chicken feather as an imperial arrow, huh? Aren't you afraid I'll—" "Hey, what are you doing?" I reached out and took the chips out of her arms as well. "What are you doing? Those are mine. They belong to the store, and you have not paid for them." I said this with complete righteousness. "How dare you?" Luo Yao jumped up from the ground and pointed at my nose. "This supermarket was mine to begin with." "Mine. It's all mine. You are mine too." I was just about to answer back when another sound suddenly came from inside the store, quieter than before. Both of us looked inside at the same time. I turned, pushed open the door, and stepped in. The back door swung shut right in front of Lu Yao's face, nearly hitting her nose. "Bai Ziheng, just you wait." I could not be bothered with her. I walked past the shelves and stopped in front of the register. Standing beside the register was a woman in her 20s. She wore a knitted sweater and a long skirt, the fabric threaded with shifting patterns that looked like moonlight woven into the fibers. Her features were so exquisite they scarcely seemed human. Her almond-shaped eyes tilted slightly upward, with a natural reddish tint at the corners, and she held a long, slim smoking pipe between her lips. Hearing my footsteps, she tilted her head slightly. Her almond eyes swept me up and down once, and the corner of her mouth curved into a meaningful smile. What a surprise. Why has the person changed? Luo Yao actually hired a human to work the night shift? Expressionless, I walked straight toward her. A flicker of interest flashed through her eyes. She took the pipe from her lips, tapped off the ash, and was just about to speak. How rude of me. I nearly forgot to introduce myself. This servant is called Qing Yao, and I. Before she could finish, I walked around behind her, grabbed the back of her collar, and lifted her whole body into the air. It was exactly the same move I had used on Luo Yao just before. She was still holding her smoking pipe, suspended in midair, blinking those almond eyes as her composed expression turned into bewilderment. Huh. I carried her to the back door, opened it, threw her outside, and shut it again. She landed on her but on the steps, nearly dropping the pipe, that effortless smile still only halfway gone from her face. She looked like the whole maneuver had short-circuited her mind. Sitting beside her was Luo Yao, crunching away at the chips. When she saw the woman next to her, Luo Yao burst out laughing. "Well, if it isn't the Lord of Yudu. What wind blew you over to my shabby little store? Why not go inside and have a seat? Oh right, you just got thrown out." Ha ha ha. Qing Yao slowly turned to look at her, and after a long pause managed to squeeze out one sentence. "What exactly is this supposed to be?" I had barely shut the back door when there was another noise inside the store. Expressionless, I turned around and walked through the shelves again. Standing in front of the register was a man in a dark gray overcoat, wearing a clown mask in black, white, and red. He spread his arms and spoke in the tone of a stage actor. Oh, my heavens, there is actually a new face here, and a human one at that. This handsome gentleman. May I ask, your honored sir? I walked around behind him, grabbed the back of his collar, and lifted him up. A short huh? Came from under the mask. Open the door, throw him out, close the door. Now there was yet another dazed person sitting on the ground outside the back entrance. Next came a boy with dog ears. This great lord has arrived. So you had better her. Lifted up, door opened, thrown out, door shut. I had just turned around when I saw another one. This one was not as flamboyant as the earlier few. He wore a perfectly tailored dark suit, looked to be in his 50s, had his hair combed neatly back, and carried the authority of someone long used to holding power. Little brother, I just got off the plane and came here immediately. My name is Zhengning Yuan, from the headquarters of the Special Administration Bureau. I did not listen to the rest. Lift him up, open the door, throw him out, close the door. Zhengning Yuan sat on the steps, still holding his briefcase. He looked down at the briefcase, then turned to look at the four people sitting beside him. After a moment of silence, he adjusted his tie. This little brother does seem to be a man of principles. Luo Yao offered him a potato chip. Want one? Thank you. Leaning against the wall just inside the back door, I wiped the sweat from my forehead with my good hand. The convenience store night shift felt like some kind of logistics operation. There were enough people at the back door now to start a mahjong table. I pulled out my cigarette pack from my pocket, lit one, and took a deep drag. I really have worked hard for myself. Luo Yao leaned against the steps, crossed one leg over the other, stretched them forward, and lifted her chin at the people in front of her. All right, everyone's here. Sit wherever you like. Qing Yao looked around. There were only a few steps here, a trash can at the side, and a street lamp overhead, with moths repeatedly flapping against the lampshade. She bit down on her pipe. Where exactly is there to sit? The dog-eared boy, however, did not care in the slightest and simply squatted on the ground, his tail poking out through a hole in the back of his pants and swishing back and forth. Hey, what was up with that guy just now? This great lord had not even finished speaking before he hauled me out. Does he even know who I am? That is none of your concern. Resting her chin on one hand, Luo Yao smiled sweetly as her gaze swept across their faces one by one. I called you here today because I need your help with something. The man with the poker face rolled several dice in his hand. That is rare. You usually order us around one by one. Today you actually called all of us together. Qing Yao exhaled a mouthful of bluish smoke, her almond eyes flicking to one side. The middle-aged man in the well-tailored suit was sitting upright, briefcase resting on his knees. Her lips curved as her tone took on a hint of amused anticipation, especially together with this director of the Special Administration Bureau. Zhengning Yuan let out a cold snort without even turning his head. I also have no desire to associate with your crooked kind, if not for the honored one. Hey, what did I say? Luo Yao propped up her chin and looked at him with a smile. A vein twitched on Zhengning Yuan's forehead, and after 2 seconds of silence he corrected himself. If not for the demon, honored one. Say demon lady. Another vein popped out on his forehead. At his age, after all these years of having the final say in the Special Administration Bureau, now right before retirement, he still had to play title games with a woman who looked younger than his daughter. But there was no helping it. The Bureau truly owed her too much. Demon lady. He forced out the 4 words through gritted teeth. Much better. Enough. The dog-eared boy slapped the ground impatiently. What exactly do you want us to do? You dragged me out of my den in the middle of the night just to watch you play around here? Luo Yao grinned and opened her mouth. Her tongue was much longer than an ordinary person's and curled around a dark green crystal, slowly pushing it out from deep in her throat. Threads of saliva stretched across its surface. Holding the crystal in her mouth, she lifted her chin at Qing Yao and mumbled indistinctly. Hold this for me. Qing Yao instantly shifted backward 3 whole positions, nearly dropping her smoking pipe. That's filthy. The others each took a step back as well. Luo Yao rolled her eyes, spat the crystal onto the steps, and wiped the corner of her mouth with the back of her hand. What are you all acting disgusted for? My saliva is valuable stuff. The crystal lay there quietly. Several irregular lines ran across its dark green surface, as if some force had burst against it from within. A faint dark red glow leaked from the cracks. I want you to help me investigate something. Luo Yao raised one finger, and the smile on her face faded a little. I want to know where the one who created this crystal is right now. The man with the poker face paused in his dice rolling. Created? So this crystal did not naturally condense inside an anomaly, but was manufactured by someone? Luo Yao nodded. Zhengning Yuan frowned. took a pair of gloves from his briefcase, and put them on before reaching out to pick up the crystal and hold it to the light. A moment later, his expression changed slightly. It really is man-made. The crystal structure is completely different from a natural core. I have never seen this kind of arrangement before. He held the crystal up toward the street lamp. Demon lady, why do you want to find the person who created it? Luo Yao rested her elbows on her knees and her chin in her hand. He used to be someone I trusted very much. Trusted enough that I lent him part of my authority to use however he pleased. As for me, I just treated it as an investment in a promising prospect. She tilted her head, and under the light her golden slit pupils slowly narrowed into a line. But now, this promising prospect seems rather unwilling to return my principal to me. Not only is he refusing to return it, he is also using my stuff to stir up trouble all over the place and throw the whole city into chaos. That is very lacking in contractual spirit, wouldn't you say? The air fell silent for a moment. Zheng Mingyuan suddenly looked up, his pupils shrinking sharply. The authority of chaos. You mean the mastermind behind the recent beast breath incidents? Luo Yao nodded lightly and said nothing. Zheng Mingyuan's brows drew tightly together. This information was far too crucial. If the source of beast breath really was the authority of chaos that Luo Yao had lent out, then every Special Administration Bureau agent who had died or been wounded recently, and every anomaly driven mad, all pointed to one single person. And only Luo Yao knew who that person was. Your Special Administration Bureau is already at its wits' end chasing beast breath. I provide the lead, and you solve the case. Neither side loses. Luo Yao turned to look at the others. And as for all of you, I know very well what you want from me. The dog-eared boy's ears perked up, the poker-faced man slowed the spinning of his dice, and even the way Qing Yao bit down on her smoking pipe faltered for a moment. Immortality, freedom, information, protection, whatever you want is fine. I have all kinds of flaws, but one thing can be counted as my virtue. I am especially generous to my own people. Luo Yao rested her chin on her knees, smiling sweetly. As long as you can please me. No one spoke. This woman had never played by ordinary rules. But the terms she was offering today were more serious than any she had offered before. The few of them exchanged glances. The poker-faced man was the first to close his hand around his dice. Interesting. If this person is hiding that deeply, then finding him will finally be worth the effort. Zheng Mingyuan carefully sealed the crystal into an evidence bag and stood up, tucking his briefcase under one arm. The Special Administration Bureau will launch a full-scale search. Since this is connected to beast breath, it is part of our duty in the first place. I will personally oversee the deployment, and if there is any progress, I will report it immediately. The poker-faced man tossed the dice into the air, caught them, and stood up as well. The material of this crystal is no ordinary substance. If someone can make something like this, then there must be transaction records hidden in the dark. I'll go investigate. The dog-eared boy brushed the dust off his backside, flicked his tail, and said, There is no one in this city this great lord cannot find. Just wait. Luo Yao nodded with a smile. The few of them dispersed one by one. Only Qing Yao remained where she was. She bit on her smoking pipe for a while, then suddenly walked 2 steps down the stairs before turning back. Her long skirt fluttered in the night wind, and her face carried the curious look of a feline predator. She leaned closer to Luo Yao and lowered her voice. I have one last question, and it's not about the crystal or that traitor. She pointed her pipe toward the back door. The one inside there, what exactly is he? He even threw you out. What is your relationship with him? Luo Yao sat on the steps and looked at her with a smiling face. None of your damn business. The look of anticipation on Qing Yao's face froze instantly. She gritted her teeth and glared for 3 seconds, then raised her right hand and gave the middle finger before turning away with a sweep of her sleeve and leaving without looking back. It was just beginning to get light, and a fine drizzle drifted down, wrapping the whole street in gray mist. I had stood behind the register all night. I may not be good at much, but as a former soldier, standing guard was one thing I was excellent at. The latter half of the night was peaceful enough. Aside from a stray cat squeezing in through the crack of the back door at 4 in the morning, which I bribed away with a bag of dried fish I paid for myself, nothing happened. After checking the shelves and signing the handover log, I greeted old Joe, who had come to relieve me, and walked to the door to head back. The rain outside had grown heavier, and I had not brought an umbrella. Old Joe dug through his bag and handed me a folding umbrella. Shall buy, I've got a spare one here. Take it for now, but you must return it to me. My daughter gave me this, and even I can barely bear to use it myself. I thanked him, then stood at the door with a cigarette in my mouth, expressionless as I looked at the umbrella in my hand. Even when opened, the umbrella would not cover even half of one shoulder, and the big cartoon rabbit face printed on it sat right above my head. Old Joe gave me a thumbs up from behind the register. It looks pretty good. Suits you. So I could only open that children's umbrella and walk out into the rain. There were hardly any people on the street. At 6:30 in the morning, with the rain still falling, the whole street looked as though it had not woken up yet. Only my footsteps made splashing sounds on the wet pavement. The umbrella bobbed up and down, the rabbit's smiling face aimed at the gray sky, while my right shoulder was already soaked through by the rain. At that moment, someone was walking toward me from the other side, holding an umbrella and moving slowly, every step obviously labored. It was only when the person got closer that I saw her face clearly. Very beautiful, but pale and almost bloodless, with a bandage on her temple. Under her ribs, the outline of a bandage could faintly be seen beneath her clothes. My steps paused for a moment. Her again. Back at the harbor warehouse, I had casually pulled her out from under the hyena demon's claws. Last night on the bridge, she had almost been skewered to death by a werewolf. And this woman was actually able to get out of bed and walk around the very next day. Zheng Yueyao limped through the rain, her eyes somewhat hollow. Last night on the bridge, she had not even been able to withstand a single strike from those crimson werewolves. Fuyang had nearly died right in front of her, and the children had nearly died too. In the end, it was an unidentified white wolf that had cleaned up the whole mess for everyone. She had lain awake on her hospital bed all night. At daybreak, she changed clothes and walked out of the ward. I had planned to pretend not to notice her. I did not want to get too entangled with people from the Special Administration Bureau. But when she passed by me, I caught a glimpse of her eyes. In the end, I sighed. Still uneasy, I followed her from a distance. Zheng Yueyao turned into a street corner market and bought a lot of groceries. But not long after coming out, her body swayed, and she pitched forward along with the bags. I reached out with one hand and steadily caught her by the shoulder. Careful. Following my hand, Zheng Yueyao looked up and first saw the hand wrapped in bandages, then my face covered in gauze. Raindrops slid down the bright yellow rabbit umbrella, casting an absurdly soft glow over a face that would otherwise have looked somewhat fierce. She instinctively stepped back half a pace. It's okay, thank you. Then her gaze landed on my face, and a moment of confusion appeared. Have we met somewhere before? My heart skipped a beat, and without showing it, I lowered the umbrella to cover half my face. Didn't Luo Yao say the hypnosis had already been taken care of, and there would be no problem? Why were there still memory fragments left over? No, you've mistaken me for someone else. Wait, sir, just let me take another look. Don't look. Ugly. Just as I was about to turn and leave, a hand fastened onto my shoulder from behind. My body reacted faster than my mind. My right shoulder dropped to shake off the grip. My left hand locked around that wrist. My right foot stepped half a pace back between the other person's legs, and I twisted from the waist with force. A standard joint lock takedown. But before I could apply the technique, the other party had already slipped free, then reversed the motion to pin my forearm down while driving a knee toward the small of my back. In the span of a few seconds in the rain, we exchanged 5 or 6 moves, and the umbrella tilted off to one side during the scuffle. In the end, both of us forced each other apart at the same time and staggered back 3 or 4 steps. I shook out my numbed wrist and finally got a clear look at him. A slender boyish frame, with a pair of clear eyes fixed on me. What do you think you're doing to my sister? Xiao Wang. Zheng Yueyao stepped forward to stand between us, but the hurried movement pulled at her wound, making her brows pinch in pain. What are you doing? He just saw my things fall and came over to help me pick them up. Zheng Xingguang froze for a moment, looked at his sister, then looked at me. I rubbed my wrist and flexed my tingling fingers. The kid looked thin, but he was stronger than he seemed. In that brief exchange of attack and defense, I had not used demonic power, and neither had he used any of the Special Administration Bureau's tricks. It was pure hand-to-hand skill. I had trained in the army for years, and there were truly not many people I had ever met who could go that many rounds with me and still not lose ground. The boy looked no more than 18 or 19, yet his moves were ruthless and seasoned. This was no flashy style. It was the kind of technique forged through real combat. Zheng Xingguang was watching me too. Once the coldness in his eyes faded, what remained was undisguised curiosity. He lowered his eyes to look at his own palm. In that instant just now, the density of the opponent's muscles, the instinctive way he redirected force, the angle he used to trap the joint when countering. There had not been a single unnecessary movement. This man was not simple, but he lowered his head first. I'm sorry. I acted impulsively. I saw you touch my sister's shoulder just now and thought someone was harassing her. If I injured you anywhere, I will compensate you. I shook out my hand, bent down to pick up the rabbit umbrella from the ground, and flicked off the rainwater. Forget it. It's fine. I turned to leave. Zheng Yueyao's voice came from behind me, carrying a trace of hesitation. If it's possible. I turned my head back. She stood in the rain, with her younger brother's umbrella already held over her head. Holding that bag of ribs in her arms, her lips moved, as though she herself did not know why she was saying it. Would you like to come to my home for a meal? When Zheng Xinguang heard his sister say that, his eyes widened to perfect circles. Sis? He looked at his sister, then at me holding the children's umbrella. What did you just say? Zheng Yueyao ignored him. She stepped forward, slightly raising her head to look at my back, and there was a certainty in her voice that even she herself could not explain. Would that be all right? As thanks, I would like to invite you to a meal. A drop of cold sweat seeped down from my forehead, sliding along my cheek and mixing with the rain. I'm finished. She must have recognized me. What do I do? My brain started spinning at top speed. Had they already set a perfect trap at her house? 3 A-rank agents lying in ambush in the living room, an S-rank crouching in the kitchen, and that masked man hidden inside the bedroom closet, all ready to draw a revolver and put a round into the back of my head at any moment? I'd better not. I pulled the umbrella lower, trying to hide my guilt-ridden face behind that smiling rabbit face. I didn't really do anything. I only helped steady you. It was nothing worth a meal. No. Zheng Yueyao took another step forward. I immediately took another step forward too, keeping the distance between us. You're back. She narrowed her eyes slightly, her gaze falling on my back. That vague sense of familiarity welled up again. I recognize it. Sis, what exactly are you talking about? Zheng Xinguang had completely lost the plot and stood to the side looking utterly baffled. I don't know either, Xiaowang, but I definitely know this gentleman. She raised a finger and pointed at my back, her tone serious. And he is very important to me. Definitely very, very important. Zheng Xinguang sucked in a sharp breath. He whipped his head toward me, and in those clear eyes there instantly ignited a killing intent even stronger than when he had faced the woman in white the night before. His fingers were already forming the opening gesture of a sword seal. You did something to my sister? Did you drug her? And then while she was unconscious, did you, Xiaowang? Zheng Yueyao's face instantly flushed red. What nonsense are you talking about? Where did you even see this kind of thing? Huh. And no, sis, I meant anesthesia can have side effects. It can cause hallucinations or memory confusion. Have you secretly been reading books you shouldn't behind my back? Even the tips of Zheng Yueyao's ears had gone red, but she still forced herself to maintain her elder sister authority as she stepped forward. No, I haven't. I've been practicing swordsmanship the whole time. Zheng Xinguang retreated again and again until his back hit the street lamp, and his sword case clanged against the iron pole. Then whose was that comic under your bed last time with the scandalously dressed cover? Wait, sis, why were you looking under my? Answer me. That was evidence seized from an illegal publishing den. I was only studying the criminal's methods of distribution. Taking advantage of the siblings' internal conflict, I decisively started walking away. Sir, my steps halted. Please come to my house. I'm begging you. Zheng Xinguang strode over aggressively, a mix of youthful competitiveness and protectiveness toward his sister, creating an aura of hostility on his face. My sister said she wants you to come to our house, so I asked that you make the trip. I turned my head and looked at him coldly. I was not using demonic power, but the inborn pressure in my eyes alone was enough to make even the falling rain seem to freeze for a moment. And what if I refuse? Just as the tension was about to explode, Zheng Yueyao let out a sigh. I'm sorry, I was too forward. I don't even know your name, and yet I invited you to my home for a meal. I'm truly sorry. You just helped me, and yet I'm pestering you like this. That was wrong of me. She turned to her younger brother, and her tone hardened again. Xiaowang, don't be so rude to people. How have I taught you? Zheng Xinguang looked utterly dazed. Wait, what? Weren't you the one who went after him first just now? And weren't you the one who said his back looked familiar? I was only helping you stop him. How come no matter what happens, I'm still the one who gets scolded? He watched his sister standing there in the rain under the umbrella, standing on tiptoe and looking again and again toward the street corner. The drizzle had dampened her hair and pasted it against the back of her neck, but she seemed not to notice at all, simply craning her neck to stare at the corner where there was no longer even a trace of me. Her younger brother stood behind her, holding it in for a while before finally failing to do so. Wait, sis, so basically you failed to flirt with someone and now you're taking your anger out on me? Zheng Yueyao turned around, a trace of redness still lingering on her cheeks. She did not respond to that. She merely raised a hand to rub her temple, her brows drawing together again. Sis, Don't tell me you actually fell for that guy. You only just met him. Sure, he looks pretty good, but it's not like that. She interrupted him, her tone carrying a kind of confusion even she herself did not fully understand. I don't know how to explain it, but I feel certain that I have seen him somewhere before. She paused, moved her hand away from her temple, and lowered her eyes to that hand wrapped in bandages. He must be very important to me, but I can't remember anything at all. Looking at her like this, Zheng Xingguang swallowed the complaint that had reached his lips. His sister had never been in love even once since childhood. She was already in her early 20s, at the very prime of her youth. Other girls her age chased dramas, idols, and lined up for romance. His sister? What she chased were anomalies, operation reports, and ways to wring one more field assignment slot out of Uncle Chun. Forget being in love. Even speaking a couple more words with a male colleague was enough for all those busybodies to call her a pretty face who got in through connections. And she would just listen in silence, never once trying to explain herself. Wait. A flash of insight suddenly ran through Zheng Xingguang's mind, like the sudden clarity when a sword technique breaks through a bottleneck. I've got it. I have a plan. If my sister falls in love, then wouldn't she stop wanting to risk her life on the front lines? Every day she'd be thinking about dates, about where to eat on weekends, about what clothes to buy for her boyfriend. How would she still have the energy to fight anomalies with her life on the line? Then I wouldn't need to struggle with Uncle Chun trying to persuade her. She'd transfer herself to an administrative post obediently. That's right, that's exactly it. This train of thought is practically flawless. But then the problem came. Was this guy reliable? Zheng Xingguang stroked his chin, his gaze gradually sharpening. He looked pretty handsome, with upright features and a tall frame, and he could hold his own against several rounds with him in hand-to-hand combat. His foundation was not bad, but something about that face still felt off to him. Not that the looks themselves were a problem, it was the complexion. Pale, gloomy, and always carrying the detached indifference of someone who had seen through the mortal world. How to put it? He just looked like someone with a short life ahead of him. What if a guy like that starts dating my sister, and then something happens to him? Wouldn't that make her even sadder? No, this needs investigating. Not just investigating. His family background has to be checked for 3 generations. Political profile, family background, social connections. Every standard of the background checks used for Special Administration Bureau agents' families. Not one can be left out. His thoughts ran farther and farther, to the point where he nearly started wondering whether, if the two of them got married, he should wear a Taoist robe or a suit to the wedding. Fortunately, he stopped himself in time. Did he? Xiao Wang, let's go back. Xiao Wang. Xiao Wang. Sis, I want a niece. In the kitchen, the range hood hummed noisily. Zheng Yueyao held the kitchen knife, moving much more slowly than usual. The stitches at the wound beneath her ribs had only just been removed, and every cut pulled at the injury, drawing a fine sheen of sweat onto her forehead. Standing beside her, Zheng Xingguang took the knife from her hand and silently finished cutting the remaining vegetables. Sis, take a rest. I'll do it. Xiao Wang even knows how to help his sister in the kitchen now. She smiled slightly and did not refuse. It took them a long time to prepare the meal. There were not many dishes, but she had done her best. Every one of them was a flavor their father had, on rare occasions, once praised. When the food was finally ready, it was laid out neatly on the table. The brother and sister sat at the dining table, but neither of them picked up their chopsticks. They simply waited like that. The soup gradually stopped steaming, and Zheng Yueyao carried it back into the kitchen to heat it again. Then brought it back and set it on the table once more. Uncle Chun said, Dad has time to come back for dinner today. He should be here soon. She glanced at the wall clock, as if comforting herself. Zheng Xingguang said nothing. Leaning back in his chair, his gaze fell on the patch of gauze on his sister's forehead that had not yet had its stitches removed, and his brows furrowed slightly. Sis, you should be in the hospital. It's fine, just a small injury. It doesn't affect anything. Zheng Yueyao smiled and shook her head. Her voice was light, as though she was afraid the mood would sink too heavily, so she added, Dad hardly ever comes home. I can't exactly let him come back just to eat takeout. Zheng Xingguang let out a cold laugh. He actually arrived last night. Zheng Yueyao's smile faltered for a moment. Without looking at her, Zheng Xingguang lowered his head and stared at the plate of ribs in front of him, his voice calm, as though he were stating something unrelated to himself. But he didn't even go to the hospital to see you once. To that man, does this place still count as home? Xiao Wang, don't say that. Zheng Yueyao gripped the hem of her clothes, trying hard to keep smiling. Dad has a lot to deal with. The whole city is in chaos right now, and he's also the leader of the expert team. Before she could finish, the door opened. Zheng Mingyuan walked in. He wore that well-tailored dark suit, his tie knotted with perfect precision, his leather shoes making steady sounds on the floor of the entryway. The somewhat bedraggled middle-aged man from the back steps the night before was nowhere to be seen. The one standing at the door now was one of the 4 regional commanders of the Special Administration Bureau, carrying the pressure of authority in every line of his face. This was clearly his home, yet he carried himself like a superior who had only come here temporarily to inspect the work. His gaze swept over the shoe cabinet, over the coffee table, over the 3 dishes and 1 soup laid on the dining table, his face completely expressionless. "Father." The sibling stood up. Zheng Mingyuan's gaze fell first on Zheng Xinguang for a second, then shifted to Zheng Yueyao. "Your injuries haven't healed yet?" Zheng Yueyao froze for a moment, then nodded hard. "Why yes, father. The doctor said in another week I should be able to, take good care of yourself." Having said that, he turned and walked straight toward his room, tossing over his shoulder without even looking back. "I came back to change clothes. I still have a social engagement later." "Huh." Zheng Yueyao took 2 quick steps after him. "But I made." The guest room door closed. Zheng Yueyao stood there frozen, her outstretched hand still hanging in midair. Only after a long while did she slowly lower it. Zheng Xinguang sat back down in his chair, expressionless as he stared at the tightly shut door. That room was basically never used, but Zheng Yueyao still insisted on cleaning it every day. She always held on to one stubborn belief. As long as the room was still there, as long as the meals were still being made, as long as the home was warm every time he returned, then this place would still be a home. After a while, the door opened. Zheng Mingyuan came out in a different set of clothes and walked straight toward the entrance. His gaze swept past the dining table, without giving even a glance to the daughter still standing there. "Father." Zheng Xinguang stood up. Zheng Mingyuan stopped in the entryway, but did not turn around. "If you have something to say it at tomorrow's meeting. This meal, my sister made it for you while enduring her injuries." The boy's voice was trembling. "She has 17 stitches on her body. She nearly died last night. Today she applied to leave the hospital early and has been busy since the afternoon just to make this table of dishes. Can't you at least sit down and eat 1 bite?" Zheng Mingyuan's voice was very calm. That only proves her perseverance was spent in the wrong place. The living room was so quiet that the ticking of the wall clock could be heard. Zheng Xinguang clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms. His thin shoulders trembled slightly, his eyes red, yet he stubbornly kept them wide open as he glared. "To you, what exactly are we?" Zheng Yueyao hurriedly rose, but the movement pulled at her wound and made her bend over in pain. "Xiaoguang, stop talking." Zheng Mingyuan turned his head. The warm yellow lamplight shone on his face, but it could not warm those 2 eyes. He looked at his son and daughter as though looking at 2 operation reports that had failed to meet expectations. "You are my children. But before you are capable enough to bear the name of the Zheng family, capable enough to take over my position and burden, you are nothing. Then have you ever done a single thing like a father? If you dislike us so much, then why did you even bring us into this world?" Xiaoguang. Enduring the sharp pain, Zheng Yueyao lunged over and wrapped her arms around her brother's waist, pushing him back. After struggling twice, the boy was finally pressed back into his chair. At that moment, she felt a stabbing pain beneath her ribs. She lowered her head and saw that a small patch of red had already spread across her white shirt. But she bit down and made no sound, only quietly turning her body to hide the bloodstain and forcing out a smile toward her father. "I am sorry, father. So many of Xiaoguang's comrades have died in recent operations, and the pressure has been too much, so." Zheng Mingyuan's gaze paused on the streak of red at his daughter's waist for a moment, and only a moment. Then he adjusted his glasses and let out a cold laugh. "Direct your anger at the enemy. And as for you, go back to the hospital immediately." Having said that, he turned and left. The brother and sister sat at the dining table without saying a word. The soup was no longer steaming, and a thin layer of oil had formed on top. After a long while, Zheng Yueyao finally picked up her chopsticks and broke the silence in a light tone. "Come on, let's eat. Your sister spent a long time making this." She picked up the best-looking piece of rib and carefully placed it into the bowl opposite her. "Don't you love the ribs your sister makes most of all, Xiaoguang? Eat while it's hot. Once it cools, it won't taste good anymore." "Sis." Zheng Xinguang held his chopsticks without moving, his head lowered. "I'm sorry, it's okay." Zheng Yueyao smiled, put a piece into her own mouth, and chewed hard. "The things you said, I actually wanted to say them too. It's just that your sister isn't as capable as you. Every time the words reach my lips, I swallow them back down again." "Humph." Being able to curse that rotten old man a couple of times for your sister's sake really made me feel better. Zhang Xinguang's lips curved for a moment from her teasing, but the smile vanished just as quickly. The two siblings ate in silence, their chopsticks tapping against the rims of their bowls. Neither of them mentioned what had happened just now. But the gloom in their hearts spread like the rain growing denser outside the window, impossible to dispel. After dinner, Zhang Xinguang insisted on taking his sister back to the hospital. When the nurse changed the dressing and lifted the gauze, she sucked in a breath at the sight of the wound having split open. Zheng Yueyao only smiled and waved it off, saying it was nothing. She had just moved too much earlier. By the time Zheng Xinguang came out of the hospital, it was nearly 11 at night. His sister was staying overnight for observation, and he was planning to go to the office to review the recent operation reports. Cars and people on the street were all blurred behind the curtain of rain. Reflections of neon lights shattered in the puddles, making this street he had walked countless times suddenly feel especially unfamiliar. His heart was full of frustration. Too many people had died these past days. Senior brother He Yuan, 7 members of the 3rd execution team, 8 members of the 5th squad. Faces in the cafeteria whose names he could call, comrades he had sparred with on the training grounds. All because of that damned beast breath. How had it come to this? He was 18 this year, an A-rank agent, top 10 overall in the sword control assessment, outstanding in talisman combat, never falling out of the top 3 in barrier theory. When others spoke of him, they called him Commander Zhang's genius son. But that man had never once looked him straight in the eye. This could not go on. If something like last night happened again, he would still be just as powerless, still only able to watch helplessly as his sister was pierced through right in front of him. He stopped walking and realized he had come to the entrance of a 24-hour convenience store. As if guided by some impulse, he closed his umbrella and pushed the door open. After standing at the counter for a few seconds, he spoke. "Boss, a pack of cigarettes." "What kind of cigarettes?" Just a pack of cigarettes." "What kind of cigarettes?" Zhang Xinguang opened his mouth, and that refined young face rarely showed a bit of awkwardness. "I've never smoked before. Do you have any recommendations for beginners?" Smack. A box of chewing gum landed on the counter. "I recommend this." Roughly the same feeling. Zhang Xinguang froze and looked up. The pale white lamp above the counter happened to shine directly on my face. It was that man he had met during the day, the one holding the children's umbrella, now looking at him expressionlessly. My face was still pale, still pasted with several pieces of gauze. The two of us stared blankly at each other across the counter for several long seconds. Brother-in-law? Half an hour later, behind the store, 2 men sat side by side on the back steps. At some point the rain had stopped. The air was full of the dampness after rain, mixed with the faint sour rot drifting over from the garbage bins. There was already an empty beer can next to Zhang Xinguang, and another one he had just opened. Foam overflowed and ran all over his hand. I sat beside him with a cigarette in my mouth, but I was not drinking. That rotten old man. Tell me, what exactly does he want? Zhang Xinguang gulped down a big mouthful, the beer running down his chin onto his clean white hoodie. His pale face was now as red as a boiled shrimp, and the pair of usually cool eyes had narrowed into slits as he waved the beer can around indignantly. Other people's fathers, when their son gets first in the class, they can't wait to set off firecrackers and treat the whole village to a feast. I got top 10 in all of sword control and excellent in talisman combat. Has he ever looked at me? Not even once. I deliberately reminded him, "What sword control?" "You slipped up." But the boy did not care at all. It's air sword flight and aerodynamics, slaying monsters and eliminating demons. I could not be bothered reminding him anymore. Say whatever you want. 18 years. A full 18 years. How many times has he ever praised me? Got it, you can go now. Ha ha ha. Does that fucking count as praise? I said nothing. Looking at this boy who had worn such a cold face during the day and wanted to fight me, now drunkenly throwing a tantrum like a child who had lost his toy, I found it somewhat absurd. He got like this from just 1 can of beer. His alcohol tolerance was way too poor. "Hey, brother-in-law." Zhang Xinguang suddenly turned his head, his dazed eyes staring straight at me. "Who are you calling brother-in-law?" "You." He let out a drunken hiccup and patted my shoulder as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "How do you know my sister?" I took a deep drag on my cigarette and slowly exhaled through my nose, watching the smoke disperse under the streetlight. Then I looked seriously into his eyes. "If I said I don't even know your sister's name, would you believe me?" Zhang Xinguang was stunned for a moment, then threw his head back and burst into laughter, laughing so hard he rocked back and forth. "Ha ha, brother-in-law, you're hilarious. The way my sister reacted when she saw you yesterday, that's love, obviously. Have you ever been in love?" "No." Then what the hell would you know? With perfect righteousness, Zheng Xingguang set the beer can on his knee and straightened his back. I may never have dated, but I've read tons of comics. That's exactly how it goes in comics. After the heroine loses her memory, just seeing the hero's back is enough to make her heart race. Then she gets her memory back and the two of them cry in each other's arms. The way my sister looked at you yesterday was exactly the same as in comics. Speechless, I breathed a white stream into the sky. Forget it. Why argue with an idiot? Though I used to love comics when I was little too. Vaguely, I remembered that I seemed to have read them with someone. Who was it? Under a bridge? By the river? Why can't I quite remember? I shook my head and tossed the thought aside. Read less of that stuff. Why? There are lots of things worth learning from comics. Zheng Xingguang protested, slamming his beer can down heavily onto the steps. Things were strict at home when I was little. My dad sent me to the special admin. He hiccuped and forcibly swallowed the next two words, pretending nothing had happened. A closed boarding school. I basically could never get out. After training, all the other kids had their parents come pick them up. I was the only one sitting at the school gate waiting for the driver. Later, even the driver stopped coming, and only my sister would come pick me up on a bicycle. With how loose your tongue is, getting lost after 2 drinks, no wonder your father does not trust you. But I did not say it out loud. After all, at heart he was still just a young man. Back then my sister was the only one who came to see me often. She climbed over the wall to get in. Pretty amazing, right? Zheng Xingguang's tone suddenly softened, and a smile he himself did not notice hung at the corner of his mouth. Every time she came, she brought me comics. But she didn't understand any of it, and only knew how to pick the pretty-looking covers, so they were all shoujo manga. Things like Peach 100%, First Love Equation, Flower, and Dream's Kiss. He rattled off a string of titles that made my brows knit tighter and tighter, then laughed first himself, and as he laughed, his voice gradually softened. But I was still really happy. Every time she came, no matter how hard training was, it felt like nothing. Looking at the expression on his face, I flicked away some ash. A sister, wasn't my own sister the same, always leaving the best things for me? And when would I ever be able to set her mind at ease? At the thought of that figure busily tending the breakfast stall every morning, my nose felt a little sour. I had not gone to see my sister in a long time. I should go tomorrow. Zheng Xingguang sighed, placed the empty can by his feet, tipped his head back to look at the moths fluttering around the streetlight, then suddenly turned to me with a serious expression. Hey, brother-in-law, my name is Bai Zihang. Brother-in-law Bai, do you have a girlfriend? My sister is really great. She's pretty, she cooks well, she has a gentle personality, and she can use knives. Although not that well, she tries really hard. And right now she's on administrative leave, so she has plenty of time to date. You'd better put aside that whole shoujo manga theory of yours for now. I ground the cigarette but into the step, then rose slowly to my feet and looked down at this drunken boy who was talking complete nonsense. I suggest you first figure out what love actually means and be a bit more practical. Zheng Xingguang looked up at me, blinked, then suddenly grinned. You don't look that much older than me, but you talk like some old man. Then teach me, brother-in-law. How do you be practical about love? First, I'm not your brother-in-law. Second, I did not get to finish. The communicator on Zheng Xingguang's wrist started ringing. The boy lowered his head and glanced at the screen. The dazed eyes soaked in alcohol cleared the instant he saw the line of red text on the display. He set the beer can on the step, wiped the corner of his mouth with his sleeve, and when he stood up, his body still swayed a little, but his back was already straight as a rod. Sorry, brother-in-law, I have to go. If you have time, remember to visit my sister in the hospital. She's in Ninghai Affiliated Hospital, Building 3, 5th floor, room 506. Visiting hours are from 3 to 5 in the afternoon. Aren't you leaving yet? I cut him off. Zheng Xingguang waved at me, then turned and ran toward the mouth of the alley, staggering so badly he nearly knocked over a garbage bin. Only after stumbling a few steps did he steady himself, then speed up and disappear into the night beyond the alley. I stood at the back door with an unlit cigarette between my lips, looking in the direction where he had vanished. Just now I had accidentally glanced at the screen of the communicator on his wrist. On it was a clear line of red text. Beast breath response detected in Lanshan district. All standby agents proceed immediately. In the state he was in, could he really still carry out a mission? I stood expressionless for a few seconds, then turned and pushed open the back door and walked back into the store. I passed through the aisles and headed straight for the storeroom. Pushing open the metal door marked staff only. The storeroom was stacked with cartons and loose goods, and in the corner stood Liao's personal dressing table. I had no idea why she insisted on putting a dressing table in the storeroom. That woman had too many bizarre habits, and I could not be bothered to puzzle through them one by one. On the dressing table sat a whole row of figurines of different sizes and materials. Ceramic ones, resin ones, plush ones, and even one made of fluorescent plastic that would glow an eerie green in the dark when the lights were off. Let me think. What was it she said I should do if I had to leave the store at night? First, find the beckoning cat. I squatted down and soon found myself in trouble. Out of all this stuff, which one is the beckoning cat? Forget it, let it be you. I picked the one that looked most pleasing to my eye, carried it out of the storeroom, placed it at the very center of the register, then stepped back, pressed my palms together, and bowed 3 times. The procedure Luo Yao had explained replayed in my mind like a movie. First, place the beckoning cat on the counter, press your palms together, and bow 3 times. Then recite the incantation and drop in a 1 yuan coin. Remember, it has to be a 1 yuan coin. Arcade tokens won't work, and paper bills won't either. Last time someone put in 100, and the next day my store got occupied by a bunch of stray cats. It took me a whole week to deal with it. I straightened up, cleared my throat, and enunciated each word toward the beckoning cat. Spirits above, spirits below, Lady Luo Yao is wise. Your clerk must step out tonight, and no one is allowed to come restock. What a pile of bullshit for an incantation. After reciting it, I fished out a 1 yuan coin from my pocket and pushed it into the coin slot. With a ding, the coin dropped into the ceramic belly, and the paw it was holding up suddenly clicked and twitched. I stepped back and waited a moment. Nothing happened, but I had the odd feeling that the smile on its face looked even creepier than before, as if it were saying, got it, now hurry up and get lost. So I changed clothes and left the store, striding toward the alley mouth. The instant I ran out of the alley, my form suddenly swelled within the shadows beyond the reach of the streetlights, and coarse gray fur burst out from under my skin. A giant wolf, silver gray all over, stepped out from the shadows. Its golden slit pupils flashed once in the dark, and then it leapt up onto the rooftops. It seemed this night too would be full of trouble. After I left, the store stayed quiet for about 3 seconds. Then the fluorescent lights overhead suddenly flickered a few times. The air conditioning vents, which had originally sat quietly embedded in the ceiling, all began to hum at once, and a visible stream of white mist poured in. It was deep winter now, and the store had originally been running warm air. But the moment that white mist flowed in, the temperature plummeted, and a thin layer of moisture condensed on the surfaces of the potato chip bags on the shelves. At that moment, a sneaky figure appeared at the front entrance. Her graceful silhouette was cast by the street lamp from behind, accentuating the curves of her body. Her long skirt fell to her ankles, and a slender smoking pipe lay across her lips, the embers at its tip glowing and dimming. Qingyao bent at the waist, bracing both hands on her knees as she pressed her face close to the glass door to peek inside. In truth, she did not have anything to do tonight. She had only just come back from the south side of the city and happened to be passing by, thinking she might as well pick up a box of yogurt on the way. It was absolutely not, because she still could not get over having been grabbed by the collar and thrown out by that man last time, tossing and turning in bed at midnight unable to sleep, and therefore had insisted on coming to get to the bottom of it. Humph, absolutely not. It's not even 1 o'clock yet. She muttered to herself, straightened up, and smoothed the stray hair at her temples that the night wind had blown loose. Surely he won't throw me out again today, will he? She pushed open the glass door and stepped inside. The sensor let out a mechanical welcome. The cold air hit her in the face, even colder than outside, raising goosebumps on the bare skin of her forearms. She frowned, switched the pipe to her other hand, and looked down the aisles. There was no one behind the register. No one on the chair, no one between the shelves, no one at the storeroom door either. TCH, where did that man run off to? Smoking out the back again. Come to think of it, Luo Yao was no ordinary little anomaly. Any one of the people who had been thrown out last time would be a major figure in their own right if taken separately. Yet when Luo Yao summoned them, not a single one dared arrive late, and not one dared put on airs in front of her. For someone like Zhengning Yuan to honestly call her demon lady, and for Qingyao herself to willingly run errands and investigate cases for her, Luo Yao's level was far more frightening than the lazy girl facade of her appearance suggested. And yet she had actually allowed a human to stay by her side. Not only allowed it, but even had him work the night shift in her convenience store. That was not right. She bit down on the pipe and took a draw, then slowly exhaled a strand of bluish smoke, narrowing her eyes. She was going to see for herself exactly what secrets this man called by Ziheng was hiding. She was not gossiping at all, merely curious, just a tiny little bit curious. But at this moment, the store was completely empty. Had he gone to the bathroom, or simply skipped work altogether? She laid the pipe on the register, crossed her arms, and blinked. How strange. This servant rarely feels the urge to come take a look, and the one time I do, I catch this little thing skipping his shift. The corners of her lips slowly curved into a malicious smile, and the natural pale red at the ends of her eyes lifted a little more. Well then, this time I can. Before she finished, she turned around. In front of her was a face. A huge blue-green face with protruding fangs, less than 3 centimeters from the tip of her nose. Thick curved horns jutted from its forehead, its mouth slightly open, revealing 2 rows of interlocking teeth that gleamed a ghastly white under the lights. The breath from its nostrils was hot and rank, blowing straight into her face and sending several carefully arranged strands of hair at her forehead flying backward. The smile had not yet disappeared from Qingyao's mouth, but her whole body seemed to have had the pause button pressed. Even her expression and breathing froze in place. She slowly exhaled a stream of white smoke, took the pipe from her mouth, and maintained a composed bearing and elegant movements. She even had the leisure to lightly tap the ash on the register, creating a sharp contrast with the sticky saliva on the ugly face in front of her. Well, now look at this mess. First of all, I am not some suspicious person, and second, you roar. Help! Let go of my skirt. That's brand new, and you're tearing it. No, 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 don't touch my hair. The hairpin is an antique. Do you understand? An antique. Get your claws away from it. Ah, what is that smell? Have you not brushed your teeth in centuries? Don't rub yourself on me. Luoyao. Luoyao, get out here. After a long while, Qingyao limped out of the convenience store, supporting herself against the wall. The jade hairpin on her head was crooked, and the magnolia blossom on its tip, the one she had spent 3 months carving, had flown off who knew where. One of her high heels had fallen off in the escape. She bit down on her bent smoking pipe, leaned against a street lamp, and panted for quite a while. Looking back at the glass door that had already slid shut on its own, she swallowed nervously. Was that really necessary? I was only going to take a look at your little boyfriend. Was it really necessary to unleash a Taotai to guard the door? Lanshan District, on the edge of the old industrial zone. Once, weaving machines had thundered here day and night. Now all that remained were stray cats and rusted pipelines. But tonight, even the stray cats had all fled. The air was thick with a strong, fishy stench, mixed with sulfur and the acrid smell of burnt fur, making anyone's nostrils instinctively tighten. A gigantic fiery red fox was trapped in the open yard of a textile factory. Its shoulder height was over 3 meters, and its shaggy fur rolled in the night wind like burning flames. Of its 2 tails, only one was still barely standing. The other had been severed halfway through, flesh and bone alike, with white bone stubs protruding through the scorched blackened fur. It panted heavily, and every time it exhaled, sparks sprayed from its nostrils. 8 young agents in modified Taoist combat robes surrounded it in a fan formation. The tips of their 8 peachwood swords pointed downward, pale golden runes flowing across the blades. 8 swords, 8 nodes, 1 barrier. Golden light interwove into a translucent dome that pinned the fox firmly in place. Zheng Xingguang stood directly before the barrier, sword seal pinched in his left hand while his right trembled slightly. His breathing was not steady. Alcohol lay over his nerves like a thin veil, making the sword control formulas that usually came as easily as breathing now require twice as much focus to maintain. Hold it steady. His voice was still calm enough, at least calmer than he had expected it to be. His fingers shifted slightly, the sword seal changing, and the golden light brightened again, pressing the fox's forepaw back to the ground just as it tried to lift it. This time, I have to. Before he could finish, the brick wall to his left exploded. The entire wall looked as though it had been slapped by an invisible giant hand from the outside, and bricks and cement fragments shot out in all directions. Several team members dodged instinctively, the bricks smashing into the spots where they had been standing moments before and punching shallow pits into the ground. Then, from within the dust cloud, another massive shadow pounced out. There's another one, and it's actually a 3-tailed fox demon. Zheng Xingguang was swept aside by that huge tail and slammed onto the ground, a metallic taste rising in his throat. Someone was shouting his name in his ears, along with blaring alarms and the sound of his teammates regrouping their formation. Everyone fall back. He gritted his teeth and stood up, his left hand sword seal never pausing for a single moment. The sword case on his back vibrated with a hum. 3 peachwood swords flew out at the same time, tracing 3 arcs through the air and cutting in between the 2 fox demons and the scattering team members. 5 meters. Pull a 5-meter buffer zone. Don't get close to them. I'll hold them off. He did not know how thin and fragile he must have looked, standing alone before those two monstrous beasts in the eyes of those young agents only a few years older than himself. He only knew that he was the highest-ranked agent on the scene. If he did not stand here, then the people behind him would die. The sword tips leveled at the three-tailed fox demon. The glow of the runes on the blades flickered as if on the verge of collapse, yet he showed not the slightest intention of retreating. The three-tailed fox demon tilted its head, opened its jaws, and a cluster of bluish-white light began gathering deep in its throat between its fangs. Just as the foxfire was about to erupt, a silver-white shadow dropped from the sky. It slammed down onto the back of the three-tailed fox demon. The impact drove the demon's entire front half into the ground, its chin smashing against the concrete, and the foxfire it had been holding in its mouth was forced right back down its throat. As the dust dispersed, Zheng Xinguang finally saw that figure clearly. A gigantic silver-white wolf had the three-tailed fox demon pinned firmly to the ground. Its golden slit pupils lifted slightly and calmly glanced at Zheng Xinguang once. Then it tilted its chin in another direction. Go deal with the other one. Zheng Xinguang locked eyes with the white wolf for 1 second. He suddenly felt those golden eyes looked strangely familiar. But he did not think further, because behind him the barrier was letting out a shriek on the verge of shattering, and the severed tail fire fox was already throwing itself against it with all its life. Several of the agents maintaining the barrier had blood seeping from the corners of their mouths. There was no more time to hesitate. He nodded, turned back to face the severed tail fire fox, and his sword seal instantly grew several degrees sharper. All personnel, on my command, focus fire on the severed tail one. With the white wolf's help, the two fox demons were finally captured alive. The young agents of the Special Administration Bureau burst into cheers they had been holding back for far too long. For the first time in such a long time, they had successfully taken alive anomalies infected by beast breath, rather than being forced to shoot them dead before they tore apart even more people. Those two wolf cubs were still unconscious under the Research Institute's supervision. Now there were 2 more live specimens. This would be an enormous help in uncovering the source and mechanism of beast breath. Breathing hard, Zheng Xinguang wiped the blood and sweat from his face with his sleeve and turned, intending to look for the white wolf. But on the open ground there was nothing except shattered asphalt, toppled steel beams, and the fox demons being sealed away. That silver-white giant wolf had vanished without a sound. He chased for dozens of meters, vaulting over the collapsed wall and jumping into the alley behind the factory building, looking from side to side. No footprints, no lingering aura, nothing at all. He stood there for quite a while, his brows drawing tighter and tighter. Just who exactly was this white wolf? Every time it appeared, it did so at the moment of greatest danger, and every time it handled the worst of the situation alone and then vanished without a trace. And those eyes, he kept feeling he had seen them somewhere before. When I got back to the convenience store, I almost thought I had walked into the wrong place. No, actually, I wished I had walked into the wrong place. Because if I had not, then the sight before me was the result of my shift tonight. 3 rows of shelves had collapsed. More than a dozen bags of puffed snacks had been stomped, burst open, and potato chip crumbs were scattered all over the floor. The Odin pot on the register had been knocked crooked by something, spilling half the broth, with bamboo skewers strewn everywhere. And the culprit behind all this was currently squatting in the middle of the wrecked shelves, opening its huge maw and crunching through an entire row of instant noodles together with the metal shelf partitions they had not even been stocked onto yet. That thing was so enormous it nearly brushed the ceiling, with a blue-green face and protruding fangs, and 2 lantern-sized eyes bulging from either side of its face. Its vertical pupils were now narrowed in satisfaction, as if enjoying a rare midnight snack. Good Lord above. A bead of cold sweat slid down my forehead. I held onto the doorframe and stood there for a while, trying to confirm whether I was dreaming. And what the hell is this thing now? Since when did something like this appear in the store? Luo Yao never said anything about it. Before I had time to react, the monster suddenly stopped chewing. Its 2 lantern eyes snapped open, those bell-sized eyeballs shifting until they locked onto me at the entrance. Roar! In the next second, that thing charged toward me like a running mountain. I instinctively dodged to the side, but it was too fast. A giant tongue swept over, licking from my chin all the way to the top of my head and drenching me completely. Stop. Sit. I tried ordering it the way we trained dogs in the army. The monster tilted its head, blinked its lantern eyes, and then grew even more excited. It pounced straight onto me. 2 forepaws thicker than my waist landed on my shoulders and pinned me flat to the floor, and then it began frantically licking my face. Its strength was astonishing. I struggled several times and could not break free, forced to endure this completely one-sided baptism of saliva. Just when I thought tonight might truly be the end of me, a yellow talisman flew in from the doorway and stuck squarely onto the monster's butt. The thing froze instantly. With a poof, the enormous body rapidly shrank within a cloud of smoke, replaced by a ceramic statue that fell to the ground with a thud. The statue's belly had that sloppily drawn talisman stuck on it, the runes still glowing faintly gold. I lay there drenched from head to toe, gasping for air, my entire face covered in monster drool. When I barely propped myself up, I saw a pair of exquisite little boots appear in front of me. Luoyao stood beside me with her arms crossed, looking down at me, her face full of disgust. Listen, if you have some problem with me, you can just say it directly. She extended one finger painted with red nail polish and pointed at the statue on the ground. Why did you let this Tao die out? Were you trying to tear the place apart? Wasn't that what you said? I sat up from the floor and wiped my face with my sleeve. If I had to leave the store for a while, I should bring out the beckoning cat to watch the shop. The corner of Luoyao's mouth twitched. She crouched down, grabbed me by the collar, and dragged me in front of the statue. Here, tell me, what part of this thing looks anything like a beckoning cat? I looked at the statue on the ground with its blue-green face, protruding fangs, bulging slit-pupiled eyes, and the two curved horns on its forehead, then looked back at Luoyao. A sincerely puzzled expression appeared in my eyes. Isn't it? Luoyao took a deep breath and walked into the storeroom. After a while she came back, carrying another statue. This one was as standard a beckoning cat as a beckoning cat could possibly be. She set it neatly on the counter, took out a 1 yuan coin, and dropped it into the slot at the cat's feet. The coin fell with a ding, and smoke rose around the beckoning cat. I instinctively stepped back half a pace, thinking some other monster was about to appear again. But when the smoke cleared, standing behind the register was a very pretty girl. She wore a convenience store employee uniform, had cat ears, and a tail that poked out beneath her skirt and swished happily behind her. Her eyes sparkled, and her smile was bright enough to melt ice cream. Welcome, Meow. This is Lady Luoyao's exclusive convenience store, Meow. Please come in, customer, Meow. What would you like, Meow? The oden was just made and is nice and hot, Meow. We also have fresh strawberry cake in stock, Meow. If you sign up for a membership card, you get 20% off, Meow. The membership card is free, Meow. I stared blankly. After her enthusiastic introduction, the cat girl even winked at me, her tail tracing a heart shape behind her. Luoyao turned around, pointed at the cat girl, and said to me slowly and distinctly, "This is what you use to watch the shop for you." Then she pointed at the Taotai statue on the floor that was still trembling faintly. "And this is what you use to guard the yard." Guard the yard means stopping people from sneaking in when you forget to lock the door. It does not mean putting it at the register and making it work as a clerk. I scratched my head, looked at the Taotai on the floor, then at the cat girl behind the register. My bandage-covered face showed the look of someone who had thought very seriously before reaching a conclusion. Don't they kind of look alike? The entire store went quiet for about 2 seconds. The smile on the cat girl's face froze. This was the first time in her life anyone had said she looked kind of like a Taotai. No matter how good her temper was, she could not quite hold it in. Isn't that a bit too insulting to cats? Luoyao told me to hoist up the Taotai statue, saying we were going to return it. It took me a great deal of effort just to lift the heavy thing. So you can actually buy Taotai too? I asked while carrying the statue. Of course this one was manufactured. A real Taotai is bigger than a mountain and can swallow half a city in one bite. Go on then, you try buying one of those for me. Luoyao did not even turn her head, sounding perfectly justified. This is a replica, a replica. If you buy a figurine, are you seriously expecting it not to move? It's just that this figurine has a few extra little mechanisms built into it, so it can move, bite people, and guard the yard. Though except for the last function, the first two really did not get much use. I fell silent for 2 seconds, digesting the definition of a figurine that can move and bite people, then looked back in the direction of the store. Then what about that girl? The one with the cat ears just now. Oh, the Nakomata? She's real. Luoyao answered casually. I picked her up from a second-hand market. Her previous owner ran an underground casino and needed something ferocious-looking to intimidate the place, but that girl smiled like Methriya Buddha all day long. When customers came, she served them tea and introduced promotional offers and even tried to sign them up for membership cards. What kind of casino needs membership cards? The guests all started asking whether the place had been turned into a bathhouse. In the end, the owner couldn't take it anymore and just sold her off. Stop talking. I motioned toward the counter with my chin. Look, I think she's about to cry. Luoyao tilted her head to look over. Rejected by her former owner, publicly exposed by her current owner, and just now compared by a human to a Taotai. With all three blows stacked together, the bitterness hidden behind that smile was probably something only the cat herself could understand. And what about my store? Shouldn't I be the one crying right now? I stood in the middle of the debris carrying the Taotai statue and fell silent for 2 seconds. I know this one really is my fault. There's no escaping it. I'll compensate you. Luo Yao blinked, and the expression on her face instantly switched modes. The pained expression of a distressed store owner vanished completely, replaced by that wicked little demon smile of hers that I had already grown extremely familiar with. She walked up to me in an unhurried pace, rose onto her toes, and lifted my chin with one painted finger. Hom. Can you really afford it, little mister? Do you know how much these goods are worth? Or perhaps, she leaned in even closer, her lips almost brushing my ear as her breath came out warm and sly. You could pay me in another way? Under normal circumstances, this would be the part where I blushed, stammered, and lost all composure, after which Luo Yao could enjoy the sight of my helpless embarrassment. That had become her latest favorite pastime. But things were different now, because I had already figured out that this girl only acted fierce with her mouth, while in reality, she would fall apart the moment anyone poked back. Enough. I already know what you're really like, so stop saying things that make even you embarrassed. Luo Yao's smile froze for a fraction of a second, then immediately returned to its arrogant form. She let go of my chin, planted both hands on her hips, and tipped her head back with 3 perfectly standard villainous laughs. Then all those comics you hid under my bed, stop talking. The red surged up from Liao's neck all the way to the tips of her ears. She suddenly raised her hand and gave me a solid slap across the face. I spun in place from the blow, staggered 2 steps, and barely regained my balance, now wearing a bright red handprint across my cheek. Behind the counter, the cat girl still maintained her smile, but inwardly, she was thinking to herself, this job really isn't easy either. Better switch employers as soon as possible, meow. Luo Yao took 2 deep breaths, but the tips of her ears were still red. She glanced at me crouching there clutching my face where I had been slapped, let out a heavy huff, grabbed me by the back of my collar, and started dragging me outside. We're going. Time to return the goods. As she dragged me out, she tossed a command over her shoulder to the cat girl behind the counter without looking back. Clean this place up. By the time we get back, I want it restored exactly as it was. With that, she went out the door, and the glass door slid shut automatically, leaving the cat girl alone in the wrecked convenience store. The moment the door closed, the smile on the cat girl's face finally vanished. With dead fish eyes, she pulled out a cigarette, put it in her mouth, struck a spark with her claw to light it, and took a deep drag. Then she slowly exhaled toward the fluorescent light overhead that was still swaying precariously, her gaze full of life's weariness. Better switch jobs, meow. The entrance to Yudu was hidden on the second underground level of an abandoned funeral home in the northern suburbs. After passing through a corridor lined on both sides with ghostly green flames, the view suddenly opened up. This place could be considered the borderland of the underworld, though it could not compare to the true netherworld. As the largest marketplace at the boundary between the human world and the realm of the dead, its liveliness lost to no city of the living. The streets were broad and dim, and the stalls displayed all manner of strange and curious goods. The passers-by on the street were equally varied. Ghosts with no feet drifted lazily through the market. Cultivators in cloaks with only a pair of red eyes showing hurried by with lowered heads. Several monsters with human bodies and beast heads were squatting at roadside stalls haggling over prices. You could even see a few agents in Special Administration Bureau uniforms walking expressionlessly through the crowd, nodding to ghost officers as they brushed past each other. Luo Yao was clearly a regular here. The 4 ghost guards at the gate had originally set up a table in the archway and were enthusiastically playing mahjong. At the sound of footsteps, one of them lazily lifted his eyelids. The moment he recognized who it was, the tile in his hand nearly dropped to the floor. He hurriedly pinched out the cigarette in his mouth and jabbed the colleague beside him with his elbow. The other 3 sprang to their feet at once as well, sweeping the mahjong tiles aside with a clatter. The 4 of them stood at attention in unison and said together, "Honored one." Luo Yao seemed to be in a fairly good mood. She waved a hand, pulled several bundles of held banknotes from her pocket, and tossed them over casually. The 4 ghost guards caught them and bowed repeatedly as they stepped aside to let her through. I followed behind carrying the Taotai statue. As I passed through the gate archway, I curiously glanced over to the side. Good Lord, each one of these bills was worth several hundred million. First time here, brother? One of the ghost guards stuffed Li Yao's tip into his robe, then turned and saw me staring at the mahjong table. Cheerfully, he patted the chair beside him. Come sit down, play a couple rounds. Expressionless, I shook my head. You people play too high stakes. How is one round worth several dozen billion? The ghost guard looked down at the money by his hand, then back up at me. Ah, he waved dismissively, looking helpless. Isn't it all because of you humans? You people don't understand a thing and just burn paper money blindly. Not even counting holidays. During Qingming and the Ghost Festival, you people can burn through a whole mountain of the stuff. Even for ordinary funerals, when giving condolence money, you burn it by the bundle. You're satisfied, sure, but we're the ones suffering over here. You've inflated the whole damn economy. Luo Yao pinched my ear and dragged me away from the ghost guards who were still chattering on about inflation. Stop wasting time talking to these people. Hurry up. Every single person in the Yudu ghost market who tries to drag you into mahjong is a cheat. If you play with them, they'll fleece you until you don't even have your underwear left. She dragged me by the ear until we stopped in front of an antique shop. Then she kicked the door open and walked in. The brass bell on the door gave a weak little ding. The shop was not large, but it was crammed full. Behind the counter sat a fat proprietor. His round face held two tiny little eyes, and when he smiled, they disappeared into slits. What kind of anomaly is this? He leaned to Luo Yao's ear and whispered, "A flood dragon." Luo Yao answered casually, "An old flood dragon that's been alive over 2,000 years. It's lived for more than 2,000 years and still hasn't turned into a dragon. It ate too much while crossing the waters and got bloated, so its ascension failed." I was speechless. I had already seen so many things these past days that shattered my worldview. But if you told me this thing wasn't some boar spirit but a flood dragon, that was still way too bizarre. The owner did not know what thoughts were running through my head, but he recognized Luo Yao immediately, and the fat on his face piled up into an obsequious smile. Rubbing his hands, he stood up from his chair, his belly scraping against the counter. "Oh my, honored one, isn't this a rare visit? What brings you to my humble little shop today? A true honored guest, a true honored guest. Come, come, please sit. Hey, someone, go bring out that rosewood grand armchair from the back room for the honored one to sit on." He shouted toward the rear as though there were some shop assistant there, but I did not hear anyone answer. No need. Luo Yao showed no intention of sitting down and simply lifted her chin toward me. I set the Taotai statue from my arms onto the counter with a heavy thud, making the whole counter wobble. The owner lowered his head to glance at the statue and let out a guilty little cough from his throat. "Ahem, honored one, this is a return." Luo Yao was concise as ever. "This Taotai of yours is no good. Before any thief even came, it had already torn my house apart itself." The owner patted his belly and let out a hearty laugh, trying to cover his guilt with loudness. "Ah, honored one, you know the rules of our shop. Goods sold are neither returned nor exchanged. I made it clear when you bought it too. This Taotai is a prototype, so naturally it has a few flaws here and there." "A few flaws? This thing is a whole demolition crew." Luo Yao sneered. The owner wiped the sweat from his forehead and gestured in the air with both hands in a soothing motion. "Honored one, please don't be angry. Our products are meant to be good and cheap. Since they're cheap, naturally they can't be pure-blood descendants of Taodai. You know the business too. A pure-blood Taodai, even just a tiny clipping of one claw, would be enough to buy my whole shop plus this old life of mine. At this price, getting this level of performance is already practically a clearance sale." The more I listened, the more wrong this sounded, and I couldn't help cutting in. "So what exactly did you mix into it?" The owner's eyes clearly darted away. "Well, just a tiny little bit of, purely for reference, dog blood." Luo Yao and I both froze at the same time. What kind of dog blood is this feral? Aren't dogs supposed to be experts at guarding homes? I pressed. The owner looked even guiltier. His hands twisted together in front of his chest, and his voice grew smaller and smaller. "I figured every industry these days emphasizes combining Chinese and Western methods, learning from foreign strengths to counter foreign strengths. We puppet makers have to keep up with the times too. It just so happened that some little vampire brought a foreign dog to Yudu some time ago. That dog was so energetic it was unbelievable, running wild all over the city and biting whoever it caught. Later the city defense ghost guards caught it, and while they were drawing blood for testing, I just conveniently, really just conveniently, brought back the tiniest sample." "What was that dog called? Some kind of husky or something?" "Husky?" I asked. "Ah, yes, that's the one. You really are broad in your knowledge." The corner of my mouth began to twitch. No wonder. That thing just now in the store was bulldozing through everything it saw. If a husky got the power of a Taotai, then under heaven what would there still be that it wouldn't dare tear apart? Luoyao was too lazy to waste more words. She extended one finger and tapped the statue, her tone calm but firm. Either way, I'm returning it. The owner's smile finally started to fail, and a sly glint flashed in his little eyes. Ah, honored one, even you can't break the rules. The rules of Yudu Ghost Market have stood for who knows how many years. Goods sold are neither returned nor exchanged. If that rule breaks, where am I supposed to put this old face of mine? Who would trust my shop ever again? This isn't just about money. It's a matter of reputation. Luo Yao only smiled faintly and turned to look at me. Little mister, tear off that talisman. I reached for the talisman stuck to the statue's belly. The owner hurriedly covered it with both hands, sweating profusely as he shouted to Luo Yao. Hey, mercy, honored one, please don't let that thing out in my shop. Everything here is antiques. It can't take that kind of abuse. So are you refunding it or not? The owner's face scrunched into a miserable knot, and he gave in with a funeral-like expression. I'll refund it. Could we maybe just refund half? Little mister, tear it. I'll refund it, all right? I'll refund all of it. Once we came out of the shop, the question that had been nagging me surfaced again. When we came in, the owner called you honored one. The ghost guards at the gate also called you honored one. They all call you that. Honored what exactly? After thinking a moment, I added, Dragon Lord honored one. Luo Yao burst out laughing and waved a hand. Out in the world, people give themselves whatever titles they want. You can say you put screen protectors on phones, or you can say you're an IT visual interaction engineer. You can say you're a taxi driver, or you can say you're a ground space displacement guidance specialist. In the end, it's just a title. Don't think too much about it. I still felt she was fooling me, but I couldn't spot any flaw in what she said, so I could only give her a suspicious look and let it drop. The two of us walked back the way we had come. We had just turned out of a small alley when a ghost guard hurried toward us. Honored one, my master says there's progress on the matter you had her investigate. Since you're already in Yudu today, she asks that you come with me. Luo Yao raised an eyebrow, seeming both mildly surprised and as if she had expected it all along. Qingyao really does handle things efficiently. Fine, lead the way. The ghost guard turned and led us on. Luo Yao motioned for me to follow while explaining at the same time. Qingyao, that woman you carried out the other night, the one smoking that pipe, is the one behind this entire Yudu Ghost Market. Perfect timing. I'll take you to broaden your horizons a little. She winked at me, her lips curled in that habitual sly smile. At the top floor of a hexagonal tower, Qingyao leaned against the window. This was the highest point in the entire Yudu Ghost Market. Looking out from here, under the vast dark red sky, countless phosphorescent lanterns flickered through the streets and alleys below. This enormous Yudu Ghost Market all answered to her command. She did not belong to the Special Administration Bureau, yet for 1,000 years she had been one of its most reliable allied units. Many matters too inconvenient for the Bureau to handle openly could find room for negotiation once they reached her territory. Luo Yao was not polite about it at all. She went straight to the soft couch opposite Qingyao and sat down, then casually took a bite out of some nameless purple-skinned fruit from the platter as if she were in her own home. I stood at her side, my gaze habitually sweeping over the layout of the room. Qingyao did not stop me. She only let the corner of her lips bend slightly, as if granting silent permission. There's already a lead on that matter from last time. Qingyao turned around, took a thin booklet from her sleeve, set it on the table, and pushed it toward Luo Yao. All of the beast breath has been artificially processed. The other side's methods are very practiced. After extracting your power of chaos, they mixed in at least 3 different catalytic factors. And along with that artificial anomaly core you showed me last time, I can say with certainty that both came from the same group of people. Luo Yao's gaze lifted from the fruit platter, and her chewing stopped. She picked up the booklet and flipped through several pages, her brows drawing tighter and tighter. In the end, she shoved the booklet into my hands, stood up, walked to the window, and looked in the direction Qingyao was pointing. Qingyao was indicating a gray stretch of industrial buildings at the edge of Yudu's outer district, faint bluish smoke still rising from the chimneys. That one. Qingyao lowered her hand, her tone even. It's a pharmaceutical processing plant nominally under the Special Administration Bureau. But what it's really doing, you people know better than I do. My subordinates traced it that far and could go no further. Pushing in deeper would alert the enemy. The rest is for you to handle yourselves. So it's an inside job after all. Luo Yao rolled her eyes and stuffed the remaining half of the fruit into her mouth, cursing through the chew. Got it. Let that old man Zhengning Yuan deal with the headache. If tracing the mole ends up leading to him, let's see how he keeps loafing around then. Qingyao did not pick up that thread. Her gaze moved past Luo Yao and landed on me, who had remained half a step behind her the entire time, and a teasing note entered her voice. You really do take him everywhere with you. This trip to Yudu is supposed to be official business, and yet there he is, tagging along every step of the way. Just what exactly is your relationship with him? Luo Yao turned and looked at me with a smile, then turned back to meet Xing Yao's gaze, her lips curving like a fox that had just stolen a chicken. First of all, I didn't come here to see you. I came here to return goods. And as for him, whatever relationship you think we have, that's what we have. Behind Luo Yao, I lowered my head ever so slightly, my expression remaining perfectly composed. 3 days later, a crow dove down from the clouds, its wings brushing the barbed wire around the perimeter of the factory before it landed silently on a roof beam. Its scarlet eyes turned as they transmitted the entire view of the factory below frame by frame to the operations vehicle hidden in the distance among abandoned cargo containers. Since the collaborative investigation notice was issued, that factory has been out of contact for more than 24 hours. The agent responsible for intelligence support moved her fingers rapidly over the console, projecting the crow's feed onto the main screen. This is the current situation around the factory perimeter. On the screen, the walls, gates, roof, and even the edges of every window of the factory glowed with a faint blue light. It was not illumination. It was a barrier. Dense isolation barriers woven from compound techniques, layered over each other, with at least 3 layers from the outer perimeter to the core. The density of each layer far exceeds standard security level barriers. Worse still, these barriers are not set in a fixed defensive arrangement. They're constantly shifting position like water. If we continue to probe any deeper, the display on the console suddenly dissolved into static. In the last frame returned by the crow, a hand formed from black smoke reached out from inside the factory and spread its fingers to grasp the crow circling at low altitude. The image froze there, and then the entire screen turned black. The operator's fingers stopped over the keyboard. She looked up at the lines of error codes scrolling across the screen, her voice very calm. That would be the result. The other side is also a bureau unit. They know our reconnaissance methods very well. There were 8 people seated inside the operations vehicle. The Special Administration Bureau's Rapid Reaction Special Operations Squad, codenamed Judgment. Every member was an A-rank agent. This squad did not participate in routine missions. It only handled the highest priority cases involving high-risk superpower crimes, internal betrayal, and emergency incidents. Anyone who could get into this unit was at minimum A rank. From this point forward, everyone listened carefully. The captain seated at the head pressed the switch for the holographic projection, and the factory's 3-dimensional structural map unfolded in the center of the cabin. This operation is a small-scale precision strike. Until we confirm criminal evidence, it remains a brother unit of ours, so a large-scale incursion is impossible. The operation is divided into 4 groups, each with its own role. No link in the chain is allowed to fail. He pointed with his finger to several nodes around the factory perimeter, and the corresponding positions lit up in red on the hologram. Group A, Barrier Breakthrough Team. Your mission is to cut into the outer barrier from 3 directions simultaneously once the operation begins and sever the energy supply lines. Do not break through head-on. Use disruption techniques to paralyze their power nodes. His finger moved to the factory's main gate. Group B, Frontal Assault Team. Once Group A opens a breach, you launch an attack through the main gate. Remember, your mission is to create pressure and pin their defensive force to the front. I need you to create the kind of momentum that forces them to commit all of their remaining defenders just to suppress you. He pointed to a narrow ventilation shaft on the side of the factory. Group C, Infiltration and Search Team. While Group B draws all attention, you infiltrate through the side ventilation shaft. Your targets are evidence of beast breath processing, the production line for artificial cores, and any documentation connected to the inside mole. Be fast. Be quiet. Once you have what you need, send the signal and withdraw. Do not get entangled. Finally, he traced a circle around the factory's outer perimeter, which lit up in blue. Group D, Perimeter Containment Team. Guard every exit. No matter what comes out, human, anomaly, or anything else, detain it. Our objective is not only to take down this factory. More importantly, we need to capture alive everyone directly connected to the inside mole. Let one slip away, and all of this will have been for nothing. On the holographic display, the positions of the 4 groups lit up in different colors. Green for Group A, red for Group B, yellow for Group C, and blue for Group D. Behind each marker was the corresponding agent codename and ability rating. The captain withdrew his hand and looked down at his watch. Synchronized time. Operation begins in 2 minutes. All 8 people simultaneously raised their wrists. Matching countdowns ticked across their watch faces, each second pulsing like a heartbeat in the stillness of the cabin. Operation begins. Basement level 3 of the Special Administration Bureau, Temporary Command Center. There were no windows here. 12 holographic displays were embedded in the 4 walls, each one showing real-time battlefield data of different dimensions. Agent vital signs, barrier energy fluctuations, enemy heat signatures, internal structural scans of the factory. The only sounds in the air were the low-frequency hum of machinery and the soft clatter of keyboards. Everyone spoke in lowered voices, as if afraid someone beyond the walls might overhear. Zheng Mingyuan sat at the center of the command desk, his hands folded on the table, staring at the real-time movements of Squad Judgment on the main screen. His brows had not relaxed once since the operation began. He had a headache, not because Squad Judgment lacked ability. On the contrary, these 8 were personally selected by him from headquarters, every single one an A-rank elite capable of handling matters alone. What gave him a headache was the opponent this time. The intelligence source was Luo Yao. There was no need to elaborate on her status. Information she provided was essentially impossible to be wrong. But the Special Administration Bureau was a government institution, not some wandering martial brotherhood. You could not investigate an inside mole by kicking in a door because a friend said so. Evidence mattered. Procedure mattered. Omit even one step, and the other side could bite back. So the true core objective of this operation was not to fight, but to seize. They had to obtain hard evidence first. Proof of the factory's illegal production of artificial cores and processing of beast breath. Only with evidence could they take action openly and justifiably. Otherwise, if the higher-ups questioned him later, he would not even be able to write the operation report. But the backing behind this factory was definitely no small matter. Just a few days earlier, he had already voiced suspicion toward it in an internal meeting, and his wording had been quite explicit. Under no circumstances should the enemy be alerted. Yet before the meeting had even ended, an official notice had already come down from above instructing that factory to cooperate with the investigation. What kind of cooperation was that? It was plainly a warning. Worse still, he did not even have permission to see which office had signed off on that notice. That left only 2 possibilities: the inspectorate or upper leadership in the General Bureau Command. Either one outranked him, even as one of the 4 regional commanders. Which was why this time, what he had brought from headquarters was the strongest card in his hand: the Rapid Reaction Special Operations Squad, Judgment. Every member was A-rank, every file packed with successful high-risk missions. This squad had fought hard battles, chewed through impossible situations, and had never failed once. And yet the operation had been declared a failure before even the first phase was complete. On the right side of the main display, the green life sign waveforms representing the 2 agents in Group A flattened into 2 straight lines at the same time. Over the communications channel, the voices of the other groups collectively went silent for a full 3 seconds. Then the voice of Group D's leader sounded first, very low and very steady. "Commander, both Group A agents have lost life signals. I repeat, Group A life signals all lost. They were unable to breach the barrier." Zheng Mingyuan's fingers clenched sharply on his knee. The hologram on the screen was still running. The 3-dimensional structure of the factory was still rotating. But the 2 green points representing Group A had already turned gray. He took a deep breath, his voice utterly unchanged. "All groups, abort operation immediately and withdraw according to contingency protocol. Prioritize the evacuation of the wounded." The screen went dark. The meeting room became so quiet that even the hiss of the air vents could be heard. Zheng Mingyuan removed his headset and set it on the table, rubbing at his temple. After a long while, he finally spoke. "The remaining agents have all suffered injuries of varying severity as well. It can be said that this operation has failed across the board. The 2 Group A agents were killed on the spot. Group B lost 1 member in an ambush during the retreat. The other side did not pursue. In fact, they gave no response at all. No reinforced defenses. No dispatched reinforcements. No warning. No taunt. They simply remained inside that factory in silence, as if convinced that nothing could be done to them. That silence was more chilling than any open provocation. "Commander Zheng." At the far end of the long table, a bespectacled staff officer spoke, choosing his words carefully. "Should we request authorization from higher up? The current situation has already exceeded the scope of a normal operation. If we can obtain authority from the inspectorate, if even my level of access can't determine who signed that cooperative investigation order, then what use would asking higher up be?" Zheng Mingyuan raised a hand to cut him off. His tone was not harsh, but it was enough to quiet the entire room. Then what about deploying an S-rank agent? Another staff officer picked up the thread. If I remember correctly, Ninghai City does have an S-rank stationed here. If we can persuade him. Zheng Mingyuan frowned. Of course he knew Ninghai City had an S-rank agent. But so what? S-rank agents are granted a certain degree of operational freedom. That is written formally into the Bureau's charter, not merely an unspoken rule. It is like the divine anomaly beasts of Huaxia. Their rank is too high, so you simply cannot constrain them. Thus the Bureau has chosen instead to coexist peacefully with them, each side not crossing the other. If they can be negotiated with, then negotiate. If they cannot, then draw the boundary and leave each other alone. If they truly go too far and threaten the mortal world, then unfortunately, while we may not be able to deal with them, there will naturally be other divine beasts that can. It is legitimate, and they can devour the other's core to increase their own cultivation while they're at it. Why wouldn't they? Even divine beasts are handled that way. S-rank superpowered humans are only more troublesome. They are not anomalies. At their core, they are human, with emotions, desires, and personal likes and dislikes. And their great power gives them far more say than ordinary agents. If an S-rank agent wants to do something, you cannot stop him. If he does not want to do something, you cannot force him. According to regulations, cities of different administrative rank are assigned different numbers of S-rank station slots. Ninghai City, as a sub-provincial city, may be assigned one S-rank agent, and only one. And the threshold for deploying an S-rank is absurdly high. It must either be a major emergency threatening the safety of the entire city, or a compulsory conscription order issued directly by General Bureau Command. A case like this, where a factory is merely under suspicion, is nowhere near that level. Zheng Mingyuan leaned back in his chair and rubbed the bridge of his nose. Where is he now? No one spoke. The people seated here were the senior leadership of Ninghai City's Special Administration Bureau, overseeing all affairs concerning superpowered individuals and anomaly management in the city. Yet not a single one of them could pinpoint the whereabouts of that S-rank agent. He had not even registered a real-time contact method within Ninghai City Bureau's ordinary communication network. Zheng Mingyuan sighed and removed his glasses, setting them on the table. Issue a demon-slaying order to him first. Then organize personnel for a second assault as soon as possible. One officer by the long table looked up and asked, "Commander, this next operation, is it still a decapitation strike?" Zheng Mingyuan did not answer immediately. He looked at the dark screen before him and lightly tapped the tabletop twice with his fingers. He thought of that investigation notice whose signer he did not have permission to see, and of the person seated somewhere above even him, secretly acting as a shield for that factory. Zheng Mingyuan clenched his fist until his knuckles cracked. Annihilation operation. Those 4 words landed on the table like a hammer. No one asked a second question.